Curse Return Life Choices Kaleidoscope at the start. Chapter 1, Staring at Six Eyes Affectionately, Awakening the Kaleidoscope. Neon Country. In a Japanese-style room. Grass. JJXX, you are really amazing. It's okay to have 2.5 Satoru, but he actually drove a Gundam? How can you whip a corpse repeatedly like this? After waking up, Xiaolu angrily pounded the table. Just now, he fainted from anger because he was watching the Jujutsu Kaisen comics and it made him red. The content of the comic is simply outrageous. It is outrageous to the extreme. Fushiguro Megamivs piloted by Sukuna and Gojo Satoru piloted by Okotsu Yuta, can they come up with such a crazy plot? Jujutsu Kaisen becomes Eva War? Call. Why? After calming down, he found something wrong. Why was the decoration in the room different? After looking around, Xiaolu was confused. Where the hell did this come from? Didn't I just faint from reading comics? How come my house was changed when I woke up? Just as Xiaolu was in a daze, a noise came from the next room. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams mixed with the sound of blood splattering. Is this coming from the next room? Although Xiaolu has watched a lot of learning materials and videos, he is not a fool. Whose bed exercise makes such a loud noise? At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Loading completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the life selection system. Ding! The first life choice has begun. Task Option 1, as a traverser, you should be fearless. Please fight hand-to-hand with the third-level artificial curse spirit that is about to break through the wall. Reward, 8 Gates of Dungia. Task Option 2, use love to influence the upcoming cursed spirit. Reward, multiple shadow clone technique. Task Option 3, look deeply into the eyes of Gojo Satoru Six Eyes, who is about to arrive. Reward, Mangeki Sharingan, Kamiyu. Such explosive information made Xiaolu freeze in place for a moment. It seems that I have traveled through time and space, and even traveled to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Moreover, the noise next door was caused by a cursed spirit. It will be my turn soon. Looking at such a heaven-defying choice in front of him, and Chen felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. System, are you kidding me? You want me to kill a cursed spirit with my bare hands? The second one is even more outrageous. Use love to persuade? Can cursed spirits be persuaded by love? The first two were directly passed by Xiaolu Pass. Fortunately, there is a third option, which is a bit BT, but it is undoubtedly the best choice. And the reward is the Mangeki Sharingan. Boom! 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 The simple wall made a huge roaring sound, as if someone behind the wall was hitting it with a huge hammer, and the whole room was shaking. Xiaolu's heartbeat quickened, and he retreated to the door handle, staring at the convex wall. He is gambling. 3 seconds, just bet on 3 seconds. If Gojo Satoru doesn't show up in 3 seconds, close the door and run. Life is precious, who knows whether Gojo Satoru can arrive in time. Besides, the number of people is in the heart. Xiaolu doesn't think he can defeat the cursed spirit with his bare hands. Even if Tyson comes, he will have to kneel, right? Boom! Under the tremendous force, the wall exploded and a hideous and distorted monster broke through the wall. A monster with a human face and a worm body and blood-red eyes came over, pushing aside the rubble. Its huge mouth secreted disgusting pus that dripped onto the floor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The wooden floor was corroded with pits of various sizes. The stench is overwhelming and disgusting. Don't go, come and play with me, don't leave. It was like the strange voices of several children superimposed together, making Xiaolu's scalp numb. The room opposite was in a mess, with a dead body lying in a pool of blood. She had been eaten to the point of being unrecognizable, but her eyes were still open, completely out of focus. Everything in front of him undoubtedly impacted Xiaolu's heart. "I'm sorry, you're so ugly that even dogs shake their heads when they see you." When Xiaolu wanted to lock the door and run away. Crash! The window exploded and a tall figure broke in through the window. The visitor had long silver hair, a confident smile on his lips, a tall figure, and wore a simple and capable black spell uniform. In his hand he was also holding a box of Sendai specialty, Kikufuku. "Smith Masai, sorry, I'm late." As he said that, Gojo Satoru instantly moved in front of the cursed spirit, raised his hand and fired a shot, turning it into ashes in an instant. Xiaolu was speechless. He was still the man who loved desserts. Alas, poor people love sweets. The danger was over. He returned to the room with his chin hanging and glanced at Gojo Satoru. He was thinking about how to get Gojo Satoru to take off his blindfold. After all, how can I look 6 eyes in the eye with a blindfold on? Not to mention affectionate. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, bent down and looked at Xiaolu. Not simple. In addition to being born with cursed power, there is also an aura that I can't see through. Even his 6 eyes couldn't see through it, as if the other party was surrounded by a thick fog. Looking at the man in front of him who was 3 times more handsome than himself, Gojo Satoru became interested. Xiaolu knew that when he said unfathomable, he was probably referring to his own system. Although Gojo Satoru is very strong, it is impossible for him to see through the system. "Are you interested in becoming a sorcerer? The kind that beats up cursed spirits? You saw it just now." Faced with this sudden question, Xiaolu's mouth curled up. Isn't this an excuse to look 6 eyes in the eye? Sorcerer? What is that? And what was that monster just now? Xiaolu tried hard to pretend she knew nothing. Gojo Satoru held up a finger and said, "Let's start with the cursed spirits. Negative emotions such as bitterness, regret, shame, fear, etc. will give rise to their appearance." Although Xiaolu knew it a long time ago, she still listened calmly. After explaining, Gojo Satoru turned around with a smile and said, "How about it? Are you interested? Although it's a little dangerous, food and accommodation are provided." Xiaolu's mouth twitched. "It's a little dangerous, right? If I remember correctly, almost everyone died in the later period. My grandma told me that you can tell whether a person is telling the truth by looking into their eyes." Xiaolu made milk out of nothing, and said seriously, "Well, you can watch it, but you have to follow me after you finish watching it." Gojo Satoru himself knew that it was hard not to be suspicious of him with the blindfold on. After some thought, Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold skillfully, revealing his pale blue pupils. "Is this 6 eyes? Deep and mysterious, as if he can see through everything." Xiaolu seized the opportunity and looked him in the eye. The system said to look into each other's eyes affectionately, so he had to be affectionate enough. Although Xiaolu has never been in a relationship, she has watched the live broadcasts of Jiangnan's most affectionate ancestor quite a lot. It was just that the other person was a man, which made him feel very uncomfortable, but for the sake of reward, what was that? Gojo Satoru, who was always carefree, panicked instead. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and complain in his heart. "Just look at it, why do you have to act so affectionate?" Suddenly, the terrible cell phone rings. "It's heartthrob, I can't hide from your bad eyes, my heart beats inexplicably for you," Japanese version. They both said in their hearts at the same time, "What the hell," and turned their heads away. Xiaolu finally couldn't hold it anymore and looked away. What kind of mission is this hellish system sending out? But fortunately, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Mangeki Sharingan is being distributed. Chapter 2 faced Sukuna. As the system's voice fell, Xiaolu only felt a stinging pain in his eyes. FK. SI. Xiaolu covered his eyes, sat down on the chair, and sweat ran down his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. It felt as if someone had stuck a needle into his eyeball, and it was accompanied by a scorching heat. But when I think about the painful experience of the Uchiha clan in awakening the Sharingan, this is considered good for me. Hey! What's wrong with you? Gojo Satoru quickly put on the blindfold, thinking that his 6 eyes were too overbearing and irritated Xiaolu. Xiaolu closed her eyes tightly, feeling both pain and happiness, and waved to Gojo Satoru to indicate that she was fine. 5 minutes later, Xiaolu came to the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. The originally black eyes had turned scarlet and sad, and the 3 crystal jades slowly turned and spread out, forming a beautiful kaleidoscope pattern in an instant. A gear-shaped dart mark appeared, rotating like a formation, mysterious and unpredictable. Is this the same style as Obito? Divine power can't hide tears? Xiaolu looked around. The remaining curse power in the air and the trajectory of the sand scattered on the ground were all presented in detail before his eyes. He looked at the water cup on the table not far away and glared slightly. The center of the cup suddenly began to twist, and the entire cup disappeared. She is handsome. Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? It's so powerful. With a thought, the ability panel opened. Divine power. The left eye is used as the main attack, which can distort the space where the viewpoint is focused. The right eye is for defense. Actively releasing it can suck yourself or external objects into a different space. When attacked, it will automatically transfer to a different space and become immune to all damage. Note, there will be no side effects after upgrading to the Eternal Kaleidoscope. The double power is really powerful. If you use your left eye well, you can even kill with a twist of the head. The power of the right eye is greatly improved, which greatly improves the ability to survive and can also perform many cool operations. For example, locking the enemy in the Shinwei space and starving them to death. He still had to work hard to advance to the Eternal Kaleidoscope. He didn't want to bleed or even go blind due to overuse. Maybe it's because of the special physique of the time traveler, I seem to be able to communicate with the curse power and chakra. This way, he can use both spell and ninjutsu. Wow! Is this your spell? It's amazing. Gojo Satoru flashed to Xiaolu's side and looked at him curiously. This time he had found a treasure. Xiaolu switched to normal state, and her pupils returned to normal. Well, thanks to you, I just awakened. Gojo Satoru looked at him deeply and waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. My own 6 eyes is indeed powerful, but helping others awaken spells is impossible. The only explanation is that Xiaolu has a very high talent and is a natural-born sorcerer. Let's go, Gojo Satoru-sensei. Please pay more attention to me in the future. Oh, please take care of me, Xiaolu. Seeing Xiaolu agreed, Gojo Satoru showed joy. Nowadays, the number of cursed spirits is increasing, but sorcerers are very rare. He is very happy to recruit a talented student. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, Xiaolu asked, "Go to the Jujutsu High School or?" Having read the comics, he knew that when Gojo Satoru was leading people on a journey, he liked to hold their collars. In the introduction just now, Gojo Satoru mentioned the general information of the world of sorcery. Just based on this, he still doesn't know what period it is. Did Itadori eat Sukuna's finger? Your senior brother called just now and said he was in trouble. Let's go over there. Gojo Satoru grabbed Xiaolu's clothes, jumped up, and quickly shuttled through the city. Xiaolu only felt the scene in front of him changing rapidly. The wind was howling, blowing his hair back, but he was not panicked. After awakening the Sharingan, not only did his physical skills improve, but his pupil power also made a qualitative leap. Although the speed was very fast, he could clearly see every building he passed by. Seeing that Xiaolu was not at all panicked, Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This boy is not only gifted, but also has a good character. He may be able to reach the level of Okotsu and Hikenji. Is the Jujutsu High School about to welcome a new special grade sorcerer? Feeling a little hungry, Xiaolu held out his hand. Teacher, give me a piece of Zijufu. Gojo Satoru felt a pain in his heart. I'll only give you one piece. There was silence in Shan's high school. Crash. The sound of glass shattering was heard. Senior. Are you all right? Itadori relied on the excellent physical talent of the cursed spirit body, and at the same time shattered the glass with a flying kick. He also repelled the huge cursed spirit. Thrillingly saved, the senior from the Spiritual Research Society who was on the verge of death. Didn't I tell you not to come? The one who shouted urgently was the hedgehog head, Fushiguro Megami. Seeing that Itadori actually dared to snatch people directly from the cursed spirit, he was also very scared. This reckless man. He gritted his teeth and ran at full speed down the corridor, his hands making a dog-like gesture. Jade Dog. Go save them. Following his command, two Shikigami condensed by cursed power emerged from the black shadows. The two Jade Dogs, one black and one white, rushed towards the ugly cursed spirit with a twisted body as fast as the wind. After putting down the senior in his arms, Itadori looked forward in surprise. Is this the cursed spirit that Fushiguro mentioned? It's a little different from what I imagined. Boom! Fushiguro Megami attacked with one blow, smashing the cursed spirit into pieces. The two Jade Dogs, their eyes shining, immediately rushed forward to share the food. Paw Patrol starts eating. Fushiguro Megami put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, I wanted to ask you why you came, but you did a good job, but aren't you afraid? This should be the first time Itadori has seen a cursed spirit, so he should be scared. Itadori, I was quite scared at first, but my grandfather's death taught me one thing, at least I have to let the people I know die properly. Itadori felt depressed as he looked at the dark red dried finger sliding off the senior's body and the cloth strip that sealed it had been removed. If I hadn't brought my finger back, this wouldn't have happened in school, and the seniors wouldn't have been hurt. This happened because of me. Okay, don't blame yourself too much, their lives are not in danger. This is a special grade cursed object, the finger of Ryaman Sukuna. Hurry and give it to me. If it falls into the mouth of the cursed spirit, the consequences will be disastrous. Fushiguro Megami reached out for it. Although he didn't know what was so delicious about this finger, Itadori still handed it over. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and a huge hand stretched out. The target is the finger in Itadori's palm. Fushiguro Megami's pupils contracted, and the two Jade Dogs also noticed it and roared. Run! Boom! A huge cursed spirit fell. The body is made up of countless cursed spirit corpses, resembling a giant lizard and a reptile. The aura it exudes is much stronger than the previous cursed spirits. Itadori was blown away by the impact, and Fushiguro Megami was slapped away and fell on the second-floor platform. The blow was so powerful that the teaching building almost collapsed and the power was cut off. Fushiguro Megami spat out a mouthful of blood and was unable to stand up for a while, let alone release the spell. The cursed spirit rushed forward at high speed, trying to devour him. At the critical moment, Itadori jumped up, rode on the cursed spirit, raised his fist and smashed it hard. Fushiguro Megami raised his head with difficulty. The cursed spirit can only be removed with spells, you can't defeat it. Go. But Itadori doesn't care about that now. If he really leaves, Fushiguro will surely die. But the gap in strength was there, and after a while Itadori was held tightly by the giant hand. The cursed spirit opened its bloody mouth and the stench made Itadori dizzy. His internal organs were squeezed, blood was oozing from the corners of Itadori's mouth, and he felt severe pain. He held Sukuna's finger to his lips, and Fushigiro's words emerged in his mind. Will eating it give me powerful magical power? Isn't this the way to save everyone? Isn't it enough that I have cursed power, Fushiguro? Fushiguro Megami, no need. Itadori felt ruthless and swallowed the finger into his stomach in one gulp. Completion. Fushiguro Megami fell to his knees in despair with his hands on his head. Outside the school. Xiaolu, is this the bill? Seeing it with my own eyes, it is far more mysterious than in the comics. It was pitch black, as if shrouded in eternal night, and nothing inside could be seen. Gojo Satoru, well, you must remember to arrange it when you carry out missions in the future. Xiaolu didn't listen to a word Gojo Satoru said. Because, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. A new life choice has begun. Task Option 1, with the power of God in hand, the world is mine. Use the power of God to make Sukuna have a mental state. Reward, 8 Gates of Dungia. Task Option 2, transform into a cheerleader and cheer for Gojo Satoru. Reward, Naruto's mouth-to-mouth combat. Mission Option 3, while Gojo Satoru is fighting Sukuna, eat up all of his Kikufuku. Reward, Tsunade's original black stockings. Long-term mission, the top sorcerers are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress, 0/3 people. Reward, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Chapter 3, the divine power becomes hollow, teasing Sukuna. This system is a bit. First, rule out the third one. I just ate one piece of Kikufuku. It was too sweet. And what else do you need to talk about when you already have the power? Tsunade's original black stockings are certainly very, wow. But who can resist the 8 gates of the ninjutsu that almost kicked out Kai Huang in the finale? Xiaolu already had a choice in mind. There's actually a long-term mission? Akatsuki? He is familiar with this. This is the most popular group in Naruto, handsome and mysterious. The iconic fire cloud robe is standing there, and the sense of oppression is instantly maximized. Moreover, the reward is the eternal kaleidoscope. It seems that I will have to slowly poach people after joining the Jujutsu High School. Would Gojo Satoru be so angry if he knew that he was poaching someone else? Otherwise, why not just find a way to poach Gojo Satoru directly? Xiaolu shook his head. He had to complete the mission and obtain the 8 gates of Dungia first. Let's go in, Gojo Satoru-sensei. Under the moonlight. Itadori fainted, but Sukuna, the cursed king of 1,000 years ago, woke up. Sukuna only used a little force to tear the cursed spirit's arm into pieces. Black curse lines appeared on the face and arms. The finger is mine, give it back to me. The huge body of the cursed spirit crawled over frantically, determined to devour the person in front of it. Tisk, you noisy BD. Sukuna turned one hand into a claw and swept through the air, tearing the huge body of the cursed spirit into pieces. The flesh and blood in the sky were cut into countless pieces, and purple blood fell like rain. With just one strike, he instantly killed the first-level cursed spirit that put Fushiguro Megami in a desperate situation. Ha 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 ha. The moonlight is best experienced in person. Sukuna tore his clothes, looked up to the sky and laughed, letting the moonlight shine on his crazy face. He put his hair back and stretched out his arms. Oh, is this the world 1,000 years later? I smell countless fascinating scents. Ryuman Sukuna, a two-faced, four-armed, imaginary demon. The strongest curse king from 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, during the heyday of sorcery, countless sorcerers went to attack him, but all failed and became piles of bones under his feet. It's over now, the worst what-if has happened. Fushiguro Megami looked at Itadori, who was replaced with a complicated expression. Sukuna glanced at Fushiguro Megami with the small eyes on his face. Then it's your turn. Sukuna was about to take action. Bang! Itadori slapped her in the face. What the hell? This is my body. Hey? You can actually. Damn it. Your body is out of control, and I just enjoyed the moonlight for a while. Sukuna's voice echoed inside his body. 2 seconds later, the evil aura disappeared, and the eyes on his face retracted. Hey! Fushiguro, what are you doing? Fushiguro Megami half crouched on the ground, forming an attacking hand shape. Sorry, according to the rules of the spell, I must eliminate you. Let me see what's going on. Xiaolu and Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared beside him. Fushiguro Megami was delighted. Teacher Gojo Satoru, you are finally here. Who is this person next to you? The unfamiliar face made him look at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru. Dang dang. Xiaolu, my new genius sorcerer, how is he? Is he as handsome as me? Looking at the blood-covered Fushiguro Megami in front of him, Xiaolu smiled and greeted him. Just as I remembered, a serious and proud man with black spiky hair and a kind heart. Xiaolu must leave a good impression, after all, they are all prospective members of the Akatsuki organization. Gojo Satoru looked at Itadori, who was shirtless and looked confused. Where's the special finger? Is it still there? Itadori, sorry, I ate it. After Fushiguro Megami's explanation, Gojo Satoru not only did not panic, but instead showed excitement. So Fushiguro, do you want him to die? Gojo Satoru smiled and looked at Fushiguro Megami. Fushiguro Megami hesitated and shook his head. No, I don't want him to die. So can you, Xiaolu? No. Xiaolu pretended to think and continued, but, can you let me and Sukuna fight for a few moves? Just treat it as a freshman exam, how about it? After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Fushiguro Megami immediately stopped him. How can this be possible? Even if Sukuna only has the strength of one finger, he is still a special grade. How can we let a newcomer face such a risk? That's crazy. Gojo Satoru looked at Xiaolu, if you're not careful you'll die. Are you sure? Xiaolu has already started doing warm-up exercises, aren't you here, teacher? Ah ha ha ha. Interesting. Gojo Satoru smiled and made a number 10 moves. If you can survive Sukuna's 10 moves, you'll pass. What? Master Gojo Satoru, how can a newbie last 10 moves against a special level opponent? Fushiguro Megami is going to collapse. It's okay for this new guy to be crazy, but why is Gojo Satoru also crazy with him? The magic family finally got another member, but is it going to be gone soon? Gojo Satoru waved his hands casually. Yet, I'm here to watch over you, nothing will happen. For him, saving people from Sukuna, who only had one finger, was as easy as pie. Mainly, I want to see what kind of spell Xiaolu has awakened that makes him so confident. But 10 moves is unlikely, so I have to watch it carefully. I can't let my genius die just like that. Xiaolu stepped forward, then Itadori, let Sukuna get up and receive the guests. The Sharingan was activated, and the black pupils turned into scarlet darts, spinning slowly. Xiaolu has always been stable and has the passive ability of Shinryuexu, so he will not be in danger. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack and leaves the hollow state, Sukuna can only stare blankly. At this moment, he was a little excited. After all, the first battle after crossing over was against Sukuna. Itadori Yuji bowed his head and said nothing. After a moment, a violent aura emanated, black lines condensed, and the small eyes reappeared. Haha, are all sorcerers from 1,000 years later so arrogant? The voice of the Curse King came again. Gojo Satoru started to make a noise. Oh, how scary, the Curse King is angry. Fushiguro Megami had a dark face and looked at the new student, Xiaolu, with great worry. Sukuna twisted his neck and started to click, kill all of you. Then he moved in front of Xiaolu, and his sharp black claws reached out to dig out Xiaolu's heart. Xiaolu didn't move, allowing Sukuna to catch him. Damn! He knew that an untrained sorcerer could not possibly dodge Sukuna's attack. Fushiguro Megami clenched his fists. Master Gojo Satoru, why don't you come to the rescue? It will be too late if you delay any longer. Gojo Satoru frowned. Is it because of lack of training that you can't react in time? Just when he was about to help, Xiaolu took the initiative to step forward, and Sukuna's attack actually went straight through. Nani, did you get through? Sukuna looked in disbelief at the sharp claws that pierced through his body. My attack actually penetrated directly, as if the other side was an illusory projection. Fushiguro Megami's eyes widened. Straight through? What kind of spell is this? No. There is no fluctuation of magic power at all. Does that mean Xiaolu didn't cast any magic at all? But how is this possible? Gojo Satoru pulled down half of his eye mask, revealing one eye, and stared at Xiaolu's scarlet pupils. If I'm not mistaken, the distorted fluctuations in the air just now were caused by these eyes, right? What kind of magic do these eyes have? Instead of looking at each other, he felt as if he was trapped in a deep quagmire, as if countless bloody hands from hell were trying to pull him into an endless abyss. Six Eyes felt threatened for the first time. He pulled up his blindfold, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Amazing. You are worthy of being my student. Strong winds blew up, gravel flew everywhere, and the solid ground was almost split in half. Sukuna launched an overwhelming attack towards Xiaolu. So the King of Curses can also dig out the heart of a black tiger. Have you ever heard of a crow riding an airplane? Xiaolu stood where he was, allowing Sukuna to attack him however he wanted. At the same time, he did not forget to mock him. After all, the system's task was to change Sukuna's mentality. Sukuna, who was a little tired of fighting, stepped back and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. As the King of Curses, he was actually laughed at by a little devil. Is it similar to space magic? Although I can't attack you, why don't you attack me? You don't dare? Or, you don't have any means of attack at all? Ha ha ha. Sukuna roughly guessed Xiaolu's ability. From the beginning to the end, he did not launch an attack. Even if he had just deliberately exposed a flaw, he remained indifferent and could only defend, not attack. Xiaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. After what he said, it seemed that he had never used the space distortion of his left eye. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, no means of attack? The kaleidoscope pattern in the left eye rotates, and the sight focuses on Sukuna's head. Chapter 4 Shinwei twisted his head. Are you sweating profusely, brother? Xiaolu lifted her hair, the kaleidoscope pattern in her left eye rotated, and her sight focused on Sukuna's head. Divine power. The space was distorted, emitting a strange vortex. A strong sense of death swept through his body, Sukuna's pupils shrank sharply, and he dodged at high speed. Snap! Sukuna's arm was directly broken alive. He covered his short arm that was bleeding, looked at Xiaolu with a little fear, and felt a chill down his spine. By twisting space to forcibly break his body? If I hadn't dodged in time, the head of this container would have been twisted off. What a domineering spell! It seems to be more powerful than my own G&BA. Sukuna activated the reverse curse technique and the broken arm grew back. This scene was seen by Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Megami. Fushiguro Megami swallowed his saliva, with a look of horror in his eyes. Isn't this too foul? He actually broke his arm. Teacher Gojo Satoru, who exactly is Xiaolu? Fushiguro Megami looked at Gojo Satoru seriously. He would never believe that Xiaolu was just a novice sorcerer. Putting aside Xiaolu's abilities, his calmness when facing the Curse King Sukuna for the first time is intriguing. Gojo Satoru was also very scared, but it was not because of Xiaolu's ability, but because of Itadori's head. Lu didn't know how to control his strength this time. If Sukuna didn't dodge and got his head twisted off, Itadori would be the one to die. As for Xiaolu's identity, he didn't care about Xiaolu's background, at least through 6 eyes, he found no malicious intent. Xiaolu covered his left eye in pretended pain. The effect of the divine power's virtualization on the eyes is very small, but the side effect of the divine power's head twisting is quite serious. After only one use, his left eye became a little dry. As for why he acted so painful? Of course, he was pretending for Sukuna to see. Sukuna only has the strength of one finger now, so he naturally has to hide it. He knew from reading the comics that Sukuna was extremely good at gathering intelligence. Wasn't the duel with Gojo Satoru the best proof of this? Seeing this, Sukuna smiled. I see, performing such a weird attack will cause you great backlash, right? If you launch another attack, will your eyes go blind? In this way, if they continue to fight, he will be the only one who wins. Just now, his 1,000-year-old state of mind was shaken a little. If this guy could continue to use that move, it would be a great threat to him. Fortunately, he can't. Xiaolu didn't speak, because... Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the 8 gates of Dunjia are being distributed. Xiaolu's mouth corners raised. The 8 gates of Taijutsu is the unique skill of Might Guy in Naruto. The opening of the 8th door, the death door, can cause space distortion just by the prelude. It almost kicked out the finale. So scary. As the system prompt sounded, all the information about the 8 gates of Dunjia flooded into Xiaolu's mind. A warm current flowed through his body. Feeling the power surging in his body, Xiaolu felt that he could blow up the cursed spirit's head with just one punch. Open the door. Xiaolu's body trembled, and he opened the 2nd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Xiamen. The air was surging, making his robes rustle. And the air around his body was boiling as the door of rest was opened. In this state, Xiaolu's strength and speed have been greatly improved. With one foot, Xiaolu crushed the ground, and flashed behind Sukuna, and sent him flying into the air with an uppercut. So fast! While Sukuna was still confused in the air, black shoe prints appeared before his eyes. Bang! Sukuna's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Xiamen is the highest stage he can reach at present, and going any higher will hurt his body. However, it is enough to deal with Sukuna at his current stage. Sukuna, who had climbed out of the deep pit, laughed. Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect that the world 1,000 years later would be much more exciting than before. He pointed at Xiaolu. I'll remember you and look forward to our next fight. After saying this, his body fell down helplessly, and Itadori took control of his consciousness again. However, Itadori had fainted at this time. Fushiguro Megami, who was watching the game from a distance, didn't know what to say. Sukuna, who could easily kill a first-level cursed spirit in 1 second, was beaten up by a novice sorcerer who didn't even have a level. Although that was only Sukuna's one-finger strength, if it were me, would I be able to last 10 moves? I don't know where Gojo Satoru found such a ruthless person. Gojo Satoru put his hand on Xiaolu's shoulder and said, Wow! Xiaolu, you are so mean. You actually have such a hidden trick up your sleeve. If the spatial ability just now was Xiaolu's innate talent, then how do we explain this physical skill? It would be impossible to achieve this level without constant training. Maybe Xiaolu didn't need to save herself before. From this perspective, Xiaolu's identity is indeed worth exploring. Xiaolu looked at the two of them helplessly. He knew that he couldn't explain it clearly this time, so he just didn't bother to explain it anymore. Let them figure it out. The matter was settled. Fushiguro Megami carried the unconscious Itadori, and the others prepared to take the bus back to the Jujutsu High School. Before leaving, Xiaolu used his divine power to leave the coordinates of this place. The advantage of Shinwei is that it can travel freely regardless of distance, but the prerequisite is to have coordinates. He did not forget that he still had a mission to create the Akatsuki organization. This place might be used as the base of the Akatsuki organization in the future. With the coordinates, he could teleport back and forth. The reward is the eternal kaleidoscope. On the bus, Xiaolu leaned against the window, admiring the moonlight. The moon in the world of magic is also round, and seems even brighter. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming. Traveling through time actually happened to him. Just put it on, but there is nothing worth missing in the previous world. Being an orphan without a father or a mother, coupled with the 12-hour double shift work on the assembly line every day, his dream of being a hero had long been crushed. Now that God has given me this opportunity and allowed me to travel to the world of spells, I must fight for everything. The tragedy in the comics will never happen, and the revolving lantern will no longer exist. But the premise of all this is that he must become strong, so strong that no one can threaten him. He doesn't need to care about anyone's face. Strong enough to say, "I don't eat beef." After all, this world is extremely dangerous. Even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru was killed instantly by Sukuna's space loan / right? If Sukuna didn't lend money, it would be hard to say who would win or lose between the two. Therefore, he would never let down his guard just because he had the illusion of divine power. Perhaps even if the system did not issue the task of creating the Akatsuki organization, he would have taken the initiative to form a force. Those old and corrupt people in the upper echelons of sorcery are not worthy of trust. Now he has obtained the power of double Kamui and 8 gates. Judging from the battle just now, Shinwei's head twist is best used when the opponent is caught by surprise. One is that the distance is too far and it is impossible to focus accurately on the head. This can be seen from the fact that Kakashi broke Deidara's arm in Naruto. Kakashi's original intention was to kill Deidara instantly by twisting his head with Kamui, but it was a misjudgment due to the long distance. Moreover, the divine power is not instantaneous, which means there is a chance for the enemy to react. As for the 8 gates of ninjutsu, due to his physical limitations, he could only open it to the 2nd level for now. Kai in the anime died because he forced open the door of death. Thinking of this, Xiaolu suddenly stood up. If I could comprehend the fully automatic reversal technique similar to Hy Kinji, would I be able to open the 8 gates without any damage? Can the outrageous fully automatic injury repair neutralize the damage caused by the death gate? Xiaolu is looking forward to it. Right now, the most important thing is to go back to the Jujutsu High School and poach some talents. You have to dig at least 3 people here to get the reward. If I remember correctly, the Eternal Mangeki has many powerful abilities, such as the Complete Form, Susanoo. And through the emergence of these 2 systems, he came to a conclusion. Participating in events or interacting with sorcerers will increase the probability of triggering life choices. Chapter 5 Free Food and Accommodation. The principal is furious. Suburbs of Tokyo. The Jujutsu High School is located in a sparsely populated mountain area. Itadori has already dealt with his grandfather's funeral, and Gojo Satoru also saved Itadori on his own. The death penalty was changed from immediate execution to suspended death penalty. Itadori looked around curiously. Is this really the Jujutsu High School? Why does it look like a deep forest? Gojo Satoru, just get used to it. After all, how can a place for eating, sleeping and cursing be built in the center of a city? Then Itadori turned his attention to Xiaolu. Xiaolu is really amazing. She was able to suppress Sukuna the entire time. Xiaolu patted Itadori on the shoulder. I almost forgot that Sukuna was occupying Itadori's body. If the Kamui turned his head and Sukuna didn't dodge, Itadori would. He looked at his previously broken shoulder again. Luckily Sukuna used the reverse curse technique to help him recover. Itadori asked in confusion, by the way, where is Fushiguro? Gojo Satoru held his head in his hands and smiled. He has internal injuries and has received treatment. He should be sleeping soundly now. Then, he looked at Xiaolu and Itadori and introduced the school information to them. After the general talk, the few of them had arrived in front of a retro courtyard gate. There are 12 large characters engraved on it, Tokyo Metropolitan Technical School of Jutsu. Anyway, you two have to behave well later. If the principal is not satisfied, he may refuse admission to the school. Hearing this, Itadori held his head and screamed, "How can I be rejected? Then I will be executed immediately. Gojo Satoru, don't be afraid. The principal is a very kind person." Soon, the three of them entered a large courtyard room. The light inside the house was dim, relying entirely on candles on both sides for illumination. The entire house was filled with dolls with strange expressions. "Too slow, Satoru. You are 8 minutes late." Itadori was taken aback. "I saw a tough old man sitting cross-legged in front of me. His hands were busy knitting a doll. A serious-looking uncle is actually making a kawaii doll? Isn't this too inconsistent?" Xiaolu looked around calmly. He knew that these dolls piled everywhere were not ordinary dolls, but cursed corpses made by Yagamasamichi himself. These dolls should not be underestimated. He would like to call him the puppet master of the world of spells. As expected, the next step is to torture Itadori. Yaga looked at Xiaolu with some surprise, and then continued to say to Gojo Satoru, "I won't reprimand you, but you have to change your habit of being late. Well, since you won't be scolded, save your energy. You might have to work hard later." Gojo Satoru put his hand on Xiaolu's shoulder, looking like he was enjoying a good show. "Let me introduce this to you. It's our great principal Yagamasamichi. Her hobby is knitting some sexy dolls. If you have any needs in that area, you can contact Principal Yaga privately to customize it." Gojo Satoru joked in a mean way. Yagamasamichi gritted his teeth and said, "Stop it, I am the principal after all. Don't you have any dignity?" Then he slowly stood up, walked forward, looked deeply at Xiaolu, and then set his sights on Itadori. "You are Sukuna's vessel? You are such a hidden bomb." Itadori bowed quickly and said nervously, It's me. Sorry to bother you. What are you doing here?" Itadori, interview. I ask you, what is your purpose in coming to the Jujutsu High School?" Itadori looked confused when asked, and then answered based on his heart. Gojo Satoru shook his head helplessly, spread his hands towards Xiaolu, and complained, "Hey! It starts again." Xiaolu was looking around for a doll and finally locked onto a pink doll with twin ponytails. Divine power. The space twisted, and the doll was silently sucked into the divine space. "Since I'm bored now, I might as well find a doll to hug when I sleep at night." Ahem. Gojo Satoru whispered in his ear, "I want the one with a tuft of hair on the forehead." Looking at the direction of Gojo Satoru's finger, Xiaolu was stunned. Why does this hairstyle look so similar to Xiaoju's? Sure enough, is married woman Xiaoju the one that Gojo Satoru is worried about? Xiaolu used his divine power to suck the doll into space, satisfying Gojo Satoru's request. Bang! Itadori was knocked away by the summoned doll. Yaga tortured Itadori while preaching some great truths. These words may be long-winded to others, but they are absolutely meaningful to Itadori. It was at this moment that Itadori was awakened and realized his inner self. Itadori's expression changed for a while, and then he said loudly with a firm look in his eyes, "Only I can swallow Sukuna's finger. Even if I can avoid the death penalty and escape this mission, when I go back to eat, take a shower, and read comics, someone will die tragically because of Sukuna and the cursed spirits at any time. How can I be at peace? I don't want that." Yagamasamichi stopped and said, "Very good, you passed." Xiaolu couldn't help but sigh, what a responsible and kind person. But I am not as noble as Itadori. He just wants to become stronger and protect the people he cares about. What does the life and death of others have to do with him? It's your turn, freshman. Gojo Satoru must have something special to bring you here, right? Let me see it for myself. Yedaojunj turned his gaze towards Xiaolu. Wait. Gojo Satoru quickly ran up to Yaga and said, "I advise you not to fight him. You will regret it." Yagamasamichi raised his eyebrows. Do you think I can't even beat a newcomer? Although he, Yagamasamichi, is not a monster like Gojo Satoru, he is still the principal of Jujutsu High School. Pandas are his proudest achievement. With the panda, he could even barely squeeze into the ranks of top-grade sorcerers. Even without the panda, he could control hundreds of cursed corpses at the same time. A first-class sorcerer indeed. And you told him that he couldn't handle a new sorcerer? Then should he continue to work? Hey, I've learned my lesson. After trying in vain, Gojo Satoru flashed in front of Xiaolu, pointed at his eyes, and whispered, "Don't be too harsh." Xiaolu nodded. He certainly won't use Kamui attacks on Yagamasamichi. Looking at the whole comic, although this principal is a bit old-fashioned and strict, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him as a person, and he deserves admiration. The only thing I want to complain about is that he was too righteous, and his death was a bit depressing. Yagamasamichi's expression was serious. So, why did you come to Jujutsu High School? For what? Of course, it's to poach people. Not only the schools in Tokyo, but also those in Kyoto Prefecture cannot be spared. But Xiaolu can't really say that. So, he looked at Yaga. Didn't Mr. Gojo Satoru say that food and lodging would be provided? As soon as these words came out, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Gojo Satoru gave Xiaolu a crazy look. Hey. Can you not be so blunt? I am in a difficult situation. But on second thought, Xiaolu seems to really care about this. Itadori's mouth is so wide open that it seems like it could fit an entire apple in it. As expected of Xiaolu, she actually dared to say that. If it were me, I would probably be severely beaten. But if it's Xiaolu, any answer will be fine, right? After all, his strength is very strong and cannot be viewed from the perspective of a freshman. I wonder who is better, Xiaolu or the principal? Chapter 6 Shocked. The one who got beaten was the principal? Free food and accommodation. Did you come to Jujutsu High School just for free food and accommodation? Furious. Yagamasamichi was completely furious, his face turned red with anger. The cursed spirits on his body were visibly rioting, and the hundreds of dolls in the house instantly surrounded Xiaolu. As a sorcerer, he is so unconscious. He must teach this newbie a lesson. If after teaching him a lesson, he still can't get a satisfactory answer, then he won't accept it. Even if you have some talent, it won't work. The Jujutsu High School is not a place to just mess around. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, several figures quietly came to the door. They are the second-year students of Tokyo Academy, Panda, Gojuin, and Zenin Maki. The genius freshman that Fushiguro mentioned must be in there receiving a lecture from the principal. The panda put its round body close to the door and muttered. Keep your voice down, or you'll be punished if Yaga hears you. The one who spoke was Zenin Maki. She crossed her arms over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed, and her cold and beautiful face looked a little serious. Just now, when they went to visit Fushiguro Megami, they learned from him that Mr. Gojo Satoru had brought two new people. One is called Itadori, who swallowed Sukuna's finger, and the other is Xiaolu, who is very powerful. And she came here just to see who this newcomer named Xiaolu is. Because Fushiguro actually said that his taijutsu was better than his own? She is very strong-willed and naturally wants to come and see it, and even wants to compete with him if possible. Gojuin waved his hands from a distance. Wood flower fish. Panda said casually, It's okay, Gojuin, we won't be discovered by the principal. As soon as the words fell. Bang! The door suddenly exploded. The strong impact caught the three people off guard and sent them flying. Even the whole house was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Gojo Satoru also withdrew with Itadori, and looked at the three people lying on the ground with some surprise. Panda, what happened? Isn't the principal interviewing the new students? Zenon, Maki and Gujuan also looked at Gojo Satoru curiously. Gojo Satoru smiled helplessly. Don't panic, the principal is sparring with the newcomer. Competing with newcomers. Is this a big commotion, really just a competition? It's obvious that the principal is angry. Itadori, who was dizzy and dazed from being carried on his shoulders, forced a smile. My name is Itadori, nice to meet you, please take care of me, hehe. The three were shocked again. Since he was Itadori, the person inside must be the new guy named Xiaolu, right? Wait. Teacher Gojo Satoru, are you really not going to take care of it? Panda was shocked. Although he didn't know how Xiaolu had angered the principal, it was clear that Principal Yaga was serious. Will Xiaolu really not be beaten to death? He was created by Yaga Masamichi with great effort, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are father and son. And his temper is very clear to the panda. If there is no satisfactory answer, I am afraid. Really? Gojo Satoru looked into the room with a deep gaze. It's not certain who will beat whom. As soon as these words came out, several people showed shock in their eyes. Nani? Did you hear that correctly? Although I heard from Fushiguro Megami that this Xiaolu is very powerful, but is he strong enough to compete with Principal Yaga? Is this too exaggerated? Even the genius Okotsu Yuta back then got beaten up by the principal a lot, right? Obviously, Gojo Satoru's words did not convince them. Boom boom boom. There was a loud roar in the house, which sounded like the sound of fists and feet colliding. The windows were shattered, the beams were broken, and even the roof was about to be torn off, stirring up a cloud of dust. Maki and the others looked serious and thought secretly in their hearts. Judging from the sound, it was a battle of physical skills. Although Principal Yaga majored in the production of cursed corpses and his physical skills were not outstanding, this was not something a newcomer could challenge. I guess it won't be long before the guy named Xiaolu can no longer hold on. Boom. There was another loud noise. The house collapsed. A figure could be vaguely seen flying backwards and falling heavily on the wall. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows slightly and sighed, why are you so stubborn? If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's not shameful. Now you have lost your house. Panda, yeah, this new guy is pretty stubborn, but he's quite to my taste. Maki and Gumaki also believed that Gojo Satoru was talking about Xiaolu. They think it's amazing that Xiaolu has been able to hold on for so long. Sudden. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the smoke and dust, cursed dolls kept flying backwards, covering the ground with dust. 10, 20. Hundreds. Soon, the courtyard was filled with dolls. Looking at the cursed corpse doll with missing arms and legs falling to the ground, several people gasped. This is a doll made by the principal? They were beaten by this thing many times in the past. But at this moment, it flew out backwards like a kite with a broken string. Was all this done by that new guy? Could it be that the figure that just flew backwards was Yaga Masamichi? 2 minutes later, two figures came forward. They were Xiaolu and Yaga Masamichi. The two were seen arm in arm, and Yaga Masamichi was laughing and praising him non-stop. People who don't know would think that the two are brothers who haven't seen each other for many years. But upon closer inspection, Yaga had a black eye on his left eye, his clothes were dirty, and his steps were unsteady. On the other hand, Xiaolu was smiling the whole time, breathing steadily, without any sign of injury. In this contest, it is clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Several people didn't know what to say, and they were a little worried that Xiaolu would be beaten to death. As a result, it turned out that the one who got beaten was the principal. Ahem. Yaga Masamichi looked at everyone and said, let me introduce this to you all. This is our new student from Jujutsu High School, Xiaolu. Just now, we had a friendly exchange. It's true that young people are formidable. Let's get along well with each other in the future. Xiaolu looked at the three people who appeared in front of him and immediately recognized them. Aren't these Maki, Gojuan, and Panda? He smiled and said, 3 seniors, please take care of me in the future. The 3 of them waved together. Hello. Hello, Junior Xiaolu. They originally wanted to satisfy their desire to train freshmen as seniors, but now they have given up. If they really practice, they will probably be the ones who suffer. While the few people were talking, Yaga Masamichi pulled Gojo Satoru aside. Yaga, you little brat, why didn't you explain yourself clearly just now? You really want to see me get beaten, right? Looking at the broken dolls scattered on the ground, he felt extremely painful and regretful. After all these years of coaching, this was the first time he was in such a mess. He was actually beaten by a freshman. Oh! This is really embarrassing. Pfft! Gojo Satoru couldn't help laughing and said with his hands spread out, don't be lazy with me. I've already reminded you. But he didn't expect that Xiaolu could actually achieve this. It seems that his talent is expected to surpass Okotsu and Hikenji. I am truly an excellent teacher with a unique vision. Then Gojo Satoru interrupted the conversation and said, okay, I'm going to take Itadori and Xiaolu to arrange accommodation now, let's talk next time. Before leaving, Maki clenched his fists and looked at Lu deeply. Next time, I must have a good exchange with him. At least in terms of physical skills, I can't lose. This scene, naturally, could not escape Xiaolu's Sharingan. Xiaolu's lips curled slightly. He already had an idea of the first candidate for the Akatsuki organization. Zenon Maki, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, has a strong personality and is born with 0 spell power, so she is looked down upon by the Zenon family. Her biggest obsession is to obtain the title of first-class sorcerer and give the Zanai Yuan family a good slap in the face. We can start from this aspect. What are you daydreaming about? Go and check out the dormitory. Gojo Satoru urged. Along the way, Itadori instantly turned into a little fanboy. Xiaolu, can I live next to you? Xiaolu, can you teach me some taijutsu? Xiaolu, tell me how you beat up Uncle Yaga just now. Yaga Masamichi, who was about to return to the house, staggered and almost fell when he heard this. Hiss! This young man has no sense of propriety. He didn't use any light or heavy hands. But to be honest, he was the one who showed mercy, and it was Xiaolu who gave the way out. Looking at Xiaolu's departing figure, he fell into deep thought. What is the origin of this kid? In addition to the spell that cannot be attacked, even the physical skills are completely overwhelming. Could it be that he is a genius from the big 3 sorcerer families? Yaga shook his head. For now, he still had to deal with the matter of Sukuna container Itadori. After all, the pressure from the top management was too great. Even if Gojo Satoru is here, there's no guarantee those old guys won't do something. As for Xiaolu's identity, let Irishko and Iori Utahim investigate. Chapter 7 Iron Lady, Wild Rose. A few days later, Shibuya Harajuku. This is the symbol of Tokyo's fashion, where commerce, entertainment, and transportation are the most developed. It is also a paradise for young people, with the streets full of glamorous young men and women. Outside the subway station, 3 people leaned against the iron railings with some boredom. Itadori held a popsicle in his hand and looked at Fushiguro Megami. Including this person, there are only 4 sorcerers in the 1st grade. Isn't that too few? After saying that, he took a sip of the mint popsicle. Fushiguro Megami remained aloof. There are only so few sorcerers, just get used to it. It would be strange if the streets were full of sorcerers. At this point, Fushiguro Megami's face darkened. Those who fight against cursed spirits for the purpose of protecting others are called sorcerers, while those who use curses to harm others for selfish purposes are called curse masters. Xiaolu, who was standing next to her, had dark circles under her eyes and looked listless, almost falling asleep while standing. That's right, he has been suffering from insomnia for several days since he came to the world of spells. Alas, this is the trouble of being familiar with your own bed. He naturally knew who he was going to pick up this time. Iron Lady, Nobara Kuchisaki. Itadori sighed, as expected of Xiaolu, he can even fall asleep while standing. Is this part of the reason for his strong strength? Fushiguro Megami patted Itadori's head and said, "You are hopeless. Xiaolu must have suffered a lot in private to be so powerful." He thought that Xiaolu was so sleepy because she must have secretly stayed up late to practice physical training these days. He is so diligent, I must learn from him. People passing by all looked at the three people with strange eyes, but fortunately, they were thick-skinned enough and didn't care at all. Sorry for the wait. Gojo Satoru walked out of the subway exit, holding a few boxes of desserts in his hands. Oh, looks like you've got your custom-made school uniforms. Not bad, looks pretty cool. Except Xiaolu, who was about to fall asleep. The size is right, but why are everyone's clothes different? Itadori was a little confused. Especially himself, the color of his clothes is different, and there is a red hat on the back. Xiaolu's clothes are even more different from those of the others. The sleeves were loose, not tight, and there were strange fire clouds embroidered on them. This was his special request. The clothes are very similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, and the loose sleeves can hide a lot of things. For example, hidden weapons such as kunai. Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "Actually, you can make requests." Hey? Itadori touched his head, "But I don't think I made any request." Gojo Satoru squeezed in between the others and said with a grin, "I was the one who suggested this. What do you think? Isn't it very handsome and suits your hair color?" Itadori nodded thoughtfully. It does match well, but he thinks Xiaolu's clothes are better looking, with the sense of mystery of a master. In the past few days, although I didn't learn any methods to become stronger from Xiaolu, I heard many stories about martial arts. I learned from Xiaolu that it was a story about an ancient eastern country, and it seemed that Xiaolu also came from there. Gojo Satoru squeezed Xiaolu's shoulder. "Hi, Xiaolu, this is your student ID." Xiaolu took the card, which contained relevant information about him. A freshman, a 4th-level sorcerer. Gojo Satoru explained, "With your strength, you can even be a 1st-level sorcerer, but you have just entered school, and if you want to be promoted, you need to take an assessment in front of the teacher. By the way, the higher the level of the sorcerer, the higher the reward for each mission completed." Xiaolu nodded. There was no difference between a 4th-level sorcerer and a 1st-level sorcerer to him. If he could become a teacher, it would be more advantageous for him to poach people. In the past few days, he left marks of divine power space everywhere in the magic school to facilitate teleportation at any time. At the same time, a bald scout was looking for passers-by on the street who had the potential to become a star. This is a beautiful and well-shaped young lady passing by, and the bald scout immediately approached her to chat with her. This scene was also seen by Kuchisaki Nobara, who had just got off the subway. Her eyes lit up and she quickened her pace and walked up. The talent scout greeted him politely, rubbed his hands and smiled, "Miss, you have great qualifications. Are you interested in becoming a star?" The young lady waved her hands impatiently to refuse, saying that she was not interested in being a star. The entertainment industry is always in chaos no matter which country it is from. Hey! Don't leave in such a hurry. How about being a model? You have great potential. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. After being ruthlessly rejected, the talent scout breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a powerful female voice came over. "Hey, uncle, what do you think of me?" The one who spoke was Nobara Kuchisaki. The talent scout uncle just took a look and shook his head politely. Although she is very good looking, her temperament is obviously not related to being a star. Moreover, there seemed to be a sense of dominance in his words, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. It's better to get rid of her quickly. Well, I'm in a hurry too. After saying that, the scout uncle turned around and ran away. Hello. Wild Rose was speechless. What the hell? Am I really that scary? Seeing this scene, Xiaolu found it a little funny. She is indeed Sister Hammer. She is more domineering than I imagined, but seems to be prettier, a short-haired, heroic beauty. Itatari, Is she the person we are going to pick up? I'm a bit socially anxious, so you should say hello to her later, Fushijiro. Fushijiro Megami glanced at Itatari with disdain. No one can be as socially phobic as you, Itatari. At this time, Gojo Satoru waved and shouted, "Hey, over here!" Nobara Kuchisaki turned her head and saw 4 men leaning against the iron railing in front of her, all of them with their hands in their pockets, in various postures. And the tall man wearing a white eye mask was waving at him. The corner of her mouth twitched. Why did it feel like these people were posing? Did they think they were a boy band? Itatari said enthusiastically, "My name is Itatari Yuji, I'm from Sendai, please take care of me. My name is Fushijiro Megami." After saying that, Fushijiro Megami turned his head away, looking very cool. "Hello, Xiaolu." At this moment, Xiaolu is thinking about how to recruit her into the Akatsuki organization. Wild Rose put one hand on her waist, tucked her short orange hair behind her ear, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. This guy in the red hat is actually holding an empty popsicle in his hand. It smells earthy. He must have eaten his own boogers when he was a kid, right? Fushijiro Megami? He's acting cool with his spiky hair. Does he think he's cool? What a self-righteous guy. The last guy is pretty handsome and pleasing to the eye, but what's with those eye-catching dark circles? I heard from Sister Sayori that she has dark circles under her eyes because she thinks about CC all the time. She has to be careful with her beauty. With just a glance, she had already given scores to several people. She held her forehead with one hand and sighed, "I'm in such a mess." Seeing the atmosphere was a little subtle, Gojo Satoru coughed lightly and said, "Welcome our classmate Kuchisaki to join us. Our loving family of spells has one more member. Let's have a good time in Tokyo. The school will reimburse the expenses." When they heard that they could go sightseeing in Tokyo, the styles of paintings of Nobara Kuchisaki and Itatari suddenly changed into cute and bouncy little figures, spinning in circles happily. Fushijiro Megami looked like he had lost all hope in life. The day passed quickly and the sun was setting. Evening, Roppongi. Outside a building shrouded in black air and filled with curses. Gojo Satoru, the area around here has been sealed off. No one else will come in. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. Ah! Is there a curse here? Itatari, who was still immersed in playing, looked confused. Kuchisaki Nobara was somewhat speechless. No way? There's actually a newcomer. Itatari looked up and immediately understood. Gojo Satoru smiled and explained, "Itatari's situation is a bit special. Officially speaking, this is also his first time taking the test, just like you. What about Xiaolu? He should be a newbie as well, right?" Kuchisaki Nobara looked at Xiaolu. To be precise, Xiaolu is also a novice, but he cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes." Just as Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the phone rang. After answering the call, his face looked slightly gloomy. "I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. A special cursed spirit is suspected to have appeared in Tokyo. No one in the entire hospital survived." At this point, he turned his gaze towards Xiaolu and said in a rare serious tone, "Listen carefully, after entering this building, all of you must obey Xiaolu's command." Then he leaned closer and whispered, "This time we are mainly testing Nobara Kuchisaki and Itatari. Please don't take action unless it is necessary. Please, Xiaolu-jun, I'll treat you to Zijifu later." After leaving these words, he disappeared on the spot. In Gojo Satoru's heart, Xiaolu is no longer a student, but a powerful sorcerer who can stand on his own. Ding! Trigger life choice. Task Option 1, refuse Gojo Satoru's instructions, go up and kill all the cursed spirits quickly, then go back to the dormitory to sleep. Reward, random B-level ninjutsu of Naruto. Task Option 2, lust and martial arts, before going upstairs to kill the cursed spirit, forcefully kiss Nobara Kuchisaki. Reward, A-level cursed tool, demon slaying knife. Task Option 3, accept Gojo Satoru's instructions and kill the hidden powerful curse spirit alone. Reward, open the system store. Chapter 8, Revolving Lantern? It doesn't exist. After a little thought, Xiaolu chose 3. I don't even want to learn B-level ninjutsu, and maybe I can directly buy better ninjutsu after opening them all? Forget about forcefully kissing Nobara Kuchisaki. It's no different from courting death. It's better to take things slow in your relationship if you are being chased for 10 blocks. In fact, it's just that the things the system gave him weren't enough. If it was enough to impress him, he. What? You actually asked us to listen to Xiaolu, when we are all newbies. Kuchisaki Nobara said, somewhat unconvinced. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi had no objection at all. After all, they had seen how powerful Xiaolu was. After choosing the task, Xiaolu frowned. According to the original plot, there would be no special curse spirit appearing at this time. But now, Gojo Satoru has been sent away. However, he immediately remembered one thing: the world of curse would maintain balance to a certain extent. For example, the birth of Gojo Satoru broke the balance, causing the curse spirits to become increasingly powerful in recent years. It's like a balance scale. Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by my own time travel has once again broken the balance of this scale? Xiaolu swept his eyes across the building filled with black air. This way, there might be more than just one level 2 cursed spirit inside. What's wrong, dear teacher Xiaolu? If you are scared, just hide behind me. I will protect you. Nobara Kuchisaki put her hands on Xiaolu's shoulders, acting like a big sister. Xiaolu was not to be outdone. Dear sister Qiangui, remember to follow the teacher's steps closely, don't be scared and cry. Kuchisaki Nobara blushed. Who is your sister? Xiaolu looked at Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro, your injury has not healed yet, wait downstairs. But... Fushiguro Megumi wanted to speak, but Xiaolu pushed him down on the chair. Don't force yourself. You just recovered, and if a lone cursed spirit escapes, you'll have to intercept it. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi nodded in agreement. Really? Why do you all have such a strong sense of responsibility? Am I too superficial? Xiaolu shook his head helplessly. Inside the building, it was dark. The 3 of them walked together in the corridor filled with garbage and stench. Da-da-da. All the doors and windows were locked by spell power, causing the footsteps of the 3 people to echo continuously. Nobara Kuchisaki walked in front with a somewhat depressed look on her face. It's so annoying. On my first day in Tokyo, I have to deal with disgusting cursed spirits, and even get called sister. It's so embarrassing. Itadori, move left and squat. Xiaolu said suddenly. Ah. Although it was a bit confusing, Itadori still did as he was told and squatted down. Wild Rose was a little confused. What's going on? Why are you suddenly? She hadn't finished her words yet. Bang! The wall exploded instantly, and a tentacle filled with black energy shot out. The location is exactly where Itadori was just now. The cursed spirit was very cunning. After its attack failed, it immediately retracted its tentacles and disappeared without a trace. Itadori was sweating profusely. If this attack had hit him, he would have been pierced directly. Xiaolu, thank you for the reminder. Kuchisaki Nobara stared at Xiaolu curiously. How did you predict that? Now, she seemed to understand why Gojo Satoru wanted them to obey Xiaolu's command. If it were her, she would not be able to detect the crisis just now. Damn it! This feeling of being out of control is so annoying, I must become stronger. Xiaolu, who was well prepared, activated his Manjiki Sharingan the moment he came in. As expected, the entire building was filled with traces of cursed power. Such a large scale is definitely not something that a mere second-level cursed spirit can leave behind. And suddenly, a strong wave of magical power came from the other side of the wall. This is obviously a sign of an attack. This is the meticulous observation power of the Sharingan. Nothing can escape these eyes. Keep going and find this cunning cursed spirit. Then, Xiaolu said with a wicked smile, for safety reasons, Sister Qiangwei, please stay close to the teacher. This time, Nobara Kuchisaki didn't say anything, but just pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and came to Xiaolu in a depressed mood. Although she was very angry, she still knew the importance of the matter. Seeing the usually tough Wild Rose acting like this, Xiaolu's lips curled up slightly. Several people came to the second floor. A cursed spirit that looked like a praying mantis with bulging eyes was guarding the stairs. When he saw several people breaking in, he instantly went berserk and his eyes almost popped out. Intruders! Kill! Kill them all! Xiaolu took a step back. There was no need for him to take action against the small fish curse spirit. Brush! At the critical moment, Itadori swung his knife suddenly and cut off the tail of the cursed spirit. The weapon in his hand was the cursed tool that Gojo Satoru had lent him before, the Demon Slayer. Hey! Ugly thing, look over here! Kuchisaki Nobara came around to the side, holding 3 nails with magical power in her hands, and she hammered back. When blue cursed power suddenly appeared, and 3 nails moved at an extremely fast speed, nailing the cursed spirit to the wall. She is heroic and has the demeanor of a female general. Bang! The cursed spirit struggled for a few times before exploding into a bloody mist. Itadori, amazing! 3 nails easily killed the cursed spirit. Nobara Kuchisaki put one hand on her waist and raised her fair chin, like a proud white swan. How about it, would you consider becoming my little brother? After saying that, she did not forget to raise her eyebrows at Xiaolu, as if to say, I am not a weak woman, don't look down on me. Sure enough, she is still the big sister in my impression, a wild woman who never gives in. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of a child crying. Judging from the sound, we are on the 3rd floor. At the same time, disgusting green slime kept dripping from the ceiling. Roar, roar, roar. 4 or 5 huge cursed spirits were half hanging upside down on the ceiling like geckos. You two, take care of these cursed spirits first. I'll go save the child up there. After saying that, Kuchisaki Nobara ran towards the 3rd floor. Xiaolu encouraged, Itadori, it's time to hone your skills. If you can crush them, you will be the strongest. Itadori Yuji, a sunny boy with a strong sense of justice and responsibility. But it was precisely because of his character that he watched his teammates die one by one during the Shibuya incident. But he was powerless to do anything and was almost on the verge of collapse. It is tragic to have no strong power but to bear a huge burden. Take this opportunity to train him well. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. Itadori's body was slightly hunched, his eyes determined. The figure of his grandfather rang in his mind, and he remembered the conversation between Yagama-samichi that day. The most important thing is what Xiaolu said, as long as you are strong enough, you can make all the conspiracies disappear and protect the people around you. Otherwise, everything is just self-touching words. At this moment, Itadori's eyes were burning with fighting spirit and his body was shaking with excitement. Zine! Itadori roared and charged into the group of cursed spirits. They are all small cursed spirits, nothing will happen as long as he is watching over them. After dealing with them, he will immediately teleport to the third floor with his divine power. This building is likely to hide a first-class cursed spirit, or even a special-class cursed spirit. Nobara Kuchisaki might be in danger. Third floor. In an empty room, there were several corpses of cursed spirits with holes pierced in their chests lying on the ground. Kuchisaki Nobara successfully rescued the child, but was surrounded by several cursed spirits. She was panting heavily, and had been cornered by the cursed spirit sect. These cursed spirits with no facial features and shaped like clay figures are actually all hidden in those dolls. Damn it! These cursed spirits are obviously much stronger than the one on the second floor. Can I really handle them? However, if she doesn't defeat these cursed spirits, she and the child who fainted beside her will surely die. There are at least 4 or 5 cursed spirits on the second floor. It is impossible for Xiaolu and Atadori to finish them off so quickly. The iron gate was clearly in front of her, but she felt it was so far away. The cursed spirit had already blocked her way out of the room. Are you going to fight alone? Soon. A cursed spirit squirmed and pounced on them. She swung the hammer with all her might, piercing the body of the cursed spirit. Then he gritted his teeth, squeezed out his remaining strength, and shot out 3 nails. But she was exhausted, and the speed and accuracy of the nails she hit dropped significantly, so the cursed spirits that were besieging her easily dodged them. It's over. Am I going to die at the hands of the cursed spirit? I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't even know what love feels like. Most importantly, I haven't met Sister Sayori yet. Nobara Kuchisaki had a dazed look on her face, and many scenes appeared before her eyes. She saw the thing that left the deepest impression on her mind. Sister Sayori's beautiful figure left him, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Is this a revolving lantern? Just then. Whoosh! The air rippled, and Xiaolu descended with a vortex. Chapter 9 Akatsuki member, Nobara Kuchisaki. In the whirlpool, Xiaolu's figure slowly emerged. It looks like you've run into some serious trouble. Xiaolu patted her cheek and said calmly, Hey, don't think about your sister Sayori, deal with the cursed spirit in front of you first. It was obvious from the perspective of her buttocks that she was caught in an illusion of a revolving lantern. The annoying revolving lantern in the Jujutsu Kaisen. Luckily I arrived in time. Dust? Wild Rose wiped away the tears from her eyes and looked at Xiaolu in disbelief. How did you get in? The door in front was still locked and there was no sign that the window was open. Could it be that he appeared out of thin air? Looking at the figure standing in front of me, although it is not that generous, I feel safe. No. How could this annoying guy know that I was thinking about Sister Sayori? Could it be that he knows Sister Sayori? At this time, several cursed spirits pounced on him at the same time. Xiaolu focused his left eye, and as the Sharingan pattern rotated, it emitted a dazzling red light. The space around a cursed spirit's head was twisted, and the entire head was directly broken by an irresistible force. Like a bursting watermelon, blood splattered all over the ground. Thump! The headless body fell down. Wild Rose, her beautiful eyes widened. What kind of spell is this? Kill instantly? What happened just now? The cursed spirit's head was separated in the blink of an eye. Open the door, open. To deal with these cursed spirits, there is no need to open the Shiu gate. Xiaolu snatched the hammer from Nobara Kuchisaki's hand and charged into the group of cursed spirits with a sly grin. Hey! My hammer is wrong. Be careful of the danger. There are 5 cursed spirits on the opposite side. Will he be okay if he just rushes in like this? Even more impulsive than myself. Kuchisaki Nobara, who was a little worried at first, stopped talking the next second. I saw a layer of blood-colored curse power attached to the surface of the hammer. Xiaolu's body moved swiftly and swiftly, the wind from her hammer whistled, and she easily solved the cursed spirits that had forced her into a desperate situation like killing a chicken. Wow, So awesome. His physical skills are far superior to mine. I didn't expect that my hammer could be used like this. Is it so powerful? Kill one cursed spirit with one hammer? No. Just now Xiaolu seemed to have killed two with one hammer. Soon, as the last cursed spirit's head exploded, the room fell into deathly silence. Xiaolu took out two tissues and considerately wiped the blood off the surface of the hammer. I give it back to you. It's quite convenient. Nobara Kuchisaki took her hammer in a daze. You are really just a freshman. Is this really just a novice? She wouldn't believe it even if you beat her to death. With the ability he just showed, it would be enough for him to be a teacher, right? Could it be that Xiaolu likes to play the role of a pig and eat the tiger? Inside the room, Kuchisaki Nobara held her chin and circled around Xiaolu, looking at her carefully. Xiaolu was speechless and took out his student ID card from his pocket. Yes, look carefully, this is a first-year student at the Spell Art Academy, a fourth-level sorcerer, a genuine one. He leaned over and looked at the wild rose for a long time before he was sure that Xiaolu had not lied to him. But after confirming his identity, it became even more exaggerated. What a monster! He is only a fourth-level sorcerer, but he can easily kill so many second-level cursed spirits. Really, it's too strong. Humph! She suddenly put her hands on her hips and frowned, pushing Xiaolu into a corner and looking at him closely. Tell me. How did you know about Sister Sayori? She has never mentioned Sister Sayori to anyone, and Sister Sayori doesn't have any male friends. The two faces were only 20 centimeters apart. The breath of both parties hit each other's faces, feeling a little itchy. Damn! I just came here a few days ago and was pushed against the wall by Wild Rose. But fortunately, he has 10,000 excuses and brags without thinking. Xiaolu raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to his eyes. I can see your past and future. Is this true? Kuchisaki Nobara fixed her gaze on Xiaolu's scarlet pupils. For a moment, I felt my heart pounding, and feelings of fear, foreboding, and grief surged into my heart. She covered her chest and took several steps back. Ha ha ha! Nobara Kuchisaki was sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. Just looking at each other for a second made her feel as if she was falling into an endless abyss. What scary eyes, as if there is a devil hidden inside. Are you telling the truth? Then, what about my future? Having said this, she bit her red lips. From the moment she decided to become a sorcerer, she never thought about having a good ending. I just don't know if I can meet Sister Sayori. Xiaolu knew that the opportunity to poach people had come. Just now, he actually used a little bit of illusion. That's right, during these few days, he gradually mastered the unique illusion of the Sharingan. Although it's not as perverted as Atakist Tsukuyomi, it's good enough. Moreover, Xiaolu believed that this pair of Sharingan still had many functions waiting to be developed. He walked forward slowly. Your future is not going well. Your beloved Sister Sayori is not here. That's enough. Nobara Kuchisaki covered her ears tightly, not wanting to listen anymore. Xiaolu could know Sister Sayori out of thin air. It seems that his eyes really have the ability to predict the future. But she didn't dare to listen anymore. In fact, he did not lie. The endings of the sorcerers in Jujutsu Kaisen were not very good, and Nobara Kuchisaki was no exception. She was unable to meet Sayori in the end. Looking at Wild Rose's changing expression, Xiaolu said, I can predict the future, so I can also change my fate, but... This time, it was Xiaolu's turn to force her into a corner. Seeing Xiaolu staring at her with ill intentions, Kuchisaki Nobara blushed rarely. What do you want to do? I will not give in for an illusory future. Xiaolu's mouth twitched. Is he that kind of person? Xiaolu lifted her chin. Join Akatsuki and I will change your fate. Akatsuki. Nobara Kuchisaki was puzzled. She had never heard of it. The so-called Xiao also means dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people, and maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Xiaolu put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said passionately. After a round of pua. Yanggui stared at Xiaolu in surprise. Really, is he as righteous and selfless as he says? How? You know, the price of changing one's fate is very high. I might even go blind. And you don't have to do anything. The system only asked for people to join Xiao, and there were no other requirements. But at the very least, members of Akatsuki must join willingly, otherwise it will definitely not count. This is also the reason why he did not use illusion directly to control her mind. Wild Rose fell into deep thought. Does this count as a betrayal of the school of Jutsu? Probably not, right? After all, Xiaolu just said that she didn't need to leave the school, but had to obey the orders of the Akatsuki organization first. This annoying guy, isn't he afraid of going to school and telling tales? But, when I think about my unsatisfactory future, and not being able to meet Sister Sayori. Damn it! He actually got me. Still a tight grip. Xiaolu smiled and held out her hand. Welcome to join us, Xiao. Your future will be bright. A few seconds later, snap. Wild Rose's palm slapped Xiaolu's palm. Since then, Akatsuki has one more person. The mission to establish the Akatsuki organization has finally taken a big step forward. The eternal kaleidoscope seemed to be waving to him. Wild Rose, how many people are there in that Akatsuki organization? Xiaolu awkwardly held up 2 fingers. For now, it's just you and me. Tisk, so you were a lone commander before this. I thought you were very powerful when I heard your name. Xiaolu, there will be more and more in the future, and you will be a veteran. Bang! At this time, Itadori kicked open the iron door. Sorry to bother you. He gasped and immediately slammed the door shut. At this moment, the two realized that their postures towards each other were somewhat ambiguous. Before Wild Rose could kick him, Xiaolu gracefully moved away to avoid the attack. After a long while, Itadori came in with an awkward smile. He. As expected of Xiaolu, he can even be as tough as Wild Rose. Before Itadori could finish his words, he was kicked away by Kuchisaki Nobara. Itadori touched his numb butt and stood up with difficulty. Let's go, the cursed spirits here should be cleared up. Kuchisaki Nobara picked up the fainted child in her hands and prepared to leave. Leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As soon as Xiaolu finished speaking, the whole building began to shake violently. No less than a major earthquake. Through the Sharingan, one can see that the cursed energy in the air is getting thicker and thicker, and is beginning to riot. Haha, special grade. He looked at Itadori and Kyangwei. Special grade is not something you can handle, take the child and jump out of the window immediately. Special. Itadori looked shocked, but what will you do if we leave? Let's go, don't hold him back. Kuchisaki Nobara glanced deeply at Xiaolu, who had a calm expression. My future is in your hands, please don't die here. Itadori was even more confused. Wait. Isn't this progress too fast? It's only been a short while, and even the future is being entrusted to us. Chapter 10, Hidden Special Grade Curse Spirit. Crash. Following Kuchisaki Nobara, he climbed out the window. I'll give you the butcher's seat. Be careful. Itadori looked at him deeply and jumped down. The whole building began to shake violently. Spider-like cracks appeared on the walls, huge concrete boulders kept falling from overhead, and the entire room was falling apart. Xiaolu looked down at his feet with a smile on his face, letting the gravel submerge him. The weakening of divine might is a passive state. At this moment, he is no longer in this space and is naturally not affected. At the same time, downstairs. What's going on? Fushiguro Megami hurriedly stood up and looked at the two people falling out of the window. Where are the Xiaolu people? Itadori looked up worriedly. He said, there's a special grade cursed spirit hiding inside, let's run first. What? Special grade cursed spirit? Fushiguro Megami looked horrified. What on earth was going on? Didn't Gojo Satoru say before that the situation here is just right for us to handle? But how to deal with this special grade cursed spirit? Boom! The entire building collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. The three of them retreated quickly. Underground, a gigantic worm opened its mouth and swallowed the entire building. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for several people to breathe. The worm was nearly 100 meters long, with pale human faces growing on both sides of its head. Its back was also covered with countless tentacles. It looks a bit like hell swallowing a tentacle monster. Xiaolu! The three shouted at the same time. Kojisaki Nobara, tightly grasping the hammer in her hand, Xiaolu, don't die. I won't help you clean up the mess of the Akatsuki organization. Itadori. Contact the school and ask the teacher to come and help. Fushiguro Megami summoned two jade dogs to his side. Xiaolu was indeed very strong, but now that he and the entire building had been swallowed up, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. This cursed spirit is of special grade. We have not yet seen the domain it has created. No. The cursed spirit's birthplace is right in its belly. In this case, Xiaolu's safety might be in jeopardy. This is bad. By the time the teachers come to support us, I am afraid the opportunity will be lost. Just when everyone felt powerless, a vortex appeared out of nowhere on the tilted billboard, and Xiaolu stepped firmly on it. Looking at the three people standing there in a daze, he said, you should at least stay away from them. After all, this is a special grade cursed spirit. As his voice fell, the three of them turned their heads suddenly and looked. Oh my god! Xiaolu? When did he run onto the billboard? The entire building was swallowed up. Stay away! Xiaolu looked at the huge curse spirit in front of him and sneered. Was it the one that launched the sneak attack on the first floor before? Why would a guy this big learn anything else but to be the sixth one and launch a sneak attack? Right now, it must be getting angry after seeing all its subordinates being killed? Kill it! The system's mission is accomplished. Don't be impulsive, Lu. To be safe, let's wait for the teachers to come. They should be here soon. Fushiguro Megami analyzed calmly. Judging from the previous conversation with Sukuna, Xiaolu's strength should be comparable to that of a first-level sorcerer. Logically speaking, a first-level sorcerer can contend with a special-level cursed spirit. But Xiaolu is a freshman after all, and lacks experience. Without teacher Gojo Satoru present, the risk is still too great. Wait for Meimei, Nanami, and the others to come, wouldn't it be nice to attack together? Xiaolu's eyes darkened slightly when he heard these words. As expected of the usually calm Fushiguro Megami, he actually chose to call for help immediately. But this is not a good thing for him. The system requires him to deal with this cursed spirit alone. If it's a group fight, then there won't be any reward? No, we have to kill this special curse spirit before the teachers arrive. The first-level sorcerer is competing against the special-level curse spirit, so it's a good opportunity to see what stage I'm at. Kojisaki Nobara was anxious. Idiot. Stop trying to be a hero. The huge body of the cursed spirit blew away the fences and cars on the ground, and no grass grew wherever it passed. Its target was Xiaolu. As a special class, it could see that this human was the only threat to it. Kill him, and the rest will be lambs to be slaughtered. At the same time, its tail began to wriggle, and white silk instantly blocked the entire area. Larvae continued to emerge from the ground and rushed towards Itadori and the other two. Oh no! The whole area is blocked by cursed spirits. Fushiguro Megami, with his hands in a seal, shouted, Man Xiang! A pink elephant fell from the sky. Bang! The ground shook violently, and this powerful blow killed many of the surrounding curse larvae. To deal with such a large number of cursed spirits, the Manchu elephant with large-scale attacks is undoubtedly the best choice. Kojisaki Nobara's eyes were sharp, and she hammered the steel needle, piercing the row of larvae in front of her. Resonance. Following her loud shout, the hammer engraved with a pink love heart hit the straw doll in her left hand hard. When the larvae that were hit by the nails were instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Itadori, who has not yet learned the Black Flash, can only transform into a primitive man and fight the cursed larvae in hand-to-hand combat. Damn it! There's no way to kill all these larvae, let alone help Xiaolu. You mustn't get into any trouble. The three of them looked up at Xiaolu, who was standing still, feeling extremely worried. They could only hope that the teachers would come soon. Roar! The special grade cursed spirit opened its mouth wide enough to swallow an entire building and rushed towards Xiaolu, while countless tentacles from its back shot straight at it. Boom boom boom! The billboard was instantly crushed into powder by the overwhelming tentacles. The ground collapsed because it could not bear the huge body. Every attack of the special grade curse spirit can cause tremendous power. However, all the attacks went straight through Liu's body without causing any damage. Xiaolu jumped up and came directly above the cursed spirit, using the butcher magic in his hand to draw a shocking scar on its body. Sizzle! The green blood spurted dozens of meters, like fruit juice bursting. Open the door! Red energy and blood surged throughout Xiaolu's body, her long hair moved without wind, and the blood vessels on her forehead bulged. With his strength and speed greatly increased, he stepped directly on the back of the cursed spirit, swinging the knife-like cursed tool in his hand at high speed. The hand speed of single 20 is fully reflected at this moment. Xiaolu cut off all the tentacles on the back of the cursed spirit like cutting fruit. Tentacles or something, get out of here. It must be said that among the special grade cursed spirits, the larger ones are often easier to deal with. This cursed spirit must have devoured a lot of humans and has just entered the special grade ranks. This is a lie, isn't it? Is Xiaolu so brave? He actually stepped on the back of a special grade cursed spirit and hacked at it. Also, isn't Xiaolu's sword-swinging speed too fast? It's almost like an afterimage. I'm afraid that with just physical skills, he can squeeze into the ranks of first-class sorcerers. Is this his true strength? The three of them were dumbfounded at this moment. They were all first-year students, so why was there such a big gap? No. It's not that they are weak, but Xiaolu is abnormally strong. Unforgivable. The special grade curse spirit was completely enraged. Its tail stopped releasing larvae and after a while of changes, it condensed into a head. The heads at both ends drove the huge body and attacked Xiaolu at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Attack from both sides. Xiaolu, be careful behind you. Fushiguro shouted a warning. Bang! The two ends collided fiercely, and the huge shock wave blew the three people to the ground like a tsunami. Xiaolu! Kojisaki Nobara's pupils were bloodshot as she screamed. In their eyes, Xiaolu did not avoid the pincer attack. This was almost a full-strength attack from a special-grade cursed spirit. Even thick steel would be crushed, let alone Xiaolu's physical body. The special curse spirit seemed to be unsatisfied and struck violently several times again. Squash it! Squash it into meat patties and feed it to the dogs, he he he. I'm sorry to disappoint you. A cold voice sounded in Zhou Ling's ears. Not dead yet. The human faces responsible for speaking on both sides of the curse spirit's head asked in confusion. In the sky, a pitch-black crow was hovering, and no one noticed its presence. Chapter 11. The special curse spirit is about to explode. At the same time, not far from the battle site of Xiaolu, Ijishi drives a black car, performing a game of speed and passion. The car was going very fast, but the people in the car were extremely anxious. What a pity, I'm afraid it's more dangerous than safe. A mature and royal sister's voice broke the stiff atmosphere. Mei Mei was wrapped in a black windbreaker, which could not hide her graceful curves. She crossed her legs lazily, and her pale blue hair covered half of her pretty face. Just now, she saw the battle situation of Xiaolu and others clearly through the crow's shared vision. You mean, all those little bastards in the first grade met with an accident? Nanamai wiped her combat glasses, her anger barely concealed in her calm tone. Mei Mei slowly closed her eyes. The genius that Yaga mentioned has met with an accident, but the others may be able to catch up. Whether it was through Yaga Masamika's oral narration or the vision shared by Crow just now, it was an eye-opener for her. The new guy named Xiaolu is indeed incredibly talented. Ah, it's a pity to have such a handsome little brother. Ijishi, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This time, Lord Yaga specifically instructed that Xiaolu and others must be rescued. It can be seen that what Yaga Masamichi cares about most is the newcomer named Xiaolu. But Mei Mei just said that Xiaolu had met with an accident, and she didn't know whether the principal would be furious if he knew about it. How damned! How could two special-grade cursed spirits appear at the same time out of nowhere? If Gojo Satoru hadn't been sent away, how could Xiaolu and the others have been in danger? What's the difference between letting freshmen fight against special-grade cursed spirits and sending them to their deaths? Mr. Ijishi, hurry up, so I can get the principal's money after saving them. Yes. Miss Mei Mei. Ijishi stepped on the accelerator, and the car turned into black lightning, running on the road. Just as Itadori and his companions were grieving, a figure appeared in front of them intact. This person is Xiaolu. With his appearance, Itadori, Fushiguro Megami, and Nobara Kujisaki, along with the special-grade cursed spirits, were all stunned. Itadori rubbed his eyes and said, "Am I seeing things right? Xiaolu is actually fine." After such a violent collision, Xiaolu was completely unharmed. Moreover, he had a smile on his face, a playful expression, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. It was as if the attack just now had no effect on him at all. Fushiguro Megami breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how he avoided the fatal blow, he was glad that he was okay. Nobara Kujisaki lowered her head and said nothing, her hair disheveled, her expression unrecognizable, but her trembling red lips revealed her uneasy mood at the moment. This damn BD! Why does he always like to make people worry? Impossible! How come you're fine? The cursed spirit roared in disbelief. With his divine might, he certainly wouldn't receive any harm at all. Long before, with the observation ability of the Sharingan, he had anticipated the attack from behind. So, at that moment he stopped attacking. The characteristic of Shinwei's virtualization, as long as he doesn't attack, anything will pass through his body. On the contrary, if he attacks, his body will become solid. Once he is in the virtual state, even an all-round attack with no blind spots can do nothing to him. However, there is also a tough way to crack it, which is a saturation attack that lasts for 5 minutes. Although the kaleidoscope is powerful, it also has its limits. Under the continuous saturation attack, the maximum time he can maintain the virtual state is 5 minutes. If it exceeds 5 minutes, it will reach its limit. The cursed spirit who didn't believe in evil once again attacked Xiaolu. Let's stop playing house here. During the process of becoming virtual just now, he had already discovered the weakness of this special-grade cursed spirit. Facing the bloody mouth, Xiaolu focused his left eye, aiming at the middle of its body. The space twisted and vortex ripples appeared within the cursed spirit's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, a blood hole exploded. The huge body of the cursed spirit suddenly froze, and then twitched wildly. Xiaolu's figure flashed, and he instantly came to the blood hole, pulled out his hand and dug it out. A caterpillar with a human face the size of a fist was tightly held in the hand. Xiaolu's large hands were like an iron clamp, making it impossible to break free no matter how hard it struggled. Ahem, let me go, sly sorcerer. The human-faced caterpillar was terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did he find out that I was hiding here? Even if he had a guess, shouldn't he have gone for the head? Xiaolu couldn't help laughing when looking at the fist-sized curse spirit in front of him. He didn't expect that such a small thing was hidden under the huge appearance. Just like driving a mecha, the driver was forcibly pulled out and the huge body of the cursed spirit stopped moving. Xiaolu kept increasing the strength in his hands, and the pale face turned red, with his eyeballs bulging as if they were about to explode. The moment it was caught by Xiaolu, it was doomed to die. No, let me go. I was once a human being, with old parents and children. I was forcibly transformed into this. I will never eat humans again. Spare my life. That human face burst into tears and actually started begging for mercy. Xiaolu was puzzled. Can all top-level cursed spirits speak so fluently? They can even play the emotional card? Haha, I'm a little moved by what you said, but how can I get the reward if I don't kill you? Use your right hand suddenly. Crack. First there was the sound of a bone breaking, and then the entire head was instantly crushed. Xiaolu threw the headless corpse away, and the huge cursed spirit shell under his feet expanded rapidly like a balloon. He warned the three people below, FK. This thing is going to explode, stay away. Oh. Itatari and the others looked dazed, and retreated sluggishly. They hadn't come to their senses yet, and Xiaolu had just solved the special cursed spirit? How did he know that the real body of the cursed spirit was hidden in the body? Suddenly, someone tapped Fushiguro Megami on the shoulder. Teacher Nanami, Teacher Meimei, you are here. Itatari and Kyangwei also looked curiously at the man and woman behind them. Nanami Kento said calmly, well, although I hate working overtime, my students are in trouble, but as a teacher I have to have some sense of responsibility. Meimei held a giant axe in her hand and took enchanting steps, twisting her hips exaggeratedly while walking. With every step, the light blue braid in front of her face would swing like a swing. Da-da-da. The high heels made an elegant and crisp sound when hitting the ground. Nanami, why are you still standing there? Go get the principal's money after the fight. Nanami held her forehead with her hand. Was she doing this to save the students or for the money? You stay here. If Xiaolu's body is still intact, I will bring it back. After hearing this, Itatari and the other two all looked puzzled. Hey? Xiaolu's body? Did the teachers misunderstand something? Itatari quickly explained that Xiaolu seems to be fine, and you guys better not go over there for now, the cursed spirit is about to explode. Fushiguro Megami and Kuchisaki Nobara also nodded in unison and pointed at the cursed spirit that was growing larger and larger. Meimei and Nanami stopped at the same time and looked at the huge cursed spirit in front of them. You mean? Smart Meimei quickly guessed a possibility, and she prepared to share the view with the crows in the sky again. However, the body of the cursed spirit has now expanded to an extreme size. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a torrential downpour of blood that drowned everyone. Several people quickly cast spells to form a barrier. Chapter 12, Single Kill Special Price Curse Spirit? The teachers and principals are shocked. The two teachers gasped and stood there like statues. The special grade cursed spirit was killed? Combined with what Itatari just said, the two teachers looked at each other in shock. This means that Xiaolu not only did not die, but also killed this special grade cursed spirit. Although I heard from Yagama Samichi that Xiaolu is a very good newcomer, I never expected her to be this amazing. Special grade curse spirits, even as first grade sorcerers, they were not completely sure they could kill them. Meimei's eyes flickered, what an amazing baptism of blood and rain. Just now, her crow was unfortunately killed in the explosion, but at the last moment, she saw a pair of scarlet and sad eyes. But it was only the two eyes, and the scarlet gear pattern that was magnified countless times and slowly rotated. What kind of eyes are those? They can actually detect the crows she summoned. After the explosion, a vortex appeared behind Itatari, and Xiaolu came behind him silently without a single stain of blood on his body. I'll give you your Slayer demon back. Xiaolu's calm voice sounded behind him. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Itatari was even more frightened. Wow! Xiaolu, why do you appear and disappear so often? Itatari took the butcher demon, touched his frightened little heart, and complained. In addition, the others looked at Xiaolu, as if they wanted to see him thoroughly from the outside in. He felt uncomfortable with everyone's stares. Xiaolu waved, "Hello, teachers." Mei Mei took back the huge axe on her shoulder, moved it in front of her, and looked at Xiaolu. The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she looked at him with interest. This is the first time my detective skills have been wrong. This kid's pupils have turned black again? He actually gave me a warning just now. Interesting. How many secrets does he hide? Xiaolu leaned back. He had just noticed the crows in the sky and subconsciously glared at them. He didn't expect it was Mei Mei's. Looking at her blue braid that covered half of her face, Xiaolu had the urge to lift it up. I wonder what Mei Mei looks like with twin ponytails? Nanamai calmed down and said, "Okay, Mei Mei teacher, be careful, he is still a student." After saying that, he looked at Lu deeply again. His breath was steady, and his total amount of cursed energy was not comparable to Gojo Satoru and Okotsuyu, but this was exactly what shocked him. In other words, he did not spend too much effort in the battle with this special grade cursed spirit. Moreover, through the tactical vision, it can be clearly seen that Xiaolu has no wounds on his body, not even a drop of blood. If it were me, could I achieve the same level as him? Nanamai Hai shook her head and immediately denied it. She didn't need to dwell on it. Everyone's spells and fighting styles were different. There was no need to worry about whether her clothes were stained with blood or not. But when I think that the other party is just a new student, I still can't calm down. It is true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Before, there was Gojo Satoru who suddenly appeared, and now there is another freak Xiaolu who killed a special grade cursed spirit just a few days after entering school. What a monster! Nanamai Hai patted Xiaolu on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job. Not only did you protect your teammates, but you also eliminated the special grade curse spirit. If possible, ask Mei Mei to assess you next time. You are more than capable enough." Mei Mei tilted her head and blinked her beautiful eyes. "If you pay the right amount, you can pass." Nanamai was speechless. "Hey! Pay attention to the situation. There are so many people watching." Xiaolu nodded and said he would consider it. Sure enough, it's still Mei Mei who always talks about money. In that case, can I just use money to recruit her into Akatsuki? Xiaolu immediately denied it, thinking it was not realistic and she didn't have any coins on her. Ijishi came hurriedly from a distance and waved to everyone. You can see the excitement on his face. Great! Xiaolu is not dead. This way the principal won't be angry. I have to call the principal right away to tell him the good news. At the same time, in the Curse High School, the atmosphere in the principal's office was serious. Gojo Satoru, who had just returned and learned about the situation, leaned against the wall without saying a word, with an unusually serious expression. Two special grade monsters appeared almost at the same time, and they were so full of my eyes that it seemed as if they were planned. He had a rough estimate of Xiaolu's strength, and even if he lacked combat experience, he could still protect himself. But what he was most worried about were the three Itatari. If the special grade cursed spirits attacked them, it would be difficult for Xiaolu to save the three while protecting himself. I was negligent. Xiaolu is just a student after all. Even a first-class teacher would not be able to take care of this situation. The worst-case scenario is that Sukuna in Itatari wakes up again, which would be a huge problem. In addition, there were several instructors sitting around the table, namely Shko and Yutahim, and the principal was out answering a phone call. Shko has short brown hair, light smoky makeup, and a pure white medical gown that highlights her slender and perfect figure. "Hey!" She blew out a puff of smoke and said softly, "Don't blame yourself. No one could have predicted that two special grades would appear at the same time." Yutahim, who was wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, consoled him, "The principal just went out to answer a phone call. Maybe it's good news? And Mei and Nanamai are also on their way to rescue us." As soon as the words fell, bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Yagamasamichi pushed the door open with a laugh. The gloom on his face disappeared, replaced by joy. "Good news, Nanamai and his friends have met Xiaolu and his friends, they are all very happy." When Yagamasamichi said this, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gojo Satoru shrugged slightly, with a smile on his face. Besides, Nanamai and the others didn't even get involved. Xiaolu killed the special grade cursed spirit all by himself. At this point, Yagamasamichi raised his chin proudly, as if he had done it himself. "What?" Shko and Yutahim straightened their bodies, showing shock. "That freshman Xiaolu killed a special grade cursed spirit all by himself." The corner of Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up even more. "Hehe, you are worthy of being my favorite student. Is this true? This is too exaggerated." "Hashadu. Principal. Didn't you say Xiaolu was the new student that Gojo Satoru just brought back? A 4th level sorcerer exorcising a special level cursed spirit." The two women looked at Yagamasamichi in disbelief. "You may not know this yet, but you can't treat Xiaolu as a newcomer." At this point, he pointed to the black eye socket that had not yet completely disappeared. "See, this wound on my face was caused by Xiaolu." Yagamasamichi raised his face proudly, his tone full of pride. This time, Shko and Yutahim were even more shocked. Especially Shko, the cigarette in the corner of his mouth almost fell off. Did they really hear it right? Xiaolu beat up the principal? Chapter 13 The Mastermind? No wonder Yagamasamichi has black and swollen eyes these days. It turns out that he was beaten up by someone. But out of consideration for the principal's face, neither the teachers nor the students dared to ask. After all, they are not the fearless Gojo Satoru. But this freshman named Xiaolu is really surprising. Yagamasamichi's strength is obvious to all, especially the curses he created, which are very powerful. However, even under such circumstances, Xiaolu still beat him up? It's only been a few days, and he has killed another special grade cursed spirit. Isn't this too fierce? They are becoming more and more interested in the new student. Gojo Satoru suddenly spoke up. "Yagalaudeng, why don't you promote Xiaolu to a teacher? He is more than capable enough to handle special grade cursed spirits on his own." Shko, I agree. Yutahim, me too. In recent years, cursed spirits have appeared more and more frequently and are more difficult to deal with. The danger level of a sorcerer's mission is getting higher and higher. Sometimes a 2nd level sorcerer has to face special level cursed spirits. The mortality rate is too high. But there is no other way, the gap between the number of sorcerers and cursed spirits is too big. As teachers, they not only have to perform the task of exorcising cursed spirits, but also have to take time to lead and teach students. It's even more tiring than the donkey in the production team. If it weren't for the special physique of a sorcerer, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Yagamasamichi glared at Gojo Satoru and thought in his heart. This kid Xiaolu is really beyond my expectations, his strength is definitely enough. As for whether the students can be convinced? At worst, they can be convinced by beating them like they taught themselves a lesson. A sorcerer doesn't need so many twists and turns. The biggest obstacle is the top management. Not to mention that Xiaolu was promoted directly from a 4th level sorcerer to a teacher. Xiaolu's identity alone is a big problem. Yagamasamichi looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Last time, I asked you to investigate Xiaoliu's identity but still got no results." Shko looked helpless. "Don't mention it, there is no information at all, it's as if this person appeared out of thin air. In the past few days, she and Yutahim worked overtime and used all the means they could, but there was no clue about Xiaoliu's identity. As a result, all she could think about when she went to sleep these days was Xiaolu, Xiaolu." Yaga pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I will promote him to a teacher in my personal name, and his salary will be the same as yours." At this point, he paused and glanced at Gojo Satoru, "But for absolute safety, how about letting Mei use crows to spy on him?" This was something he had to do. As the principal, he had to make every possible consideration. First, Xiaoliu's identity is unknown, even her parents can't find it. Second, Xiaoliu's strength. A student who is no less powerful than Mei and Nanamai Hai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his specific strength is still unknown. If there is a slight possibility that Xiaolu has ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. So, let him be the villain. At worst, he can personally make amends to Xiaolu. The two women pretended to be busy, as if they didn't hear what he said, while Gojo Satoru's face gloomed. He was not a fool. When he first met Xiaolu, he sensed the mystery of this person. But Six Eyes would never be wrong. Xiaolu had no hostility towards them, and could even sense some kindness. That's why he didn't bother to worry about Xiaoliu's identity. However, he was the only one who knew Xiaoliu's situation, so it was normal for Yaga to have some guesses, but it was too unfair to Xiaolu. You want him to share the pressure of being a teacher, but also secretly monitor him from behind? No matter who it is, they would feel unhappy. Is status really that important? Why do we have to care about those old men in high places? The atmosphere in the room became solemn again. I remain opposed to this matter, but it's up to you to do whatever you want. There is only one Xiaolu, so you should take care of yourself. After saying this, Gojo Satoru left. Shiko couldn't stand this atmosphere, so she dragged Yutahim away and said, "Principal, Yutahim and I will continue our investigation." Bang! The door closed and the room fell into silence. Only Yaga was left in the darkness, standing still like a statue. He turned his phone to the dial page but did nothing. Ever since the Geto Suguru incident, the college and even the upper echelons have been extremely cautious. That incident was not only painful for Gojo Satoru, but also for Yaga Masamichi. Don't take any chances. Finally, he dialed a number. A mature female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, even though I didn't contribute much, you still have to pay me back. Use your crow to quietly follow Xiaolu, and I will give you double the money afterwards. Pay attention." Meanwhile, in Roppongi, night has fallen. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system mall has been opened. Please check it out. Since the host just killed a special grade curse spirit and 5 second grade curse spirits, reward points, 11,000 points. Xiaoliu's eyes lit up. Could it be that he could get points by killing cursed spirits? How to determine how many points are earned? Kill the curse spirits and curse masters to get points. The higher the level of the curse spirits or curse masters, the more points you get. Note: for members of Akatsuki organization, after killing the cursed spirit, the host can obtain half of the points reward. I see. There is an endless supply of cursed spirits in this world, so it is quite convenient to earn points. Moreover, members of the Akatsuki organization can also provide half of the points for themselves. It seems that we need to dig deeper, and it would be best if we could set up an intelligence organization. Mei, a sorcerer with a reconnaissance skill, is the best choice. The assistant supervisor in the Sorcery Academy can also provide many locations where the cursed spirits are. However, there is currently no good way to invite them to join, so we should improve our strength as soon as possible. If you could be as strong as Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, you wouldn't have to worry so much. Xiaolu followed behind the group, and Itadori kept bragging about his heroic deeds to the teachers. I almost made myself into a god. Open the system store, there are 6 items inside. The Fire Cloud Robe of the Akatsuki Organization. Price, 300 points. Made of special materials, can provide a certain degree of protection, and comes with an automatic cleaning function. Uchiha Madara's Treasured Ninjutsu Scroll. Price, 100,000 points. The same round fan as Madara-sama. Price, 10,000 points, superior to the existence of the special cursed tool. The same Megatama Rinnegan mask as Obito. Price, 1,000 points. After wearing it, pupil power can be slowly restored. Spell High Precision Sniper. Price, 50,000 points. My lord, times have changed. Premium Cursed Tool. Ichiraku Ramen. Price, 10 points. Recognition from Naruto. Note, after each item is purchased, new items will be randomly added to the shelves. You can also spend 1,000 points to refresh actively. Of these 6 items, the one that most attracted him was Madara-sama's ninjutsu scroll. Uchiha Madara, he is the top powerhouse in Naruto. The ninjutsu that he treasured must be very powerful. Maybe there will be S-level or even forbidden jutsu. Although Xiaolu possesses the Manjiki and the 8 Gates ninjutsu, and has considerable combat power, he doesn't even know a single ninjutsu. Looks like I have to work hard to get points. After thinking for a while, Xiaolu bought a round fan that could perform Uchiha Rebound and was indestructible. 3 sets of Akatsuki organization clothes were also purchased in preparation for future members. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Teacher Nanami is planning to take everyone out for a big dinner, are you coming? Kojisaki Nobara pushed his shoulder and asked. Want to eat a big meal? Is Ichiraku ramen delicious? But how can you miss it if you can get it for free? Xiaolu was about to agree. Suddenly, a faint light flashed from the surveillance camera beside the road, and Xiaolu glanced over. I saw that there was a little bit of magic power on the surface of the surveillance camera, which showed that it had been carefully tampered with. His eyes darkened slightly. Can we make the surveillance difficult to detect by covering the surface with hidden magic power? Xiaolu looked around and saw several figures standing on the balcony of a tall building 200 meters ahead, looking in the direction of Xiaolu and others. Through the Sharingan, it can be seen that several people are faintly emitting weak fluctuations of cursed power. Dusk was falling, and even a sorcerer would have difficulty detecting it from such a distance. But all this did not escape Xiaolu's eyes. Recalling the words of the cursed spirit before its death, "Don't kill me, I was also forcibly transformed by others." Xiaolu sneered. This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems. Is it a curse master? The points seemed to be waving to him. Xiaolu looked at everyone and said, "You guys go ahead. I'm a little tired. I'll take the unconscious child home." Chapter 14, Late Night Visit by the Curse Master. Wild Rose complained, "What? You are willing to reject such a good atmosphere? You really don't understand romance." Nanami, who was considerate, said calmly, "Xiaolu was just fighting against the special grade curse spirit alone. It's normal for her to be tired. Let the great hero have a good rest." Xiaolu gave him a look of gratitude. Itadori said carelessly, "Don't worry, I will pack delicious food for Xiaolu. The price is that you have to teach me real kung fu." At this time, Mei Mei, who was answering the phone at the side, came over, first glanced at Lu with a smile, and then said, "Sorry, I need to go home and have a good sleep. I'm sorry I can't keep you company." After saying that, she left alone. After saying hello to everyone, Xiaolu pretended to take a taxi back. 10 minutes later, the place was empty. Whoosh! A vortex appeared on the spot and the space vibrated slightly. On the rooftop, a man wearing a white mask, a fire cloud robe, and a round fan on his back appeared. In the hollow of the mask, two eyes that reflect the soul glow in the darkness. This person was Xiaolu, who had just left in a taxi. He glanced at the old surveillance camera across the street. The location is very hidden, and coupled with the fact that the spell power can cover it, ordinary people and even sorcerers cannot detect it unless they pay attention. A cool breeze blew by, and the white robe fluttered in the wind. The fire cloud robe purchased from the mall is of very good quality. It is not only comfortable to wear, but also weightless and has no impact on combat. The most important thing is that it has a self-cleaning function, no need to clean, which is very convenient for a lazy guy like him. Looking at the crows flying across the sky, Xiaolu seemed to be lost in thought. In an empty room at Xiaolu's feet, Mei Mei was sitting with her legs crossed and eating melon seeds. Under the dim light, her beautiful pair of legs in black stockings were shiny and glossy, her half-hanging black high-heeled shoes were swaying mischievously, and her jade feet wrapped in black stockings could be completely exposed at any time. With the crow's shared vision, she saw everything about the mysterious masked man who appeared out of nowhere on the roof. She opened her red lips slightly. Haha, do you think you can hide it from me by changing your clothes, Xiaolu? It seems that you still have a lot of secrets. I hope you don't do anything that will disappoint everyone. In the phone call just now, Yaga Masamichi stated his request. She was too lazy to care about such boring things. But, Yaga gave too much, and it just so happened that I had recently set my eyes on an expensive bag. So I took on this task. On the rooftop, Xiaolu ignored the crows and headed towards the tall building. In the night, Xiaolu blended into the darkness, as light as a swallow, shuttling between the buildings. Before that, inside the high-rise building, several curse masters gathered together, and the big screen in front of them was monitoring Xiaolu and others. Sir, it was that kid who killed the human-faced worm we worked so hard to cultivate. We are only one step away from success. A dark-skinned man with an afro gritted his teeth. It can be fixed. Damn it, I clearly transferred Gojo Satoru away, but I didn't expect there would be another expert. That special grade cursed spirit was the one they had cultivated at great cost, and it had already devoured nearly 1,000 humans. As long as I devour these sorcerers, I can complete the transformation. By then he will close the net, and people will absorb the chi and blood in the belly of the face worm, thus entering the first level or even the special level. But who would have thought that the carefully planned strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain would be ruined by a young boy? The speaker was a middle-aged man with huge muscular muscles and a hairdo that looked like it was on fire. When the members of the Curse Master standing nearby saw their boss getting angry, they all lowered their heads, fearing that his anger would be taken out on them. They turned their eyes to the surveillance screen. Xiaolu slowly tilted his head and looked towards the camera with a sneer. Suddenly, the middle-aged boss body shook violently, his pupils contracted violently, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. In the surveillance footage, it was already night, but the pair of terrifying scarlet eyes were accurately locked onto the direction of the surveillance. The gorgeous blood-colored pattern slowly rotated, and one could even see a sarcastic smile in those eyes, with no intention of disguising it. As if to say, I have found you. All the curse masters present were breathing heavily, and cold sweats were pouring down their backs. In the secret room, there was silence, except for the heavy breathing of the crowd. The middle-aged man only managed to recover thanks to his many years of experience and strong psychological quality. What kind of eyes are those? This scene reminded them of the man who was known as the strongest in the world of curse arts, Gojo Satoru. When Gojo Satoru was a child, they also thought about assassinating him, but they were also scared into giving up after seeing the surveillance. But this time, it was far more terrifying than the pair of 6 eyes. He had a feeling that if he continued to look into those eyes, he might lose his mind. Where did the boy in the surveillance video come from? Why has the world of sorcery never heard of such a powerful person? Investigate this man's background carefully. Turn his abilities into intelligence. If you dare to ruin his good deeds, you must die. As long as we have the intelligence on the enemy and target them, we may be able to kill them. After all, not everyone is as perverted as Gojo Satoru, and it is impossible for anyone to be as good as Gojo Satoru in the world of curse arts. Yes, boss. Several men in black responded and walked out the door. Suddenly, bang! The reinforced iron door was kicked open. The black-clad brothers were also knocked back and knocked over the tables and chairs in the room. Xiaolu crossed his arms and said, "Oh, there are quite a few people here. It seems that this trip was worthwhile." At a glance, there were roughly dozens of people, and they all had the aura of cursed power. "Who are you? And how did you get in?" Faced with the sudden intruder, everyone looked at the mysterious man wearing a white mask with vigilance. On the surface, this building is an insurance company, but in reality it is their base for breeding artificial cursed spirits. Each floor is strictly guarded by guards, and has 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. Even if it was Gojo Satoru, there was no way he could break in quietly. "Is there a ghost inside the organization? You forgot me so quickly." After he finished speaking, red light flashed at the eye sockets under the mask. At this point, everyone's breathing held. Boss, it's him." Even with a mask on, the iconic scarlet pupils can make them recognizable at a glance. It was as if I was being stared at by an evil spirit from hell, and a chill ran down my spine. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Shut up! Don't I know that?" He looked at Xiaolu. "Your Excellency, why are you visiting so late at night?" After saying this, he glanced at his men, signaling them to quickly call for help. Xiaolu couldn't help but find all this funny, but he didn't stop it. "Come on, it will be easier if we kill them all at once. I don't want to beat around the bush with you guys. Is that special grade cursed spirit related to you guys?" As soon as Xiaolu finished speaking, the alarm sounded in the entire building. From the large screen surveillance in front, we can see that many men in black are rushing towards this side quickly. Obviously, these people are all curse masters, but in Xiaolu's eyes, they are all points. Chapter 15. Shinwei twists his head and shocks Mei Mei. "Haha, you are so sure, you don't have any spare energy? Are you so confident that you can walk out of this building?" As the middle-aged man with fiery hair finished speaking. Boom! The curse power surged, instantly lighting up the dim room. More than a dozen men in black released their cursed powers without leaving any room for mana, and the colors of the cursed powers were different. There were two big men who tore off their shirts, revealing their exaggerated muscles, and holding dagger-like cursed tools in their hands. The middle-aged man sneered. "Even if you are a first-level sorcerer, so what? This is his territory. Not only is the space limited, but..." He glanced slightly toward the rooftop of the building opposite. A sniper wearing night clothes and holding a silenced sniper rifle is already in position, and the gun is loaded with armor-piercing bullets. Later, in the chaos of the battle, I can find the right time to shoot him in the head. Even a first-level sorcerer will die if he is not prepared. How could he climb up step by step over the years and become the boss of the curse master without some special means? Surely, a first-level sorcerer's body can cultivate a more powerful curse spirit, right? Go! Cut him into 8 pieces. Following his order, more than 10 curse masters launched an attack at the same time. For a moment, the condensed cursed power attack overwhelmed Xiaolu. Under the white mask, Xiaolu's mouth corners were slightly curved. She did not dodge and allowed them to attack. Boom boom boom! A dazzling flame burst out from the top floor of the building. The smoke and dust cleared, the walls collapsed, and the ground was full of potholes, but Xiaolu was unharmed. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. So many attacks were launched at him at the same time, yet they didn't cause any damage at all. Even if it's a special grade, it's impossible that there's no impact at all, right? Only the Curse Master boss behind him realized the horror. I didn't expect that there is such a spell in this world that can allow all attacks to pass through itself. But it doesn't matter, the sniper is already in place, he can't stay like this forever. Whoosh! 2 burly men holding cursed tools flashed and came to both sides of Xiaolu. 2 cold rays flashed almost at the same time. However, such speed was not enough for the Sharingan to detect. Xiaolu pulled out the round fan behind him and swept it across like a sharp sword. Clang! The 2 cursed tools fell to the ground, and the 2 big men were cut in half. Blood splattered on the walls on both sides, staining them bright red. Xiaolu put the 2 cursed tools into the Shinwei space. Although they didn't look high level, they were cursed tools after all, so he would rather use them. It just so happened that the dormitory was short of a fruit knife. Seeing his capable subordinate who had followed him for many years being cut in half, the Curse Master was completely furious. Behind Xiaolu, there were already many Curse Masters who came to support him. Give me kill! This roar echoed throughout the entire building. At once, hundreds of Curse Masters rushed towards Xiaolu from both sides. Look, I'm in a hurry. Xiaolu retreated to the window and reached out to stroke the crow perched on the windowsill. Under the mask, his deep eyes swept over the crowd. Haha! You want to use human wave tactics to besiege me? Then let you experience what despair is. The Sharingan turned and stared at the crowd. Let's sink into the world of illusion. Those who surrounded him were all low-level Curse Masters, and anyone who made eye contact with Xiaolu was instantly under the spell. There is no possibility of struggle. Among the crowd of Curse Masters, half of them had blank eyes and dull expressions, like puppets being manipulated by others. Before I even touched Xiaolu, I could hear screams of pain. PK. White knife in, red knife out. Ah! You! There was a sharp pain behind him. His heart, kidneys, and even his anus were ruthlessly stabbed by his former trusted teammate. Damn it! The Curse Master was furious and shouted, "Don't look into his eyes." However, it was too late, a whistling sound came from my ears. He dodged quickly. Boom! The huge axe was embedded in the wall. If I hadn't dodged in time, my head would have been chopped off. The person who did it was the assistant in charge of researching artificial cursed spirits, but at this moment he was obviously controlled by an illusion. I'm sorry, brother. He gathered his curse power into a sharp blade in his hand and killed the opponent with tears. However, his subordinates did not have such good luck and strength. They were all the people who had followed him all the way, escaping the sorcerer's crackdown and the police's siege, but they could not escape the blades of their companions. Although he was very angry at the moment, he was more afraid. Who is this mysterious masked man? Just with a glare, he was able to control so many of his men to kill each other. It's simply too outrageous. Even Six Eyes can't do this, right? Even if I go forward now, I will never be his match. Now I can only place my hope on the sniper. The other party would never have thought that I had planned this. Soon, under Xiaolu's illusion, all the Curse Masters died. The corridor was flooded with blood. Some were on the ground, in the walls, and some had their heads stuck straight into the ceiling. The ways of death were different. Most of these people were killed by their own people, and the corpses with their heads stuck in the ceiling were hit by him with a round fan. The feel is pretty good. Xiaolu's eyes were grim. You are the only one left, a commander without troops. He flashed and instantly pinned the Curse Master boss against the wall. I just heard at the door that you are cultivating artificial cursed spirits? Where is the laboratory? Don't force me to use illusion. The voice of indifference fell into my ears, like the whisper of a devil. I've used my Sharingan quite frequently today and it's already hurting a little. Even if the white mask can slowly restore the pupil power, it is really very slow. The curse master's face was ferocious, but he forced out a grim smile. Ahem, haha, you won't have the chance to know. Right now is the perfect opportunity for a sniper attack. I believe the gun will go off and the head will explode soon. All you have to do is to attract his attention. Xiaolu, really? Your sniper must be tired of lying down, right? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's pupils became as thin as needles. How is it possible? How could he find out? He actually knew about the last straw. Under the other party's extremely horrified gaze, Xiaolu slowly turned his head and looked at the tall building in the distance. Same time. In the tall building opposite, the sniper, who blended into the night, slowly pulled the trigger. Now is the perfect opportunity. Hee. Mei Mei gathered the spell power at her fingertips, and a crow appeared silently in her palm. Observing through crows, she witnessed a crushing battle. The terrifying anti-detection ability and the illusion of forcibly controlling people's minds. Haha, what a scary guy. Even I was almost deceived by his harmless appearance. Just now, the moment Xiaolu stepped back to the window and stroked the crow, she understood. It turned out that the reconnaissance that he was so proud of had been discovered long ago. Is it because you don't want to expose yourself? It's really frustrating. However, he was still too young, and he didn't even know how to fight back when he was caught. He didn't realize that the shot would have smashed the little brother's head. Hey, help him this time, and then ask him for protection money later. Call out. A crow rushed towards the sniper who was about to pull the trigger, and its speed was no less than that of a bullet. But the next moment, Mei Mei's eyes widened, and her red lips opened into an O shape, as if they could fit a big ham. Chapter 16 Xiaolu vs Mei Mei. I saw a vortex flowing around the sniper's head and the space was distorted. Bang! The entire head was twisted off and fell into the divine power space. The headless corpse shook a few times and then fell down. The crows she released followed closely behind, but flew into nothing, seeming a bit redundant. Exploded, exploded. This familiar spatial fluctuation, was it caused by Xiaolu? I hope Xiaolu is not their enemy, otherwise it will be a big trouble. After a brief moment of daze, Mei Mei turned her gaze to Xiaolu who was wearing a white mask in the opposite room. However, he saw that the other party was staring at him and even blinked meaningfully. She quickly looked away. Was I teased by a student? Mei Mei leaped up, landed gracefully, and shook her head with a smile. It seems that I was worrying too much. This guy had actually discovered the sniper a long time ago. Was he deliberately leaving the killing until the end to give his opponent endless despair? It's really unfathomable. She became more and more interested in Xiaolu. For now, let's go and see where the artificial cursed spirits are cultivated in the basement. Through the crow's observation, she has discovered the basement. She had no intention of setting foot in such a dirty place, but apart from money, her responsibilities as a sorcerer could barely come second. After reporting the situation there to the school, I should be able to extort some money from Yaga. Xiaolu pressed the head of the sorcerer boss against the window. I'm sorry, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. The curse master has given up struggling, and his heart is finally at peace. Just now, he witnessed everything with his own eyes. The mysterious masked man in front of him just glared at him, and the head of the top sniper he had arranged was cut into pieces. Is he a god? He couldn't hit the target even if he shot, but he was like a prophet, discovering the sniper's position early. It seemed as if everything was within his expectations. The most terrifying thing is that with just a glance, he broke his subordinate's head from a distance of 100 meters. Is this something only gods can do? It's over. This time I have hit the carbon alloy wall. All the hard work of his carefully trained subordinates was wasted. Everything is thanks to him. Thinking of this, the fear and confusion in my heart were replaced by anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Even if he died, he would still disgust him. Ha ha ha. Want to know about the underground laboratory? You'd better come to hell to find me. After saying this, his cheek muscles bulged and he was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Illusion. As Xiaolu's illusion was activated, the curse master's expression became dull, his pupils became unfocused, and even biting his tongue to commit suicide became a luxury. Don't be so anxious, dear. Where is the exact location of the underground breeding room? Xiaolu asked, enduring the stinging pain in her eyes. On the 3rd floor below ground. Okay, you can die now. Good night, uncle. Snap. Xiaolu broke his neck. This time, I killed so many curse masters and gained a lot of points. If it is true that there are still many half-finished cursed spirits being cultivated in the basement as this person said, then wouldn't it be possible to gain a lot of points? Should semi-finished products also be considered points? Meanwhile, in the basement, the dim green light barely illuminated the surroundings, and there were huge transparent containers on both sides. Many semi-finished cursed spirits were sleeping in the container, their lower bodies were soaked in green liquid, and there were many tubes connected to their backs. Some are half human, half insect, some have frog heads and human bodies, and some are made of a combination of many different creatures. The composition is extremely complex. Da-da-da. The stomping sound of high heels echoed in the enclosed space. Just listening to the sound makes one imagine a lot. Mei Mei carried the huge axe in one hand and walked leisurely. Behind her, dozens of experimenters in white coats were lying on the ground, with blood all over the ground. Could this be the purpose of Xiaolu's trip? Through the battle just now, it has been ruled out that Xiaolu is not a curse master. This is why she helped him just now, even though she didn't help. But she did not let down her guard against Xiaolu. After all, his behavior was too strange. Why, pretend to leave them, and then come back? Besides, how did he know about what happened here? She didn't believe that he was just seeking revenge. Hey! What a troublesome guy! Wouldn't it be better for him to just be her good student? Why does he have to be so secretive? It's really a headache. She took out her cell phone and prepared to record the situation here. Leave the dirty work of dealing with these artificial cursed spirits to the counselors and supervisors. At this moment, the space ahead fluctuated. Mei Mei seemed to be thinking about something and immediately hid behind a stone pillar. Whoosh! A vortex appears and Xiaolu appears. Mei Mei felt a little envious when seeing this scene. Apart from other things, space-related spells were really convenient for traveling. Has anyone been here? Looking at the dozen bodies lying on the ground, Xiaolu murmured. But he couldn't find any clues for a while. After all, his Sharingan couldn't see through things. However, smelling the faint fragrance in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The scent is very familiar, and I already have the answer in my heart. He was prepared for the fact that the Jujutsu High School might be suspicious of him. First of all, I came here through time travel, and my identity and background are unknown. The school should have tried to check my background, and the result is predictable. Secondly, possessing strength far exceeding that of freshmen, it was inevitable that one would be suspected, all of which Xiaolu could understand. However, he had no intention of hiding his strength. At most, he would barely hide some cards in front of Sukuna and Naohua who had not yet appeared. After all, intelligence can play a key role in the Jujutsu Kaisen, and he doesn't want to be targeted. Therefore, before becoming invincible, Gojo Satoru has to help attract the target. The only thing I feel guilty about is that I recruited people into the Akatsuki organization. The sound of inhaling through the nose was heard, Mei Mei's face turned slightly red, and she thought to herself. Oh no! If I had known, I wouldn't have sprayed perfume before going out. This kid has a very sensitive nose. There is a high probability that it has been discovered. The laboratory was silent. The two of them kept a tacit understanding. Xiaolu did not point out the hidden Mei Mei, and Mei Mei did not show up on her own initiative. He walked to the center and took a quick glance at all the man-made cursed spirits. This group of curse masters are truly beasts. I don't know how many people they have harmed in secret. He looked at the sleeping experiment subject in the container. It must be very painful to be neither human nor ghost, right? Everyone gets what they need. I help you get rid of your problems, and you just turn them into my points. That shouldn't be too much, right? Thinking about it, Xiaolu took off the round fan behind him and was about to take action. Whoosh! A crow came from behind. Very fast. Xiaolu glanced sideways, his eyes slightly fixed. Divine power. Bang! The crow fell 1 meter in front of him, and its headless body struggled twice on the ground before dying. He has now developed a habit of using the Shinwei headlock, with a 100% headshot rate within 10 meters. Xiaolu said in a deep voice, "Come out." A graceful figure walked out slowly, and the huge axe in her hand fell to the ground, creating a dent. Xiaolu raised his brows slightly. He knew something about the first-level sorcerer Mei Mei. The reason why she is ranked first is not because of her crow Shikigami, but because of her physical skills that are enough to fight against special-grade cursed spirits. Such a heavy axe is as light as cotton in her hand. Sorry, you can't mess around with the experimental subjects here. Mei Mei looked at Xiaolu with a smile. You're pretending pretty well, and you even know how to use magic power to change your voice? But I can't hide this from myself. The eye holes on the mask emitted a scarlet and sad light, as if it was going to pull her into the abyss. What? Are you going to use illusion on your teacher? Xiaolu did not respond. He squinted his eyes through the mask, sizing up the other person, and pretended to be an expert without saying a word. Although Mei Mei's tone was frivolous and casual, her eyes were always on the ground, not daring to meet those strange eyes. Even she was not sure that she could resist his illusion. If she was deceived by the illusion, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Therefore, it is better not to treat it as such. Xiaolu's voice became even rougher. I'm afraid you have recognized the wrong person. Please don't interfere with my work. You should also be able to see that these man-made cursed spirits have no chance of survival. Mei Mei subconsciously looked at Xiaolu. No, the things here are also for me. Before she could finish her words. Sharingan. Illusion. Xiaolu decisively grabbed the moment when Mei Mei looked at him and activated the illusion. After killing these cursed spirits, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mei Mei. Oh no! I was careless. Just a glance and I fell into the illusion. It's impossible to guard against it. Consciousness is about to break down. Mei Mei was frozen in place for an instant, sweat dripping down her fair forehead, her eyes rolled back, and she looked dazed, which made people imagine a lot. For some reason, Lu felt a sense of conquest when he saw Mei Mei like this. However, the speed of waving the round fan in his hand did not slow down at all. Chapter 17 Bribing with Money. Xiaolu's goal was to knock her out directly, then put her into the Shinwei space, and then release her after the task was completed. Just as the fan in her hand was approaching the back of her neck, a sharp gust of wind came from the side of her head. Xiaolu decisively gave up the attack, and the giant axe passed through Xiaolu's body without any hindrance. The air is exhausted. After making this attack, Mei Mei suddenly retreated and kept some distance. She covered her aching forehead with one hand, her whole body was covered in sweat, and her chest was elastic and heaving up and down. Ho-ha, ho-ha. Mei Mei was breathing heavily, as if she had just survived drowning. Fortunately I managed to break free. He was such a scary guy. I almost fell into his hands. How embarrassing would it be if this got out? Xiaolu was also a little surprised. How could she break free from his illusion so quickly? But on second thought, it's normal. He had some energy left for this illusion, and as he had overused his eyes today and had been fighting non-stop, his cursed energy was almost exhausted. Tick-tock, liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Salty and fishy? Oh shit! Xiaolu quickly closed his eyes, and a few more drops of blood fell. It seems that I overused my eyes today, and from this point of view, launching illusions consumes the most energy from the Sharingan. We must fight quickly. He looked at Mei Mei and remained calm. You should be thankful that I didn't let you see the scene of collapse. Do you still want to stop me? Can you really bear this hellish illusion nightmare? Even if it's just an illusion. Mei Mei had already put away her casual attitude and looked at the ground with serious eyes. He was right. He had indeed shown mercy to his men just now, otherwise they would not have gone around behind him and tried to knock him out. And if Xiaolu really wanted to kill me, she could just take advantage of me being trapped in the illusion and use space to twist her head off. Haha, it's still embarrassing that I was threatened by a freshman. But it seems that he really has no ill will towards the sorcerer. Seeing Mei Mei hesitate, Xiaolu took out a black briefcase from the Shinwei space and threw it over. This is what he just picked up from the curse master, and it's full of money. Mei Mei took the bulging briefcase, opened it and looked, her beautiful eyes widened and she stood there in a daze. This, so much? I am being controlled. You seem to know me very well. She put away her weapon, gradually approached Xiaolu and whispered, anything else? Xiaolu's mouth twitched, you have to leave some for me, right? Oh. Forget it. Mei Mei gave him a deep look, give me an answer, or a position. I don't care about your identity. I can even help you avoid unnecessary troubles with Yaga. As for why Xiaolu came back, and what use these man-made cursed spirits had, she no longer wanted to care. Besides, it seemed that I couldn't beat him, so I naturally had no right to ask these questions. Xiaolu pondered, everyone has their own aspirations. I can guarantee that I will not cause any harm to the teachers and students. Your concerns are completely unnecessary. At the same time, he thought silently, poaching shouldn't be considered as causing harm, right? Mei Mei looked at Xiaolu for a long time through the mask, and suddenly smiled, in this way, I can take this money with peace of mind. Then she stretched out her slender hand, stroked Xiaolu's mask, and dialed Yagamasamika's number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line, hello, how is it? I didn't find any abnormal behavior. Xiaolu was brave and helped 3 old ladies cross the road after sending the children. Moreover, at my invitation, he destroyed a curse master's base. Remember to pay more. After saying that, she also uploaded the photos she had taken previously, but of course she did not send out the photos of her in the underground laboratory. After doing all this, she raised her phone and shook it towards Xiaolu, as if asking if she was satisfied with this. Xiaolu was a little speechless. Can't you be more normal? They came out to help an old lady cross the road, and there were 3 of them. Thank you very much. Xiaolu turned and looked at the transparent containers containing artificial curse spirits on both sides. Divine power activated. Snap. 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 The muffled sound of flesh passed through the container and spread throughout the laboratory. As Xiaolu's eyes swept over them one by one, all the cursed spirits in the container had their necks twisted and were completely freed. Thanks. A head that barely maintained a human face rolled down, and tears of relief flowed out. Xiaolu smiled and nodded, the people who reformed you have been killed, just go with peace of mind. At this moment, reminders of increasing points kept coming to his mind. Mei Mei stared blankly at Xiaolu as he killed people one by one and cast a spell. Especially the last word thank you, which made her heart tighten. If I were allowed to bring these artificial cursed spirits back, they would definitely be greeted by high-level living research. This may be the best outcome for them. Xiaolu, is this all he wants? An inscrutable guy. Call. Finally it was done. Xiaolu prepared to use the power of God to go directly to the dormitory. Hey! Wait, can you lead others with your ability? Mei Mei came over trotting with her long legs. She was exhausted from following this guy all the way, so she wanted to take a ride. Bring people? It seems that it is indeed possible to bring people. Xiaolu said nothing and hugged her around the waist. The sudden movement made Mei Mei's delicate body tremble, but she did not resist. Hold on tight, this is my first time teleporting someone, so don't blame me if you lose any limbs. Mei Mei smiled and whispered in his ear, Tisk. I'm your teacher, don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, the mature and plump body gently pressed against him. Jujutsu High School, Girls' Dormitory, Teacher's Residence. Whoosh! The space twisted, a vortex appeared, and two figures fell to the ground. It's really free to come and go, very convenient. Mei Mei sighed with some envy. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaolu with a scrutinizing look. You wouldn't accidentally teleport directly to the girls' dormitory, would you? Xiaolu raised her eyebrows slightly. If she hadn't said it, she wouldn't have thought of it yet. But then again, is the mighty Shenwei used for such things? Bye-bye. After leaving a word, Xiaolu disappeared. Back in the dormitory, Xiaolu took off her mask and could see her bloodshot eyes through the mirror. Fortunately, apart from dryness and dull pain, there were no other effects and the vision was not affected. Judging from today's situation, Mei Mei is a mature woman and not as gullible as Nobara Kuchisaki. So he did not invite her to join Akatsuki. After all, he could not see through her true thoughts. Then the next target is Maki, a woman who wants to prove herself all the time, so it should be easy to deal with her. The eternal kaleidoscope is the one that can solve the problem once and for all. He lay in bed and checked the score. After tonight's wave of gains, he really gained a lot. Hundreds of curse masters and those semi-finished artificial curse spirits added up to a total of 51,000 points for him. I want to buy Madara-sama's collection of ninjutsu scrolls, but I'm still halfway there. It's not too much, and it's not too little either. This time, with a bit of luck, he was able to directly destroy the lair of a group of curse masters. That's why he earned so many points. It is still in the early stages of the plot, there are not so many special level cursed spirits, and the 4 great natural disasters and the leaking pot have not appeared yet. After purchasing the mask and fan, the store refreshed with 2 new items. 24-hour double physical training card, price, 500 points, can automatically train even when sleeping. Tsunade's bra, price, 500 points, those who understand will understand. The system is getting more and more wrong. Tsunade's bra is here? That's it. If you have the guts, just put Princess Tsunade up there and sell it. In the end, Xiaolu bought both. He put the bra into the Shenwei space without any other intention. Xiaolu was just simply curious. Physical training is also very important to him. You have to know that the reason why Yekai can use the 8 gates to perform such an amazing effect is because his physical skills are extremely strong. If a person with average physical skills were to open the 8 gates, the power might not even be half of Kai's. Moreover, without a strong physique, the subsequent 6 gates cannot be opened. After activating the automatic training card, Xiaolu fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 18 I'm on top of you, Maki. The next day, Principal Yaga convened a meeting of teachers and students based on Xiaolu's performance the day before. Inside the hall, Yaga Masamichi is in front of the podium. The first and second year students of technical college all sat quietly below and listened. Xiaolu was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just killing a special grade cursed spirit? Was there any need to make such a big fuss? This old deng has the time to send people to investigate me and the energy to hold a meeting. It would be better to give him something practical. For example, giving out some bonuses or providing information about the whereabouts of cursed spirits. As Yagamasamichi recounted what happened yesterday, the audience looked at Xiaolu in the front row as if they were monsters. Itadori and the others are fine, after all, they saw it with their own eyes yesterday. But what they didn't expect was that Xiaolu later followed teacher Mei Mei to destroy the Curse Master's lair. While they were enjoying a seafood feast, by comparison, Xiaolu was almost becoming an idol in their hearts. The most shocked were the second-year students Maki and others. The panda looked at Xiaolu with its big round eyes. My goodness, is this guy still human? First he beat up the principal, and then he killed the special grade curse spirit. Isn't this too fierce? This makes them look stupid as second graders. Maki was staring at Xiaolu's back at this moment. Hunting down top-grade cursed spirits and destroying the lair of hundreds of curse masters, is he really that powerful? Both his spells and physical skills are impeccable. Born without any magical powers, she has never slacked off since the moment she entered school. But physical training is not something that can be done overnight. Perhaps I should put aside my self-righteous pride and ask Xiaolu for advice. Having said that, she clenched her fists tightly and made up her mind. Maki, what's wrong with you? You look so distracted. Nobara Kuchisaki, who was standing by, asked with concern. Last night, she chatted for a long time with the senior schoolmate who seemed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Perhaps it was because they had similar personalities and ideas. The two of them quickly became familiar with each other, but why did she completely change today? She followed Maki's gaze. So it was because of Xiaolu? Come to think of it, I am now his person. A member of the Akatsuki organization. Maki said cheekily, Kuchizaki, can you help me make an appointment with Xiaolu? I need his advice. Of course. Nobara Kuchisaki nodded repeatedly. She still had a good impression of this senior. After the group was dismissed, he, who had an automatic training card, planned to go back to the dormitory and sleep with a mask on. After all, his eyes were still a little uncomfortable now, and the better the mask could recover. Xiaolu, wait! A female voice full of energy came. Looking back, I saw Nobara Kuchisaki jogging towards me, her short orange-red hair fluttering in the wind. A youthful and energetic atmosphere fills the air. He joked, call me Xiaolu? I'm your boss, just call me boss. You wish. But looking at Xiaolu's harmless smile, her tone weakened, Senior Maki wants to see you for something, can you go? Maki looking for me? Xiaolu's brain was working rapidly, and he guessed the possibility. Unexpectedly, things were much simpler than he thought. He hasn't gone to find Maki yet. The other party took the initiative to find him? You must seize this opportunity this time. Just call me boss and I'll go. You. Wild Rose frowned slightly, clenched her fists and stepped on foot, wanting to hit him. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. I couldn't beat him anyway, and I would be the one making a fool of myself. Boss, boss. Her voice was very low, and after she finished speaking, she immediately looked away, looking unconvinced. That's right, members of the Akatsuki organization must be trained as early as possible. Just then. Ding! Trigger life choice. Task option 1, Maki is very confused now. In the competition later, crush her self-esteem until she cries. Reward, 1 level 1 cursed tool. Task option 2, Great Collector. Train the future tyrant and take off her stockings, and put her into the divine power space. Reward, 50% off coupon in the mall. Task option 2, be a ruthless man and reject Maki's request for a competition. Reward, increase sword drawing speed by 20%. System, something is really getting wrong. Although Xiaolu, a gentleman, was very reluctant to choose the second option, the system offered him too much. Isn't a 50% discount coupon exactly what you need? Just in time to buy Madara-sama's collection of ninjutsu scrolls. It's just taking off the black stockings, as long as the reward is in place, I can just go for it. But given Maki's arrogant and proud personality, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Not too light, nor too heavy. Kojisaki Nobara blushed. Hey! Why are you smiling so obscenely? It was embarrassing to ask her to call him boss in person, but this guy actually smiled so obscenely in front of her. You must be thinking about something weird, right? Did you finally succumb to my charm? Xiaolu, lead the way. In a deserted grove of trees. After Kojisaki Nobara brought Xiaolu to her destination, she left with a depressed look on her face. At the same time, she was a little confused. What was it that they had to talk about in the deserted woods? But she didn't care too much. After all, if she was Maki, she would definitely not do anything out of line. In front of me, a tall figure was leaning against a tree with his arms folded. This person is the future second-generation tyrant, Zenin Maki. Like the tyrant Fushijiro Shijou, he was born with a body that is bound by heaven and curse. This type of physique is very special, using one's own curse spirit as a price to improve one's overall physical quality. However, because he has a twin sister, his physique is still not fully developed. Perhaps due to years of physical training, her legs wrapped in black stockings are slender yet resilient. The feminine beauty and the toughness of a warrior are perfectly reflected in that pretty face. Xiaolu pretended not to know. Senior, is there something wrong? Tisk tisk. I'm wearing marten boots and my stockings are hard to take off. It's really troublesome. But fortunately, it's not a one-piece stocking, otherwise the consequences of taking it off would be unimaginable. She walked over slowly and threw a cursed tool at Xiaolu. Although you are my elder, you are stronger than me. Please teach me some physical skills, Xiaolu. Xiaolu nodded. I'm on it, Maki. Maki is serious. Come on, Xiaolu. Wait a minute. Xiaolu threw the cursed tool back. If it's a physical battle, then there's no need for the cursed tool. Just attack, senior. He wanted to irritate Maki little by little, and this time his goal was not just to get a 50% discount coupon. More importantly, pull her into the Akatsuki organization. The best way to deal with people like Maki is to severely defeat her, and then gently lend a helping hand to break her proud heart. I'm sorry, Maki, I had no choice but to do this for the sake of the eternal kaleidoscope. Promise, just this once. Maki was very angry at this moment. No need for a cursed tool? Are you looking down on yourself? Could it be that he, like the pedantic Zen monks, looked down on me? Humph. Then don't even use the cursed tool, just fight with your bare hands. Maki thrust the spear into the soil and attacked Xiaolu with a cold snort. Whoosh! The long legs wrapped in black silk bring a strong wind. Chapter 19 Akatsuki member, Zenin Maki. In an uninhabited grove. The two figures moved quickly. Maki's attack was fierce, strong winds blew up, and dust and fallen leaves were blown up. Xiaolu dodged while observing her moves. Zenin Maki's offensive methods are very clever. Her fists are like swords, her legs are like knives and axes. Even her elbow strikes are like sledgehammers. Every part of her body can be turned into a deadly weapon. It's hard to imagine that this is something a girl can do. It's really a huge pressure. Xiaolu did not fight back for the time being, as he could learn a lot from the opponent's moves through the Sharingan. At this moment Maki was both ashamed and angry. This damn guy, why is he staring at her feet? What's so good about her feet? The most annoying thing is that the opponent easily dodged all of my attacks from beginning to end. Is all you can do about it? Attack. Maki's anger level skyrocketed, and his attack became more and more fierce. Xiaolu's mouth curled up, the time was ripe. Shuaman, open! With a low shout from him, his robe fluttered without wind, his body became red like a shrimp due to congestion, and a faint heat came out from the top of his head. Xiaolu said in a deep voice, then don't blame me for bullying a woman. Is this all his strength? It's really amazing. The strong breath hit Maki's face, and he took a step back involuntarily, but soon took 2 steps forward stubbornly. She gritted her teeth and took a fighting stance. Don't underestimate me, I'm not a weak woman. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu disappeared from sight. Suddenly, a whisper came from behind, how can we be distracted during a competition? Maki's pupils shrank sharply, and he spun around and kicked out in response. Bang! Xiaolu held her long legs tightly in his hands and she couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard she struggled. Maki blushed slightly, let go, let go. Let go? Xiaolu grabbed her legs and shook them hard, causing Maki to lose balance and fall to the ground. Ah! Boom! I could hear the whistling of fists, the dirt beside my head exploded, and the ground cracked. If it were an enemy, your head would probably explode. Maki stared blankly at Xiaolu's eyes full of teasing, and just when he tried to break free, he was pushed down again. Then, in her extremely shocked eyes, Xiaolu hooked the black edge. The black silk was ruthlessly peeled off inch by inch from her thighs. The long, slender, white legs are completely exposed. Finally got it. Xiaolu moved away and threw the girl's original stockings into the Shinwei space. He is a gentleman, how could he possibly smell it? But when there is no one around, it's hard to say. Pervert. Big pervert. Give him back to me now. Maki, who just realized what was happening, blushed, and her beautiful eyes were full of intimidation. She felt a little uncomfortable after suddenly losing her stockings, and her feet were tense. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. No wonder he kept staring at his legs from beginning to end, was it just for this moment? But, what's the point of taking my own stockings? Maki was filled with shame and indignation, his expression changed, as if he had made some kind of decision. She quickly took off her other pair of black stockings and threw them to Xiaolu with disgust. Since you like it, I'll give it all to you. But you have to spar with me. Holding the warm stockings in her hands, Xiaolu looked at Maki in disbelief. Oh shit! Things seem to be going in the wrong direction. The problem is, he's already done his job, so why would he need another pair? Gather a pair to summon a dragon? But before Lu could think about it, Maki came towards him again, swinging her long white legs, with fighting spirit burning in her eyes. Well, since I've taken advantage of her, I might as well have a good in-depth discussion with her. 10 minutes later. Xiaolu panted and took deep breaths of fresh air. And under a big tree not far away from my feet. Maki maintained an ugly posture, with his head tilted, slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. Her hair was disheveled, her pretty face was full of stubbornness, and her eyes were full of resentment. Xiaolu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Maki helplessly. He knew Maki was a proud and stubborn woman, but he never expected her to be this stubborn. Does a good fight have to go to this extent? He fell down again and again, and got up again and again. He knew it was impossible to defeat himself, but he still refused to admit defeat. Even he was exhausted. In the end, Xiaolu deliberately did not dodge and took 2 punches from her on her face before she gave up. It seems that the pressure in her mind is much greater than she thought. Also, can you change your posture? If someone doesn't know, they might think I did something to her. Xiaolu squatted down. Senior Maki, you must want to become stronger, right? But brute force alone won't do. Then, Xiaolu opened his Sharingan. Do you want to be looked down upon by the Zenin family for the rest of your life? Will your sister and yourself return to the family in humiliation and become the lowest servants after your failure? Will you serve those pedantic old men? Xiaolu's words were like a bolt from the blue. Maki, who had no strength left, suddenly yelled like crazy, I don't want to. Xiaolu gently held her cheek, and her scarlet Sharingan turned and looked deeply into her eyes, "So, Maki, do you want to become stronger?" These words kept echoing in her mind like a ghost. At this moment, Maki no longer cared about the difference between men and women, and stared at Xiaolu's eyes with extremely longing eyes. Seeing this, Xiaolu was ashamed. Why did he feel more and more like a villain? The kind that does whatever it takes to achieve the goal? Then, Maki reacted immediately and pushed Xiaolu away. How do you know about me?" She kept these things in her heart and never told anyone. But Xiaolu in front of him knew him very well. Even her sister knew him. Isn't he a freshman who has only been here for a few days? Xiaolu still used the old routine, pointing the way and pointing to her own eyes. "I can see your past." Then, Xiaolu talked about her growing up experience and how she was disliked by her family. As well as her physical problems, even the changes in her relationship with her sister were roughly described. Maki stared at Xiaolu blankly. Although he had thought he was very powerful before, he only realized his mystery at this moment. He knew his past clearly, like the maggots in his stomach. In addition, Xiaolu's pair of mysterious scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Maki hung his head and said nothing, obviously believing what Xiaolu said. "I want to become stronger, but how can you help me? What do you want?" Maki is not a fool, so he naturally doesn't believe in such things as pie falling from the sky. Maybe this is the other party's real purpose? Was his previous frivolous behavior of taking off his stockings a deliberate act? Xiaolu stepped forward slowly and said with a smile, "The request is very simple, join Akatsuki, and I will teach you the 8 gates ninjutsu just now." After saying this, he stepped aside, opened the door again and showed it to her. There was no rushing, but rather time to give Maki time to make a choice. However, after all this trouble, it should be stable. Chapter 20 Xiaolu, you are so vulgar. 8 gates of ninjutsu? Was that the physical skill he just performed? Through recollection, Maki could clearly feel that before Xiaolu activated the 8 gates, he could still keep up with his speed. But when heat emanated from his body, he was no longer able to fight back. But, what is the Xiao he is talking about? She looked at Xiaolu. What is Xiao? Here it comes, he has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Ahem, the so-called Akatsuki also stands for Dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people, and maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Xiaolu put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said passionately. Maki blinked, confused by this sudden scene. The tone and words were delivered in one go, and it was obvious that they were prepared in advance. Are you sure it's not a pyramid scheme? Besides, Xiaolu doesn't seem to be a high-ranking person. Then, Xiaolu continued to introduce the benefits of joining the Akatsuki organization and how easy it was. How is it? This is my ancestral martial arts method, which has never been passed on to others. Besides, as long as you join, I can be your sparring partner at any time. I'm sure seniors Panda and Gojuin are very reluctant to spar with a fighting maniac like you, right? Having read the original novel, he naturally knew that among the second graders, no one was willing to spar with Maki, a taijutsu madman. In this battle, Maki has not yet exerted her full strength. After all, her real strength is her mastery of the cursed tool. Finally, Xiaolu played his trump card. I can make you surpass the tyrant of the past, Fushiguro Shige. Fushiguro Shigeki's experience was similar to hers, except that he used his extremely powerful strength to blast away all the gossip. With the power of one person, the Chanyuan family was suppressed and couldn't raise their heads. Anyone who dared to say more would be killed. Presumably, Maki has always regarded Fushiguro Shiori as his goal to become stronger, right? He has already mentioned all the points that can be used for Pua, but as long as I help her achieve them, it won't be considered Pua. At worst, I can just accompany her to the Zen temple home from now on. Hearing this, Maki's body trembled slightly and his breathing became rapid. "Do you really want to join the Akatsuki?" he mentioned. She closed her eyes, and the past of the Chan Yuan family echoed in her mind like a nightmare. Since she was born, she has been ridiculed and mocked because she has no curse power and can't even see curse spirits. The cold eyes of biological parents and the shame in the mouths of family elders. And Zenanaya, who was praised as a genius heir since birth. From childhood to adulthood, my sister and I grew up under his scolding and ridicule. All of this is why she wants to become stronger and prove herself so much. Moreover, he even knew about Fushijiro Shire, which made her feel the last glimmer of doubt. "I am willing to join Akatsuki and be at your disposal." Having said that, Maki even knelt down on one knee. Xiaolu quickly helped him up. The Akatsuki organization didn't need those rules and regulations. Of course, the premise was that they had to obey his orders. He smiled and held out his hand. "Welcome to join us, Xiao. Your future will be bright." Although he did it to obtain the mission reward, he also felt a great sense of accomplishment at this moment. After all, another fallen girl was saved. After shaking hands with Maki, Xiaolu took out a book from the Shinwei space. The name is 8 Gates of Dunjia. After obtaining the 8 gates through the system, he instantly understood all the key points about the 8 gates. So it was naturally easy for him to write it down. Moreover, he also used his own words to make the content more understandable. I believe that smart Maki can understand it. Maki took the book, flipped through a few pages, and then her beautiful eyes widened. The operation of meridians, the mobilization of chi, and how to open the subsequent 8 gates are all clearly written. Except for the ugly handwriting, this book was like a godsend to her. It seems that Xiaolu really didn't lie to himself. Zenan Maki nodded heavily. "Thank you. Well, practice well. If you don't understand, you can ask me." After saying that, Xiaolu took out 2 pieces of clothes that she had bought from Akatsuki last time and handed them to her. "Well, the organization uniform. You don't have to wear it, but you can't be without it. Please bring the other one to Kuchisaki Nobara for me." Maki looked at Xiaolu in surprise. "Is Kuchisaki also yours?" "Yes." Xiaolu continued seriously. "Su-men is the limit of what you can open at present. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not forcefully open the subsequent doors. Without a strong body, the side effects will be severe, and there may even be a risk of death." "Well, I'll pay attention." At this moment, Maki no longer has her previous aloofness, but has become more gentle, like the big sister next door. Looking at Maki's departing back, Xiaolu couldn't help but say, "Maki, you look better without glasses." Maki paused, her ears flushed, and glared at him. "Xiaolu, you are so vulgar." After saying that, she ran away. "Why do I feel like I've been scolded twice in a row?" Xiaolu and the obscene. But he was serious. Whether in the original work or now, Maki's appearance was completely sealed by that pair of glasses. After Maki leaves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 50% off coupon for the mall. Xiaolu opens the system mall. There was a slash across the price column of Mr. Ban's treasured ninjutsu scroll, from 100,000 points to 50,000. Xiaolu can just buy it with the 50% off coupon. He placed the order decisively. Suddenly, everything went dark. His mind was confused and his consciousness was vague, as if he was falling into the clouds. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind like a flood, and it seemed like my head was going to explode in the next second. Fortunately, with the support of the system, a cool feeling appeared in my mind, like streams of clear springs, followed by countless flashes of inspiration. The originally obscure ninjutsu is now clear at a glance. In just 10 minutes, Xiaolu had learned everything. Xiaolu opened her eyes, with an indescribable excitement in her eyes. It is indeed a ninjutsu scroll that can be treasured by Mr. Ban. There are fire escape techniques, water escape techniques, wood escape techniques, and even legendary forbidden techniques. For example, there are such heaven-defying ninjutsu as impure world reincarnation and samsara. But it seems that I can't use it now? If I remember correctly, the Rinnegan is needed to activate the Rinnegan. I am just a kaleidoscope at the moment. But what surprised Xiaolu was that there was actually a seduction technique. It seems that Mr. Ban is also a passionate person. It must be said that this seduction technique is a conceptual ninjutsu. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki would be tempted to stay where she is when she saw it. But what can I do with it? To seduce Sukuna. In this way, one has many more means of attack. Next, Xiaolu checked the progress of the long-term task. Long-term mission: the top sorcerers are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress: 2/3 people. Reward: Eternal Kaleidoscope. Yes. The Eternal Kaleidoscope is just around the corner. As long as you dig one more person, you can get the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Just as Xiaolu was immersed in the joy of the reward, a pitch-black crow with red eyes landed on his shoulder. It goes without saying that this is Mei Mei's crow Shikigami. It should have just flown in. Before taking off Maki's black stockings, he deliberately opened his Sharingan to observe. Fire prevention, theft prevention, Mei Mei. I can't let Mei Mei see me poaching people. A piece of white paper fell into his palm. The content is roughly: Yagamasamichi plans to promote him to a teacher in his personal capacity, and it just so happens that there are suspected cursed spirits in Tokyo, so he just needs to follow them and go through the motions. Xiaolu knew that every spell teacher needed to pass an assessment before taking the position. After all, in addition to being strong, you also need to be aware of protecting the safety of students at all times. I just learned a lot of ninjutsu, so I hope to practice with some special level ninjutsu, and I can also get points. Kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 21. What? Role-playing? In the infirmary. What? Role-playing? Xiaolu's face was full of confusion as she looked at the three people opposite her. That's right. This time, I, Mei Mei, and Nanamai will play your students. How about it? Are you excited? Shiko wore a white medical gown with a burgundy shirt underneath, looking like an intellectual older sister. Maybe it's because I'm too busy at work, which causes dark circles to often appear at the corners of my eyes. Rishiko held his chin and looked at Xiaolu with interest. I didn't notice him before, but when I got closer I saw that he was quite handsome. She was very excited at the moment, as she had suffered a lot in order to investigate Xiaolu's identity. This time it's this guy's turn to serve himself. Moreover, he has been staying in the infirmary to treat the wounded all year round, and today is the dangerous task of exorcising the cursed spirit. But for her, it was like a relaxing vacation. Mei Mei joked, Arshiko is the treasure of the Jujutsu High School, you must protect her well. As for the life and death of Nanamai and I, it depends on whether you have a conscience. As if she had thought of something, she chuckled and moved closer, stretched out her white and tender jade fingers to draw circles on Xiaolu's chest, and said charmingly, if the students do something wrong later, Teacher Xiaolu doesn't need to show any sympathy, just punish them as much as you can. After saying this, she even blushed a little. But after what happened last night, when facing Xiaolu, I couldn't help but have the idea of teasing this mysterious little brother in front of me. Hiss. Xiaolu took a breath of cold air. Why is Mei Mei's painting style becoming more and more wrong? In my impression, she is a mature and heroic lady. Why does it seem like there is a hidden masochistic attribute now? Xiaolu shook his head, put aside his wild thoughts, and looked at Shiko. If I remember correctly, Shiko has only one warlock, and that is the reversal warlock. However, her reversal warlock is a little different. She can directly generate positive energy from the reversal warlock, which can heal others very efficiently. However, a general reversal wizard can usually only provide effective treatment to himself, and has little effect on others. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the treasure of the entire college. It seems that I have to focus on her. Nanami was wearing a smart suit and had her blonde hair combed back. He glanced at the time. Let's get going quickly, try to finish before 6 o'clock, and refuse to work overtime. Xiaolu agreed, partly because he wanted to test out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Secondly, the gears of the plot have already started turning, and during this period Gojo Satoru is on a mission and is not in the high school. Itadori, Fushiguro Megami, and Kujisaki Nobara should have received urgent missions by now. They need to go to the Yingji Juvenile Institute in Nishi Tokyo City to carry out a rescue mission. But how could he give up the opportunity to spar with Sukuna? As the time of the Sharingan fusion increased, his personality was affected to some extent, and the warmongering genes took root in his body. The desire to fight gradually emerged. I hope Sanzi Sukuna will not let him down. Hopefully, we can catch up in time after this is completed. Several people arrived at the crime scene in Ijishi's luxury car. This is an abandoned construction site, which is now shrouded in black air. The surrounding area was already filled with yellow lines prohibiting entry. Ijishi straightened his glasses. According to preliminary investigations, a special grade cursed spirit was born in this abandoned factory. The workers inside are in unknown condition, but I'm afraid they are in grave danger. As for the specific reason for the birth, it is unknown. According to local residents, it was because of the endless exploitation by the boss that the man's resentment gradually accumulated. After jumping off the building and dying, he turned into a special grade cursed spirit. However, the strength of this special grade cursed spirit is not that strong. It is just suitable for the assessment of Xiaolu. After the introduction, Ijishi prepared to set up the tent, etc. Mei interrupted his spell and looked at Xiaolu. Since this is your test, please let Xiaolu come in person. Xiaolu stood there in a daze, his eyes blank. This is a bit embarrassing. It seems that I haven't learned how to arrange the account yet. It seems that Gojo Satoru never taught me anything, and I let him do whatever he wanted almost the entire time. Xiaolu, hurry up and set up. Wait, you don't even know how to set up accounts. Nanami looked at Xiaolu in disbelief. The others also looked at him in surprise. Xiaolu shrugged helplessly. I admire you. A person who can kill a special grade cursed spirit alone can't even set up an account? If he became a teacher, what kind of commotion would it cause when he exorcised the cursed spirits? They all knew Xiaolu's strength, which was probably considered strong among first-level sorcerers. But this does not include Mei. After all, she has tasted Xiaolu's unpredictable illusion. In her mind, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is top grade. I really can't do anything about you. Shiko stepped forward and made a gesture. Repeat after me, born from darkness to darkness, all filth and impurities must be removed. Soon, under her guidance, Xiaolu successfully set up the account. The entire sky gradually darkened, and a black veil covered the abandoned factory, separating it from the outside world. In this way, the outside world cannot see the situation here. This is also a necessary skill for a beginner sorcerer to learn, in order to avoid causing too much noise when removing the cursed spirits, which would cause panic among the people. Shiko smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, you learned it in no time, much faster than I did back then. After setting up the account, Ijishi left, and Xiaolu and others entered the construction site. In an abandoned construction site, there were scattered steel bars and red bricks everywhere, with sharp claw marks on them. There was a pungent smell of blood coming from the front. When I got closer, I saw corpses everywhere, and not a single one was intact. On the high steel frames, there were densely packed headless corpses hanging, and blood was dripping down the rusty steel pipes. How can this be called a construction site? It is no exaggeration to say that this is hell on earth. Even experienced people like Mei had never seen such a tragic scene. Shiko sighed, I'm afraid everyone on the construction site is dead. As a doctor, she had seen too many injured sorcerers, but even so, she still couldn't help but shudder. She frowned and thought, can being exploited by the boss cause such a big resentment? But after thinking about it, she decided not to say it out loud. After all, her experience with cursed spirits was definitely not as much as Mei and Nanami's. Xiaolu sensed something was wrong through his Sharingan. Perhaps it was the Sharingan's meticulous observation ability that allowed him to clearly observe the density of the remaining cursed energy in the air. Although the amount is not much, the density of the cursed energy is far greater than that of the human-faced worm last time. He guessed that this time the special curse spirit might be much stronger than the ones he encountered before. To be on the safe side, he took out the round fan from the Shinwei space. Seeing this, Mei smiled and said, "Why don't you wear the mask together? It will be more mysterious if you match them together." Xiaolu's mouth twitched, wearing a stuffy face. Mei gave him a rather flirtatious look. What are you two talking about? I don't understand." Shiko and Nanami looked at the two with scrutinizing eyes. Mask? Mystery? Tisk tisk, there's something wrong with these two people. Seeing their puzzled reactions, Xiaolu did not explain. But this also shows that Mei did not tell anyone else what happened that day. Okay, this is a secret between Xiaolu and me, don't worry about it. She put away her smile and said seriously, "You will play the role of our teacher this time. You will be in charge of the situation we encounter later, and you can also instruct us on our actions. In short, please put yourself in the role of a teacher as soon as possible and protect the cute students who are crying out for help." As soon as the words fell, bang! A group of winged, crawler-like monsters fell, disgusting mucus dripping from the corners of their mouths. They stretched out their long forked tongues and pounced on the few people. Chapter 22, Fire Escape. Great Fire Extinguishment. They were very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 That was the sound of the cursed spirit's wings sweeping across the wind, and also the sound of its sharp front claws cutting through the air. Mei and others frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Judging from the fluctuations emitted by these cursed spirits, they are even close to being first-level cursed spirits. In the past, when they were on a mission to exorcise special-grade cursed spirits, the cursed spirits they encountered as gatekeepers were at most level 2. However, these cursed spirits before my eyes were infinitely close to the level of first-level cursed spirits. Several people did not make a move. This was Xiaolu's test. They wanted to see how Xiaolu would deal with these cursed spirits. It must be his weird space distortion technique, right? However, Xiaolu just jumped up and slowly rose into the sky, looking at the dozen or so cursed spirits that pounced on him below. Under the puzzled gazes of the three people, he clapped his hands and puffed up his cheeks. Chakra is like a gushing spring, gathering in the throat. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Raging. A ball of red flame spewed out, and the moment the flame touched the air, it instantly expanded to 20 times its size. The flames instantly turned into a 100-meter-long sea of fire, instantly engulfing the cursed spirits below. The terrifying heat wave stung the skin of the people behind him and made it hurt, as if it was burned by fire. The pupils of several people contracted and they retreated violently. Mei even stood in front of several people and cast a spell to form a blue spell barrier, thus resisting the aftermath. This move is Madara-sama's famous skill. But it took thousands of ninjas to perform water escape at the same time to resist it. Of course, Xiaolu's current amount of cursed spirit, chakra, is obviously not enough to reach the terrifying level of Madara-sama. But even so, the power is terrifying. The fire escape lasted for more than 10 seconds. The few of them looked around, but there was no trace of the cursed spirit. The ground covered by flames was charred black, with a faint black smoke rising from it. There was still a faint smell of burnt meat in the air, which should be coming from the cursed spirit. But soon, they were burned into slag by the continuous high temperature, leaving no ashes. Call. Xiaolu landed slowly and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of performing ninjutsu for the first time was pretty good, except that my cheeks felt a little sore. Well, another point to note is that the amount of chakra released is not controlled well, and it is consumed a bit too much at one time. After all, he is not like the impure world release Madara who possesses almost unlimited chakra. It seems that he needs to practice more, otherwise he can't withstand such consumption. Feeling the remaining chakra in his body, Xiaolu thought of the blue deficient master Kakashi. Xiaolu lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Oh, if only I could obtain infinite chakra." Forget it, don't aim too high, just take it step by step, maybe there will be something like this in the subsequent task rewards or the mall. What are you guys standing there for? Keep moving forward. We haven't found the special grade curse spirit yet. Besides, what are you all doing so far away? He looked at the three people who had retreated several dozen meters behind him and were staring at him blankly. As he finished speaking, several people came back to their senses. Thinking back to the horrific scene that happened just now, I still feel scared and can't help but take a breath. Sister Mei Mei. Is he really just a first-level sorcerer? Shiko held Mei Mei's arm and stuttered. There were still a few tears in the corners of her eyes, which were secreted by the tear glands affected by the heat wave. She looked at Xiaolu as if he were a monster. All in all, this was the first time she saw Xiaolu take action. In her opinion, Xiaolu is very capable, but at most she is about the same as Nanamai, and may even be worse than Sister Mei Mei. But after this experience, I have a new understanding of Xiaolu. He was a person who didn't even know how to set up an account just now, but in the blink of an eye, he unleashed such a terrifying flame? No. This is no longer a flame, but a sea of fire. Mei Mei didn't know how to answer at this moment. She opened her red lips slightly and stared at Xiaolu with extremely complicated eyes. How many secrets does this kid still have? Or, what exactly is his warlock? Weird space spells, manipulating people's minds, illusions that are impossible to guard against, and now a sea of fire is spewing directly from the mouth. And his physical skills are not inferior to mine. Is he really an almighty hexagonal warrior? Is there anything he can't do? Even the Six Eyes Gojo Satoru wasn't this perverted at this age, right? Looking back on that night, I feel really lucky. If Xiaolu really wanted to kill someone to silence him, could he escape from him? Tisk. This damn Yagamasamichi actually let her track and monitor such a terrifying person. Nanamai, who was always calm, said, "Teacher Mei Mei, is it my illusion? I feel like I may not be able to beat Xiaolu." In his opinion, if such a large range of fire was used on himself, he would definitely not be able to avoid it completely. The consequences of being burned. Mei Mei, no need to feel, just do it. Xiaolu came in front of the three people and urged them, "Hey, stop being dazed, follow the teacher and kill the special grade curse spirit. He also has to hurry to play the second half with Sukuna." At the same time, there is a beautiful view on the beach. A man wearing a blue plaid shirt, sunglasses, and with stitches all over his face was lying leisurely on a bench, enjoying the sun. This person is the real person. I really can't do anything about you. Didn't we agree to wait for Luhua Yudeo to arrive before we act together? The gentle voice of Geto Suguru, Nozomi, sounded beside my ears. The tone was just teasing, not blaming. The real person smiled and waved his hands. "It's just a little fight before the main course begins. I just want to test how much power the most twisted and unlimited curse in the rumor can exert. Don't you want to know?" You have a big appetite. Love is the most twisted curse. Geto Suguru is very clear about this. After all, this body was once a top-grade sorcerer. But in the end, he still lost to the power of pure love. Sugar Oil G lifted his chin and glanced at the real person with expectation in his eyes. Forget it. I'm just bored lately. So let me see what kind of power love can exert. It would be even better if we could kill a few first-level sorcerers, then Gojo Satoru would take action. This is a good opportunity to let Genrin and the others see how terrifying a man is who can suppress the entire world of sorcery by himself. Shuguruji looked at Masato and said, "But by the way, how did you create such a special grade cursed spirit?" "Haha, it actually has nothing to do with me. The worker was exploited by his boss, and his beloved wife was envied by the boss because of her beauty. She was assigned to a high-risk position that did not belong to her and unfortunately fell to her death." Ha ha ha. What do you think? The humans in this world are much scarier than the cursed spirits, right? Having said this, the real person stood up, faced the sea, spread his arms, let the sea breeze blow on his cheeks, and his long blue hair fluttered in the wind. Filth, selfishness, jealousy, greed. Too many things to list. They are not worthy of being the masters of this world. Shuguru, I feel more and more that everything we do is just, and our existence is simply do justice for God. Sugar Oil G smiled knowingly. So, what did you do? The real person said in a sinister tone, I just wove a beautiful lie for that worker. For example, if you kill 100,000 people and collect their blood, you can revive your lover. Ha 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 ha. I'm such a kind-hearted genius. Chapter 23 The Most Twisted Curse? Before they knew it, Xiaolu and the others had reached the deepest part of the abandoned construction site. Along the way, Xiaolu turned into a ruthless bulldozer, pushing forward all the way. Even a first-level cursed spirit killed 2 of them in seconds. In this regard, Meimei, Shiko, and Nanami can only say, the young are to be feared. In front of us, a long blood-red line appeared on the ground, and it was obvious that the red line was made up of the blood of a corpse. It seems to be telling them that once they cross the line, they will enter hell. Seeing this, the 3 of them looked solemn. It can be clearly felt that the mana fluctuations in the area within the red line are extremely violent and huge. Presumably, that special grade cursed spirit is just ahead. Shiko, remember to follow closely, the fun is about to begin. After Meimei finished her reminder, she looked at Xiaolu and said, we are about to fight the big boss. Teacher, you can direct the students to take action. For example, positioning, coordination, etc. Doesn't teacher Xiaolu have any ideas? After Meimei's reminder, Xiaolu remembered that the assessment also included teacher-student interaction. After some thought, Xiaolu looked at the 3 people with a sly smile, then please stand at the back and deduct 6 for the teacher. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people's faces turned dark and they looked at Xiaolu with contempt. This is the only chance to motivate their 3 teachers. And this guy just let them stand aside and yell 666. I really want to knock open his head and see what this guy's brain circuit is like. Without any hesitation, several people crossed the red line drawn by blood. The moment of crossing the line. Boom! Countless piercing screams came from my eardrums, and the sky changed from dark to blood red. Countless corpses were suspended in the sky, blood dripping down their arms. There were so many of them that it was as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. In front of him, a worker, his flesh and blood torn apart, with only a skeleton left on his body, was sitting high on the pile of corpses, with his head down in deep thought. Why can we tell at a glance that he is a worker? Because it is still wearing the yellow safety helmet that is unique to construction workers. Feeling the pressure emanating from it, Xiaolu was thoughtful. Presumably, this is the special cursed spirit that Ijishi described, transformed out of hatred due to the increasing exploitation by the boss. Is the area within the red line its living area? Judging from its aura alone, it seems to be much stronger than the special grade 1 from last time. Mei Mei and the others looked more and more solemn, and at the same time, they couldn't help but start guessing. This cursed spirit is very strong. The eyes of the special curse spirit lit up. Cursor? Great! That gentleman once said that a cursor's flesh and blood is worth 10,000 people. As it said this, it jumped down and stretched out its hands to count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha 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 ha. God is really helping me. 4 sorcerers. We are one step closer to reviving Swallow. Come on, I beg you for to offer your precious flesh and blood, please. Although there was almost no flesh on its face, everyone could still feel that its empty eyes were filled with extreme desire. Xiaolu was speechless. Is this special curse spirit crazy? And why does the word swallow it mentioned sound familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. His reaction was different. When Mei Mei and the others heard what it said, their hearts sank. Shiko said solemnly, "Oh no. I've read Ijishi's analysis report, and Yanzi is the worker's wife." In other words, the reason why this special grade cursed spirit was born was not because of the boss's exploitation, but because of love. As she finished her words, Mei Mei pulled her wrist without any hesitation and tried to withdraw the red line. But what greeted her was a bloody barrier. Love? Is it necessary to have such a big reaction just because the reason for giving birth has changed? Xiaolu looked at the sudden changes in the reactions of the 3 people, especially Mei Mei, who was usually frivolous and casual, and looked serious for the first time. He also realized that the situation was not simple. Love? Xiaolu seemed to remember something. This sentence seemed to be said by Gojo Satoru. What's it called? Nanamai at the side spoke up. He seemed to see Xiaolu's doubts and lowered his voice. Love is the most twisted and the most obsessive. The highest level of cursed spirits is special level, but there are differences between special levels, and the differences are even very large. Let's stop the assessment here. The 2 of us will work together to eliminate this special grade cursed spirit. Mei Mei will ensure Shiko's safety. Obviously, the 3 of them who were in the same class as Gojo Satoru were very clear about this. He also said personally that if you encounter a special curse spirit born out of love, it is better to avoid it. Because, even if he were to solve it, it would take a lot of effort. They fully agree with this. After all, that's what Rika, who lives in Yuta Otoko's body, is like. They had seen how powerful Rika was, but the cursed spirit in front of them was not yet at that level. However, it is definitely not something that can be solved by one person alone, it can only be eliminated by joining forces. Besides, there is Shiko in the team who is not good at fighting. Her safety must not be threatened. After hearing what Nanamai said, Lu also remembered. No wonder he felt something was wrong from the moment he came in. However, isn't it better for him to be stronger? What's the point of being killed in 2 moves? There are actually 2 difficult guys. The special cursed spirit tapped the helmet on his head with his bony index finger, thinking. The difficult guys it was referring to were Mei Mei and Nanamai. I feel like it could pose quite a threat to it. As for Xiaolu, who had not yet revealed his Sharingan, it did not take him seriously. Not to mention the female doctor in the white coat, who hardly noticed any threatening signs. Moreover, judging from their performance, the doctor seemed to be very important to them. Hey hey hey! It let out an evil laugh and already had a plan in mind. I saw that, in the solemn gazes of Mei Mei and others. Special grade cursed spirit, put both hands in front of the chest, forming a special gesture. Deep and hoarse voices came from all directions and penetrated deep into my mind. The field expands. The bone phase arrives. As its sound fell, the few of them felt as if they were trapped in absolute darkness. Tick-tock. With the sound of water drops falling, ripples appeared in the dark area. Then, the bloody sky reappeared. Rub, Rub, rub. Countless skeletons emerged from under the feet of the special grade cursed spirit. They instantly filled the area. These skeletons regard it as their king, and build stairs into it as if they have life, sending it to the bone throne at the highest point of the realm. Mei, Nanamai, Shko's pupils contracted violently. Leading, field? This special grade cursed spirit actually mastered the domain? Although from the perspective of architecture, it is still in its infancy and many areas are not perfect. But, it is still difficult to deal with. This time the information is extremely inaccurate. I never expected that this time I would actually encounter a cursed spirit with its own domain. Mei frowned. This is bad. This cursed spirit is already difficult to deal with, and now we are trapped in its territory, it is even more troublesome. She raised her giant axe and stopped Shko behind her. Shko, be sure to hide behind me. At this moment, a crisp sound of a lighter was heard. Call. Shko lit a cigarette, exhaled a long breath, and said calmly. Why is it so troublesome? You three should ignore me for now. It should be easy to surround and kill this cursed spirit, right? Don't really think of me as a weak woman. Both her expression and tone were relaxed, and anyone who knew her would know that. When Shko is extremely nervous or sad, she will subconsciously light a cigarette or drink. Nanamai, what a joke. It can't be you if anyone has a problem. Xiaolu looked at the scene in the field with excitement. Is this the realm? But I still traveled through it myself and felt the breath of the realm for the first time. It's really oppressive. Killing it should earn you a lot of points, right? The special curse spirit on the throne in the sky laughed crazily. You are right. If you all join forces to besiege me, even in the domain, I will have a hard time. But don't forget, this is my territory. Bonehand repulsion. With a roar, the countless bones in the area combined into a pair of large hands, and without any hesitation, they slapped Mei and Nanamai. Attacks within the field are sure to hit. Bang! This attack directly knocked the two people out of the range. The special grade cursed spirit's white skeleton opened its jaw to an odd degree, looking at Xiaolu and Shko as if it were looking at its prey. Ha ha ha! Those two troublesome people are gone. Then, it's hunting time. Chapter 24 Yaga is furious. The scene changed. Outside the field. Bang bang bang. The fierce attack slammed heavily onto the blood-colored barrier. Mei and Nanamai, one holding a giant axe and the other holding a long knife, frantically attacked the area of the special grade cursed spirits. The two men looked extremely solemn. Damn it! This is bad. This cursed spirit is so unethical. Originally, if the three of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill this special grade cursed spirit. But who could have thought that this special grade cursed spirit would actually directly repel them from its territory? And they deliberately left behind the seemingly weak Xiaolu and the weak-looking Shko? Nanamai's face looked extremely heavy. The domain of a special grade cursed spirit cannot be broken in a short period of time. As a newcomer, Xiaolu is definitely unfamiliar with the field, and it is still unknown whether he can hold on until they get support. As for Shko, thinking of this, he clenched his fists. Attacks within the area are guaranteed to hit, and the curse spirit's move is clearly aimed at Shko. Therefore, he could hardly think of the possibility of Shko's survival. No, this is not a solution. I'll call the college and ask them to send a special cursed tool over. Only in this way can the domain barrier be broken quickly. Mei nodded seriously and increased the intensity of her attack again. Of course, her main concern was Shko's safety. As for Xiaolu, she has seen his full capabilities and nothing should happen to him. But if the cursed spirit uses Shko to restrict Xiaolu, it will be troublesome. Jujutsu High School, inside the principal's office. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Yagamasamichi picked up the phone impatiently. But when he saw the caller was Nanamai, he was a little confused. Why is he calling at this hour? After all these years of being together, 9 out of 10 sentences Nanami would say on the phone were complaints about why she had to work overtime again. He looked at the time. Isn't it just past 4 o'clock? Are you already thinking about leaving? Get off work? There is Mei Mei who only asks for money, Nanami who refuses to work overtime, and Xiaolu who just came recently and has free food and accommodation. Oh, I'm so tired. But he answered the phone immediately and said calmly, "Hello, it's not time to get off work yet, Nanami. An accident happened. Listen to me carefully." A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. A few minutes later, Yagamasamichi hung up the phone with a dull expression. Bang! Broken desk. Ijishi. Come here. Following his roar, Ijishi, who was guarding the door, immediately walked in with his body bent. Although he didn't know why the principal suddenly got so angry. But, just bow your head. The information is wrong. That special grade cursed spirit was born out of love. Ijishi's pupils shrank sharply. With just one sentence, he immediately understood. It's over. This intelligence error may implicate the entire auxiliary supervisory department. Yagamasamichi threw a key and said, "Send the special cursed tool to me right now. Speed up." Yes. Principal. After Ijishi left, Yagamasamichi collapsed and scratched his head. This is just nonsense. It would be fine if these people just assessed Xiaolu, but they even brought Shiko into the fun. What other teacher-student role-playing games are there? Now it's all right, something's going to go wrong. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. It would be fine if this cursed spirit was born out of love, but the outrageous thing is that it actually has a domain. Now Xiaolu and Shiko are imprisoned in Lingling. One is in danger, the other. Why? Yagamasamichi let out a long sigh, and at that moment, he seemed to have aged a little. Shiko, she is as important as Gojo Satoru. A strategic treasure of the entire magic world. If something unexpected happens, he can quit his job as the principal. Even if the higher UPS skin him alive, that would be the least of his worries. This was the second time he was so flustered. The first time was when Xiaoyuja, the top-class sorcerer, betrayed him. Oh, if only Gojo Satoru were here. Within the field. The special grade cursed spirit smiled evilly. Originally, its intention was to kill all 4 of them, but after feeling the power of Mei Mei and Nanami. The cake is too big to be eaten in one go, and if your appetite is too big, you might even eat yourself to death. So, it decisively gave up and retreated to keep these 2 soft persimmons. It was going to reunite with the swallow, so how could it put itself at risk? Shiko looked at the place where Mei Mei and Nanami were sent flying just now with a panicked look on her face. Damn! I didn't expect this cursed spirit to be so cunning. Did he deliberately leave me and Xiaolu to use me to restrict Xiaolu? She glanced at Xiaolu, who had no expression on her face, and gritted her teeth and said, "Xiaolu, the priority is to exorcise the cursed spirit. With the strength Xiaolu just showed, if he concentrates on fighting this cursed spirit, he may have a chance of winning. I don't want to be that annoying burden. As for your own safety? Well, let's just leave it to fate. Looking back on my life over the years, I basically spent it in the infirmary, busy from morning to night. What is the purpose of this? Is it my duty as a sorcerer?" But she seemed to have never lived for herself. "Well, I'm a little tired." Xiaolu certainly knew what Shiko meant. However, this cursed spirit seemed to have made some mistakes. "I seem to be looked down upon." He took a step forward, his lips curled up slightly. "Hey, figure out who you're hunting, I'm the hunter." Suddenly, the originally black pupils glowed with scarlet blood, and the kaleidoscope pattern slowly turned. This faint cross light was so dazzling that it made the originally red sky look dim and colorless. Boom! The heart of the special grade cursed spirit seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. Just looking into those eyes was like having an icy sharp blade placed at one's neck, ready to take one's life at any moment. The special grade cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back. Is it an illusion? No. It will never admit its mistake under this kind of death threat. Unexpectedly, he is the one who hides the deepest and is the strongest. I'll devour her first, and then I'll fight you. After saying this, its skeleton-like body collapsed, and the bones not far from Shko's feet began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into the body of a special grade cursed spirit. In this area full of bones, it can reorganize itself at any time and in any place, changing into any form. Rub. The sharp hand knife condensed from bones stabbed towards Shko. Xiaolu, now is the time to attack the cursed spirit. After saying that, Shko closed her eyes, her pretty face tense, and she almost forgot how to breathe. At the same time, he silently activated the reversal sorcerer in his body. Hopefully, I can take a few more hits and give Xiaolu a chance to attack. The expected pain did not come, and she carefully opened one eye. I saw that the cursed spirit's bone knife stopped 10 centimeters away from Z's heart. Moreover, the cursed spirit's entire body was fixed in place, not moving at all. One could even see that its face was filled with fear, as if it was enduring great pain. She looked at Xiaolu with a shocked look. Is this a spell that freezes the body? Does he know so many techniques? Xiaolu walked up slowly and took out a lollipop from the Shinwei space. Then he smiled and took out the cigarette from Shko's mouth and replaced it with a lollipop. During this process, she did not resist at all and allowed Xiaolu to replace Huazi. That's right, girls look better when they don't smoke. Looking at Shko, who was motionless and still in a daze, Xiaolu was speechless. I didn't use any magic on you, why do you look like you're being frozen? After saying this, Shko's tense body finally relaxed. She took a sip of the sweet lollipop, and asked. You just said that it was controlled by an illusion. She looked at Xiaolu in disbelief. Chapter 25 Open the wound door. This is youth. Yet. Xiaolu nodded slightly, and his Sharingan turned again. I saw that the knife that the special grade cursed spirit had originally stabbed at Shko was slowly retracted. Then, under Shko's shocked gaze, he suddenly stabbed back into his body. Snap! The hard white ribs broke, and then Xiaolu stabbed him several more times. The cursed spirit's body made of skeletons began to gradually crumble. This. Shko was extremely shocked to see the actions of the cursed spirit in front of her. The cursed spirit that wanted to kill him 1 second ago, swung the sword at himself the next second. And all this is the illusion Xiaolu mentioned? What kind of illusion is so powerful? Can he actually forcefully control a special grade cursed spirit to commit suicide? Isn't this too overbearing? She looked at Xiaolu with her beautiful brown eyes. Then why did the cursed spirit seem so happy just now? It's like you succeeded? Naturally, I am immersed in the world of illusion. The scene it saw was roughly that it first successfully devoured you, then finally killed itself, and finally resurrected his wife. Tell me, how could it not be happy? Xiaolu explained with a smile. Shko's beautiful eyes flickered, so outrageous. Xiaolu shook his head. After all, this is just an ordinary illusion. If one can obtain Tsukuyomi, or even infinite Tsukuyomi, that would be outrageous. The biggest reason why this special grade cursed spirit could be controlled by him for so long was because of itself. Simply put, it is immersed in the beautiful world of illusion and cannot extricate itself. Love is twisted, so the cursed spirits that are born are usually very powerful. But their obsessions are very strong, so they are most affected by the illusion. Xiaolu waved the round fan in her hand. Okay, the beautiful dream is over, and the nightmare is about to begin. Bang! The skeleton curse spirit was instantly shattered, with bones flying everywhere. However, the realm was not lifted. This also shows that this special grade cursed spirit is not dead. In the distance, the bones on the ground regrouped and took on their original shape. It looked at its hands in disbelief and murmured, "Fake? Where's my swallow?" Then he reacted immediately. "You lied to me. A hole, you dare to use Yanzi to deceive me. Unforgivable." Suddenly, countless bones in the area converged towards it like a rushing river. These are like thousands of building blocks, pieced together in various parts of the cursed spirit's body. Soon, a huge skeleton king appeared before their eyes. Looking at the huge skeleton king in front of him, Xiaoliu's eyes were burning, and the cells in his body were boiling. It just so happens that Madara-sama's ninjutsu scroll also includes his physical skills inheritance. Moreover, through the last double physical training card, Xiaolu can now open the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. He put away his fan and formed a seal with his hands. "Open the wounded door." Boom! A violent air current emerged, and green energy attached to his body like a burning flame. The terrifying airflow lifted his black hair and robes high up. At this moment, his physical fitness has exceeded normal by 10 times. Shiko raised her wrist to cover her face, and Xiaoliu's handsome back was reflected in her clear pupils. In comparison, Xiaoliu's body is much smaller than the huge skeleton king. Like Mount Tai in a feather. However, in her mind, that figure was extremely tall and gave her a sense of security. The special grade cursed spirit only felt a flash before his eyes, as if a black afterimage flashed by. At first glance, Xiaolu disappeared out of thin air. Just when it was wondering. Bang! There was a loud muffled sound behind its head, and its body, which was made up of countless bones, was directly hit by this huge force and staggered forward a few steps. Then, before it could react, a red, ferocious face came into view. "This is youth." A more powerful whip kick swept across. Bang! Countless broken bones flew everywhere. The special grade cursed spirit was kicked directly into the air, its dark green pupils filled with doubts. "Nanny? How could a body this big of me be kicked straight up into the sky?" However, it was far from over. Xiaolu moved so fast that he turned into a shooting star. He used his fists and feet to madly attack the body of the special grade cursed spirit. Boom boom boom. The only sound in the area was a heavy roar, and each blow sounded like the roar of an ancient bell. Shiko couldn't find words to describe the shock she was feeling. It was the first time for her to see someone beat up a cursed spirit in its territory. Looking at the entire world of spellcasting, he is the only one who can do this, besides Gojo Satoru, right? But does this really still fall within the realm of physical training? Which martial art is so powerful? Perhaps the previous tyrant, Fushiguro Shige, was no more than this? In fact, she felt that Xiaolu was more powerful. The huge body of the special grade cursed spirit now fell on various parts of the territory barrier like a cannonball. At this moment, it had been stunned and had no power to fight back. The parts of his body kept falling off, and he had already been torn to pieces. At the same time, outside the field, the blood-red barrier of the domain continued to emit violent roars, as if a huge hammer was hitting the barrier. Mei and Nanamai also felt the huge roar in the field. How intense a battle must have been to cause such a big commotion. Even those outside the realm can feel it. Just now, I seemed to have vaguely heard Xiaolu's roar. This made the two even more worried. It seems that Xiaolu has been in a tough fight and has been forced into a desperate situation where he has to use all his strength. After all, Xiaolu always gave them the impression of being calm and composed. Judging from the current situation, the situation is not optimistic. As for Shiko's safety, the two no longer dared to think about it. Now all we can do is wait for the school to deliver the premium cursed tool as soon as possible. Within the field, Xiaolu's kick hit the special grade curse spirit hard in the abdomen. Boom! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Xiaolu fell to Shiko's side, his chest heaving and breathing heavily. Cool. A joy that comes from the heart. Shko's beautiful eyes flickered as she covered her red lips. Is this solved? No, but soon. Xiaolu looked at the cursed spirit lying on the ground, dying. Its broken jaw made it difficult for it to make any sound. But Xiaolu knew that it was calling for his former wife, Yan Ziai. If it were any other cursed spirit, it would have died long ago after being beaten so severely by him. But it seemed as if there was some kind of obsession that kept it from falling. The outer skeleton of the cursed spirit was almost completely broken, but the inner parts could not be destroyed. I have to admit that the power of love is too strong. Swallow, swallow. Don't worry, I will definitely revive you. No one can stop us from reuniting. In the distance, the dying cursed spirit was muttering to itself. Xiaolu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Why do I feel like I'm the villain? This is such a touching love story. Shko sighed slightly. Go figure, Mei Mei and the others must be worried about us. However, she had just finished speaking. The cursed spirit actually supported its broken body and stood up. As its broken jaws opened and closed. Let me show you what pure love is. White bones. Qing Ming. Chapter 26 Water Escape. Who will repair the dam? White bones. Qing Ming. Boom. Following its angry roar, all the bones in the area rose into the air and gathered behind it. The densely packed bones form a rushing sea of bones. As if to wash away everything. Then, the special grade curse spirit roared again. Fight for your life. Kneel and kill. After saying that, the special grade cursed spirit in the distance actually knelt down on both knees in front of the two of them. Under the two people's puzzled gazes, he slowly lowered his head. Boom. A muffled sound. The skull head kowtowed heavily to the ground, and the entire area was shaking, as if it was wailing for its master's impending death. Xiaolu and Shko only felt an invisible force locking their feet, unable to move. What the hell is this ability? Can it actually directly restrict the enemy's movements and force it to face the sea of bones behind it? Feeling her feet unable to break free and the screen filled with attack barrages, Xiaolu looked a little surprised. Through observation with the Sharingan, it can be clearly seen that each bone is attached with a lot of cursed power, and it is quite powerful. If I take it head-on, I'm afraid I'll be beaten into a sieve. Xiaolu sighed. Even though he was on the verge of death, he was still able to launch such a terrifying attack. Shko looked at the sea of bones behind the special grade cursed spirit in shock. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. It is not difficult to imagine that once the bone sea is activated, the entire area will be covered and there will be no escape. In addition, since he was restricted in his movements, even Xiaolu had no chance of escaping. Sure enough, is it still difficult to escape death? Thinking of this, she looked determined, put her hands on Xiaolu's back, and prepared to use all her strength to activate the reversal warlock. Since there is no chance of survival for me, I must do my best to save Xiaolu's life. However, she also didn't know whether Xiaolu, with the help of her warlock, could withstand the final attack of the cursed spirit. What are you doing, Shko-san? Feeling a slight push on his back, Xiaolu turned around in confusion. Shko looked at him with eyes ready to die. Don't leave the range of my hands. I will do my best to heal you and help you survive this wave of attacks. Huh? This sudden wave of operations left Xiaolu confused. Then he reacted immediately. Do you want to sacrifice yourself to save his life? Xiaolu felt warm in her heart. But it's no wonder, she doesn't seem to know that she has the skill of divine power. This powerful move of the curse spirit is of no use to him at all. But this time he did not intend to use the Kamui Hollow Dodge, but wanted to try out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Xiaolu put his hand on Shko's shoulder and said with a faint smile, just in case, I'd like to trouble you to hide in my Shinwei space first. Dust. Wait. What space? Shko looked at Xiaolu with a question mark on his face. However, before Xiaolu could reply, a vortex appeared from his shoulder. Then the vortex twisted and actually sucked her in. Ah! Shko only had time to scream before completely disappearing from the spot. And at the same time, all the bones in the area gathered behind the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit kneeling on the ground suddenly moved. It was seen that it struggled to raise its broken head to the highest point, and then kowtowed here with all its strength. Boom! The huge sea of bones behind him swallowed Xiaolu like a raging wave. It is said that if an ordinary first-level sorcerer was restrained, he would probably die. However, Xiaolu grinned and clapped his hands. Water escape. Who's going to repair the dam? Flood shockwave. In an instant, an extremely turbulent waterfall emerged from under Xiaolu's feet, layer after layer, and the range continued to expand. Finally, a huge and overwhelming wave was formed. Xiaolu stood at the highest point of the water flow, and seemed to feel that it was not enough, so he continued to make seals. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Roar. Thick water columns suddenly rose up, and then condensed into an extremely huge water dragon. The terrifying huge body seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth. Its body is made entirely of water, but it seems to have life as it roars. The entire area began to hear the sound of glass shattering. Through the gap, you can even feel a little light from the outside world refracting in. Xiaolu slowly raised his arms, like a god in charge of heaven and earth. Boom! The overwhelming waves and the huge water dragon rushed towards the surging sea of bones. Now, outside the field, Ijishi arrived hurriedly with a group of assistant supervisors. Behind him, a man and a woman in clothes were holding two ancient wooden boxes respectively. Quick! Take Yuyun and Longgu to Mei Mei and Nanamai. Yuyun is a 3-section staff, completely red in color, without any magic from the sorcerer, and is a purely physical attack. The dragon bone is a black knife that absorbs impact and curse power, and releases super strong thrust through the 3 holes on the back of the knife. Special grade spell tools are extremely precious and it is usually impossible to take them out. However, this time the situation is special, so I brought 2 directly. After saying this, he half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. It's not because he's too tired. After all, as an auxiliary supervisor, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. It was mainly due to the extreme tension in my heart. Although he was not personally involved in this intelligence investigation, as the captain he cannot escape blame. If something unexpected happened to Xiaolu and Shko, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mei Mei took Yuyun with a serious expression, while Nanamai held the dragon bone in her hand. The 2 looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they bent their knees and made a gesture of gathering strength, preparing to launch a full-strength attack on the red domain barrier. Seeing this scene, the assistant supervisor at the back tactfully stepped back. The power of a full-strength attack from 2 first-level sorcerers holding special-grade cursed tools at the same time must be enormous. Come on, you 2. My life depends on you. Ijishi was so nervous that his breathing was a little difficult, and he knew it in his heart. So much time has passed, the situation inside is probably dire. But he didn't dare to think about it. Just when Mei Mei and Nanamai's full-strength attack was about to touch the domain barrier. Sudden change. Click, click. There was a crisp sound of shattering, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. And then it was out of control. The cracks spread rapidly, and the originally intact area became densely packed fragments. Bang! The red area exploded instantly. A huge wave of water poured out, like a floodgate opening, instantly submerging the entire abandoned construction site. Mei and Mei's pupils contracted and they quickly retreated. But most of the auxiliary supervisors behind them were not so lucky. Fortunately, some clever ones managed to climb up to the high steel frame. The others who failed to react were like rootless duckweed, washed away in every corner of the construction site. Fortunately, this was only residual power and did not cause any danger. However, most people were soaked to the skin. When the flood stopped, everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What the FK is going on? Why would a domain explosion produce such a turbulent flood? If you don't know, you might think that someone's water storage valve is open. Chapter 27. What? Xiaolu was suppressing the whole fight? Hey, I heard that this special grade cursed spirit has a domain. Do you think this water was caused by it? Don't tell me, it's possible. Several assistant supervisors discussed the matter. Only Mei Mei and Nanamai stared at the place where the field was broken with serious eyes. The domain ability of that special grade cursed spirit just now was related to bones, so these floods should have nothing to do with it. So that means... Sudden roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky, and its terrifying power made many weaker people go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. I saw a huge water dragon hovering in the sky, its body made entirely of water, looking around with disdain as if it had life. Everyone was frozen in place, staring in horror at the water dragon hovering in the sky. What the hell is going on here? The legendary dragons have all appeared. And at this moment, outside the abandoned construction site, the dry streets have turned into knee-deep rivers, and all the big trees have been uprooted. Fortunately, this area has long been isolated and no ordinary people come and go. However, the residents of several high-rise buildings in the distance were no longer calm. Some were extremely excited, some were extremely shocked, and some even worshipped the sky. Even from a distance, they could already see a huge dragon appearing in the sky. Holy crap! I actually saw a dragon circling in the sky. I told you. This world is not as simple as we think. What is going on? Is the dragon god going to punish us? No. It could be a mirage. Either way, take a picture first. Countless people raised their mobile phones to take pictures. At this moment, in the abandoned construction site. Bang! There was a snap of fingers. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears like a ghost. The huge water dragon in the sky suddenly exploded with the snap of fingers, and water poured down from the sky like a rainstorm. See this picture. Including Mei Mei and Nanamai, everyone stood there like petrified statues. Water dragon, just disappeared like that? Just a snap of fingers? No. This means that this water dragon was created by a sorcerer. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The assistant supervisor was right. A terrifying water dragon was shattered with a snap of fingers. There is only one possibility: this dragon was created by a curse. Is it that special grade cursed spirit? Or the new talent, Xiaolu? If all this was really done by Xiaolu, then it's too horrible, right? Shko's sorcery was no secret, so everyone excluded her immediately. When the water completely dissipated, a beautiful figure appeared in front. And at her feet there was a broken skull face. At this moment, it still opened its jaw tirelessly, murmuring in its mouth, but could not make any sound. The excitement could not be concealed in those dim green pupils. Shko knew that this was an illusion cast by Xiaolu. Now, in its eyes, in a beautiful sea of flowers, he saw his wife waving at him with a smile, and they walked hand in hand towards the light. Thanks. After he finished speaking, the light in his pupils dimmed completely, and his head turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the world. She knew that this thank you was addressed to Xiaolu, who was leaving. Shoko? It's Shko. I'm so glad she's okay. Not only was there no blood on Shko's body, there wasn't even a trace of injury. Ijishi almost jumped for joy, and the other assistant supervisors also breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. Etc. Why is she alone, Xiaolu? A bad premonition spread in their hearts. Could it be that Xiaolu fought a desperate battle with the special grade cursed spirit to protect Shiko, and they both died in the end? It makes sense. Shiko, who is not good at fighting, is in the field of special grade cursed spirits, but he doesn't suffer any injuries at all. Apart from Xiaolu's risking his life to save her, they could not think of any other possibility. Mei Mei and Nanamai both looked solemn and walked up with uneasy hearts. Everyone stared at the place where the special curse spirit had just dissipated and fell into deep thought. In their minds, they had already imagined a brutal battle. Mei Mei squatted down, looked at the abandoned construction site filled with running water, and said in a low voice, "In order to protect Shiko's safety, are you willing to sacrifice your own life? He has such a strong power but..." Recalling the previous conversation with Xiaolu in the underground laboratory, Xiaolu once said that everyone has their own aspirations, and he can guarantee that he will never cause any harm to the sorcerers of the high school. But now, it's more than just not causing any harm. He even sacrificed his life to save Shiko. She forced a smile. What a fascinating little brother. Nanamai also sighed, "Don't worry, Jujutsu High School will always remember Xiaolu." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, as if in silence for Xiaolu. Just then, what are you talking about? Xiaolu is fine." Shiko looked at the strange behavior of the crowd and couldn't help but ask, "Did you misunderstand something?" After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Shiko in shock. Mei Mei's eyes lit up. "Shoko, are you saying Xiaolu is fine? Then, what about him?" Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Shiko held her forehead helplessly. What an irresponsible guy. He released her from that strange space and ran away. Then, Shiko patiently told the details of what happened. A few minutes later. "What? You mean Xiaolu was suppressing the special grade curse spirit almost the entire time? There was no pressure at all. And the flood and the dragon just now were also caused by Xiaolu." Everyone gasped and looked at Shiko with incredible eyes. "Xiaolu, has he become this strong?" Shiko nodded with a lingering feeling. Thinking back on it again, she still found it a little unbelievable. She never expected that Xiaolu was so strong. Although he was finally included in the divine power space, he did not see Xiaolu's ultimate move. But there is no doubt that this is another spell of Xiaolu that has never been seen. How many undiscovered sorcerers are hidden in this guy? Mei Mei then asked, "What about others?" At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Shiko. "Right. Since it was a total crush, what about Xiaolu?" Shiko rubbed his head, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered. He said Itadori was in trouble and he wanted to ask Sukuna to play in the second half. Xiaolu left in a hurry at that time. After releasing her from the Shinwei space, he left after leaving a brief sentence. But as soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Fight Sukuna? Is he crazy? He just killed a special grade cursed spirit and he is not satisfied, now he wants to fight Sukuna? That was the cursed king from thousands of years ago. But soon, they realized, isn't Sukuna living in Itadori's body? How did he know there would be trouble? Idiot! Now we shouldn't worry about how Xiaolu knew this, but Sukuna must wake up again. If this is true, the consequences will be disastrous. Fushiguro Megami, Itadori, and Kujisaki Nobara are all in danger. Nanamai looked at the assistant supervisor and said seriously. In that case, it is necessary to go there. You should know where Ijishi Itadori and his men are carrying out their mission. Lead the way. Mei Mei looked at Ijishi and said calmly. Ijishi, yes. Miss Mei Mei. When performing tasks, assistant supervisors should follow the sorcerer's arrangements. What's more, it's such an important matter. Not good. Nanamai suddenly realized something, her face changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice. Before that, let's leave behind a group of people who are specifically responsible for clearing memories. The account has been breached. Xiaoliu's water dragon is so powerful that the residents nearby may have discovered it. Immediately mobilize your connections, contact the fishing reel department, find some reliable and authoritative experts, and write a copy to refute the rumor. After all, such supernatural phenomena can cause quite a bit of panic. Chapter 28, Cursed. Yingji Children's Palace. The situation is extremely critical. Bang! With a loud bang, the thick stone wall collapsed instantly. Itadori's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, almost smashing through the wall behind him. His eyes rolled back, his face was covered in blood, his right palm had been cut off, blood splattered all over the ground. The smoke cleared, and a creature similar to the ultimate humanoid in the movie slowly walked over. Its skin is dark blue, its muscles are well developed and it contains terrifying power, and it is only wrapped in a loincloth to cover its body. The sound of the god of death's footsteps came. Itadori suddenly opened his eyes and forced himself to regain consciousness. He tore off a piece of cloth and tied it around his broken right hand to prevent excessive blood loss. Call. Even your breathing is starting to tremble. Itadori endured the severe pain and stared at the special curse spirit in front of him. Stay calm, stay calm. Although this cursed spirit is much smaller than the special human-faced worm I saw in Roppongi last time. However, just from the sense of oppression, it is obvious that it is much more powerful. What to do? What to do? What would Xiaolu do if he were here? No. With his strength, he doesn't need to think so much. Even if he can't win, his life won't be in danger. Strength? Or strength is too weak. However, the special curse spirit in front of him would not give Itadori any chance to continue thinking. It wants to kill the ants in front of it in the most horrific and painful way, so as to satisfy the pleasure in its heart. All I saw was its ferocious face and a cruel smile. With his hands spread out, a terrifying golden airflow rushed towards Itadori with it as the center. Boom! The black floor tiles were violently overturned by the strong airflow. For a moment, broken stones and bricks flew everywhere, and the terrifying wind blew it so hard that Itadori couldn't even breathe. It's like a low-profile version of Shinra Tensei. Itadori stretched out his right hand and broken left arm, gathered a cursed barrier, and resisted with all his might. But the magic power he could currently gather was too far behind that of the special grade magic spirit, and he was almost enduring it with his physical body. The skin and flesh on his face were flying, the tears dripping from the corners of his eyes, and the saliva flying from the corners of his mouth evaporated instantly under this terrifying airflow. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. So uncomfortable. At this moment, he was enduring pain that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have died long ago. Even though death was right in front of me, my mind couldn't help but recall what happened with my finger. He felt a little regretful. If I hadn't picked up that damn finger. Don't eat him. Maybe this series of events would not have happened. Maybe. Don't even think about it, Itadori. He roared ferociously as if to cheer himself up. Glancing at the dark passage behind. Fushiguro has gone to rescue Kuchisaki, and his mission is almost complete. Then, I can be free. Itadori's consciousness gradually blurred, he collapsed to the ground, and black lines gradually appeared on his face. The cursed spirit who wanted to give him the final blow suddenly froze in place. Where are the people? The ants that were lying on the ground waiting to be slaughtered suddenly disappeared? Sudden. An indifferent voice came from the side, it's really annoying. You actually treated me as a tool. Itadori played badly in AFK, and the power leveler Sukuna successfully logged in. The humanoid curse spirit suddenly turned sideways. I am still the same ant as before, why am I so scared? Even every cell in the body is trembling. The poor cursed spirit has not yet realized that the ant's identity has quietly changed. No. Facing the cursed king from thousands of years ago, it might not even be an ant. Sukuna ignored the shocked cursed spirit and just stroked his chin and said, "Humph, wishful thinking, you want me to clean your A." Suddenly, Sukuna grinned evilly, "In that case, I will kill his other two companions. Especially that energetic wild woman, she should be able to bring a lot of fun to me, right? What kind of expression will this little devil show then?" Sukuna patted the curse spirit on the shoulder, and the curse spirit shuddered all over. He immediately stood up straight, with cold sweat all over his body. "Follow me, let's kill those two sorcerers." Sukuna waved, put his hands in his pockets, and walked forward. The humanoid cursed spirit was very frightened at this moment, but even more so was anger. "How dare the ants before order me around like this?" It put its hands together, condensed a terrifying energy ball in front of its chest, and smashed it towards Sukuna. Sukuna's eyes slanted slightly on his cheekbones. "Idiot." Then he took out his broken left hand from his trouser pocket and restored it instantly with the help of the warlock. Then, he easily blocked the incoming energy ball. With a slight force from his 5 fingers, he actually annihilated the energy ball directly. Tisk! I actually helped him heal his broken hand subconsciously, so annoying. The humanoid cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes again. How is it possible that he actually caught my powerful attack with his hands? And not a single hair was hurt? Sukuna glanced at it and said, "Since you don't like walking, then stay here forever." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared, and a pair of big hands directly pressed down on the cursed spirit's head. "Then exert slight force." Boom! The special great humanoid cursed spirit was directly knocked away by an irresistible force. The whole body is deeply embedded in the wall. In a dim corridor, a beautiful figure kept moving around, swinging a hammer with a pink heart engraved on it. "When? Get out of my way, BD." Nobara Kuchisaki used all her strength to launch a resonance attack that pierced through the body of a cursed spirit. "Ho-ha, ho-ha." She put one hand on her waist and tried to support her exhausted body. Looking at the cursed spirits that were surrounding her from all sides, she spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Ever since she was engulfed by the strange black space, she came here and was surrounded by these cursed spirits. There is only one nail left, and the magic power is almost exhausted. The number of cursed spirits. Looking at the countless cursed spirits around me, a feeling of powerlessness arises in my heart. Why is it the same scene again? I am surrounded by cursed spirits again. How abominable! I can't die here. I haven't met Sister Sayori yet. There are still so many streets in Tokyo that I haven't visited yet. I haven't bought the new bag that is about to be released, and I haven't watched the movie yet. Most importantly, I haven't taken any revenge on that nasty Xiaolu yet. He actually dared me to call him boss, and even dared to bully Sister Zhengzi. Just last time, after Zhengzi finished sparring with Xiaolu, he brought back 2 pieces of Akatsuki clothing. After the 2 women confessed to each other, she learned the general process of how Sister Zhengzi was recruited into the Akatsuki organization. "What are you doing wandering around with that tentacle monster over there? Do you think I'm afraid of this thing? I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Nobara Kuchisaki somehow gained strength and prepared to charge into the group of cursed spirits. Just then, the space twisted and distorted, and a pair of slender hands stretched out from the vortex and placed them on her shoulders. Chapter 29, 3 Sisters. Ah! Ghost! The sudden appearance of the big hand scared Nobara Kuchisaki so much that she almost jumped up. The iron hammer that was originally swung at the cursed spirit suddenly smashed backwards. Xiaolu held her wrist and slowly walked out of the whirlpool with a smile on her face. "Kuchisaki-san, it feels like 24 hours have passed since I last saw you." Kuchisaki rolled his eyes at him. "Why are you standing there? And he's so elusive that he scares me to death." Seeing Xiaolu coming, she knew her crisis was over, and she sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. Really, I was saved by this guy again. I owe him 2 favors. How am I going to repay him in the future? Xiaolu didn't take the cursed spirits around him seriously at all. As Xiaolu appeared, these cursed spirits stopped attacking, as if they were sizing up this guy who frightened them. You've suffered a lot, right? I told you to wear Akatsuki's clothes but you didn't, otherwise I would have been here a long time ago. Lu deliberately left the Kamui mark on the Akatsuki's clothes, and he thought that it was Sadasaki Nobara who was wearing it this time. As a result, he used the coordinates of the clothes and teleport directly to the closet in her room with divine power. Finally, relying on the memory in my mind and continuous attempts, I found this place. Kojisaki complained, "That dress is too loose, it doesn't show my figure at all." Figure? Xiaolu looked at her slightly bulging chest muscles speechlessly. Hey! What do you mean by that expression? Unconvinced, Nobara Kojisaki stood up with her hands on her hips, straightened her body, and tried hard to prove her worth. Xiaolu coughed twice. Okay, let's deal with these cursed spirits first. After saying this, he clapped his hands together and formed a hand seal. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Raging. Blazing flames spewed out of his mouth, filling the dark space with flames, bright as day. The terrifying high temperature directly burned all the cursed spirits around into ashes. After a few seconds, the surroundings fell into dead silence. The aroma of meat spread throughout the corridor. Xiaolu, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Kojisaki Nobara's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him with a complicated expression, then she looked at the cursed spirits that had nothing left. Is this solved? He fought to the death, exhausted himself but couldn't solve the cursed spirits, and they were killed instantly by him? Also, what is fire release? Genius can't be so exaggerated, right? Kojisaki shook his head, feeling physically and mentally devastated. I had originally thought about working hard to surpass Xiaolu and have him bow down before me and call me queen. But it's been such a short time since we last met, and this guy has actually learned a new sorcery? Warlock, is it really that easy to learn? Why does this guy know so many? Fire and space don't seem to have anything to do with each other. Okay, stop being obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Go save Itadori and the others. Kojisaki Nobara, Tisk, what are you showing off for? Just then, a black figure, a man with a hedgehog hairstyle, ran over. The two looked over. Xiaolu waved, long time no see, Fushijiro. Fushijiro Megami propped himself up on his knees, breathing deeply. Hey! I'm glad you're okay. In fact, the moment he saw Xiaolu, his heart was at peace. Time was running out, so Fushijiro Megami told them roughly what had happened and also called the teachers. I have to say that Fushijiro Yato is very conscious and smart. Xiaolu, it seems that Itadori is in danger. You guys go wait outside the gate. I will go save Itadori. Fushijiro was shocked, feeling that all his previous words were in vain. Hey! Did you understand what I said? Itadori is probably not himself now. It's Sukuna. The Curse King in two-finger form. Xiaolu certainly knew that Sukuna had already taken over Itadori's body and was probably beating up the humanoid special grade cursed spirit. However, Sukuna should be able to kill the special grade cursed spirit soon and devour the third finger. And his purpose at this moment is to fight Sukuna in a one-on-one duel. As he became more and more proficient in the use of the Sharingan, he has already mastered the first level of Susanoo. Skeleton form. As for the second level, I always feel like something is missing. Xiaolu had a hunch that perhaps this battle with Sukuna would not only help him master the association's ninjutsu, but might even unlock the second stage of Susanoo. The capabilities of this double kaleidoscope are far more than that, and there is still a lot of room for development. Children's Palace. An underground ruin. The humanoid special grade cursed spirit was nailed to the wall, its limbs had been cut off, and purple-black blood flowed onto the ground along the corners of the wall. Sukuna stood on a piece of gravel with his hands in his pockets, admiring his masterpiece. Hehe, you know what? We are all classified as special grade, don't you think that you and I have lowered our grade? If that's the way it is, then there doesn't seem to be much difference between the special grade and the small fish. These words seemed to anger the cursed spirit nailed to the wall. It let out a roar and began to struggle violently, trying to escape from the wall. Sukuna raised his eyebrows and continued to encourage, "Very good, try harder, be a little more angry. Then please me as much as you can." Ah! The cursed spirit's eyes were filled with rage, and it finally pulled its body out of the wall. Dense bubbles appeared on the broken limbs, and then the severed hands and feet grew back again. Bang! The humanoid special grade cursed spirit jumped down from a wall more than 10 meters high, with the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear, seeming very excited. Sukuna sneered, "You seem very proud. Do you want me to praise you? Special grade? Unfortunately, this is not worthy of praise. You are different from humans. Healing is not a difficult task for cursed spirits." Sukuna pointed at his own body again, "You are just like this brat, extremely stupid and know nothing about cursed power. So, let me teach you, UBD." After saying this, Sukuna slowly pulled out his hands and formed seals. Field expands. The devil subduing chef. As the low words came out. Tick-tock. In the absolute darkness, water drops fell, causing slight ripples. A shrill wailing sound like that of a demon from hell echoed. An endless eerie aura instantly spread out with Sukuna as the center, and countless dry and white skulls emerged. The ground beneath your feet is like a transparent mirror. Under the reflection, a large scarlet Buddhist shrine rose from the ground. Like a gate to hell. Sukuna stands above the realm, like a god holding the power of life and death. "Untie!" the extremely calm voice uttered. Brush! The slashing blow that could not be seen by the naked eye swept through like cutting tofu, and blood spurted out. A humanoid special grade cursed spirit, with pupils as thin as needles, motionless, and its body covered with blood. A breeze blew and its body instantly split apart. The incision was neat and smooth, divided into countless parts. Because it was cut vertically, the cursed spirit had no trace of revival. "Oh! I accidentally cut it into noodles. Sorry." As he spoke, Sukuna slowly walked up to the monster, stretched out 2 fingers in front of its chest, and pulled out a wind-dried finger. But fortunately, the finger is intact. The property has been returned to its original owner. Sukuna raised his head, swallowed his fingers, closed his eyes and enjoyed the return of strength. Even the cursed energy consumed in opening the domain just now was made up. Bang! Sukuna snapped his fingers. The humanoid cursed spirit that was cut into noodles was instantly burned by the purple flames and eventually returned to nothingness. He put his hands in his pockets, walked silently to the empty gravel area, slowly closed his eyes and said impatiently, "It's over." There was silence all around, and no one responded. Tisk! "Don't mess with me, come out quickly if you want." Sukuna's tone became even more impatient. As the king of curses, he is actually restricted by a little devil. This made him lose face. 3 seconds later. Still no response, and no feeling of being squeezed in the consciousness. Sukuna opened his 4 eyes, and something occurred to him. Could it be that the blow this kid received was so great that his consciousness fell into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, he revealed a strange and ferocious smile. "Looks like I can kill to my heart's content. Unfortunately, I'm still a step too late. My points are gone." A sigh was heard from the dim underground ruins. Sukuna turned around suddenly. Who? Chapter 30 The Push from the Raised Nan. Whoosh! A whirlpool appeared, and a man with a round fan on his back appeared in front of him. "So it's you, the boy with strange abilities." An amused expression suddenly appeared on Ryaman Sukuna's face. This person was the sorcerer who had defeated him right after his rebirth. But at that time he only had the strength of one finger, but now he has swallowed 3 fingers. Therefore, he decided not to look for those little ghosts for the time being, because the person in front of him interested him more. "You actually came to me on your own initiative. Are you ready to live a life worse than death?" Boom! Sukuna suddenly exuded an extremely terrifying aura. "Boy, I decided to torture you slowly." Xiaolu looked at Sukuna with interest. "3-finger Sukuna, he is indeed much stronger than the first time we met. Perhaps by fighting him, I might be able to activate the 2nd level void left energy. Come on, let me see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Don't be like that cursed spirit just now." Before Sukuna finished speaking, Xiaolu used a body flash technique and came behind Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, concentrate the chakra in your hands to form a high-intensity electric current. Rakuri. Sizzle. The sound of thunder and lightning came to his ears. Sukuna widened his eyes and subconsciously looked out of the corner of his eye. What? Such a fast speed! At the same time, outside the children's palace, Fushiguro Megami was pacing back and forth anxiously, and the black jade dog behind him was following him in circles foolishly. Damn it! Damn it! Why doesn't Lu listen to advice now? Is he still treating this as his first time? The 2 Shivasukuo, their strength has increased several times. Can't we wait for the teachers to come together? Hey, Hedgehog Head, could you please stop swaying around? Kuchisaki Nobara complained impatiently. Ever since Xiaolu brought the 2 of them here, he has been walking around, almost non-stop. It was so dazzling that her eyes were dazzled. She was not too worried about Xiaolu's safety. Although that guy always makes her feel embarrassed, she has to admit that in terms of strength, he is an absolute monster. Especially the Book of 8 Gates Ninjutsu that Maki brought back last time, I also read it myself. Although I don't understand it, it is indeed very mysterious. Xiaolu was able to write such a powerful physical technique. He is truly a monster. If it were to get out, the entire sorcery world would probably go crazy. Especially his eyes, which can actually see the future. So to a certain extent, it should be possible to avoid fatal dangers, right? At this moment, a black car came at high speed, then drifted and braked suddenly, accompanied by a harsh friction sound. There were deep tire marks on the ground. 3 people got off the car. They were Meimei, Nanamai, and Shiko. As for Ijishi, he did not stop but rushed back to school to report the situation to the principal. Seeing the 3 people, Fushijiro's eyes lit up and he immediately ran forward. "You guys are finally here. Go help Xiaolu, he's going to challenge Sukuna." Then, Fushiguro briefly introduced what had happened. "Let's go, Teacher Meimei. Although Xiaolu is stronger than us, the strength of Nizi Sakuro should not be underestimated. And Atadari's safety must be guaranteed. Otherwise Gojo Satoru will go crazy." Nanamai analyzed while wearing a suit and adjusting her tie. Meimei also agreed with this, but she had to ask Yaga for extra money afterwards. Shiko, who was standing behind him, held a lollipop in her mouth and smiled. "Be careful, I won't cause any trouble for you." Fushiguro Megami and Kuchisaki Nobara were both stunned. If I heard correctly, Teacher Nanamai just said that Xiaolu is stronger than them? And Teacher Meimei didn't object. Did Xiaolu improve so quickly that he surpassed 2 teachers in such a short time? Doesn't that mean Xiaolu is close to the top grade? Isn't this too foul? Then they both shook their heads. Xiaolu can no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. Comparing himself with him will only make himself boring. Even if one day he suddenly becomes as powerful as Gojo-sensei, well, that's probably unlikely. Sensei Gojo has 6 eyes and no bottom line. At least, it should not be realistic in the short term. Just as Mei Mei and Nanamai were preparing to go inside the building to provide support. Boom! A loud noise reached everyone's eardrums. I saw a black dot flying backwards at a very high speed, and there seemed to be a blue snake-shaped electric current wrapped around it. As the distance got closer, a familiar figure came into everyone's sight. Itadori. No, it's Sukuna. The curse lines on his face made it easy for everyone to recognize him at a glance. Sukuna was actually knocked into the air? Then there is only one possibility for who did it. Whoosh! Thunder roared in the direction of the building, and a blue arc flashed by, breaking through the clouds and leaving a dazzling and eye-catching trail. Xiaolu transformed into lightning and came to the sky above Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. The corners of his mouth rose. Let me let you enjoy the feeling of pushing your back again. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed rotating energy ball condensed in his hand. The energy ball showed a bright blue light, and as it appeared, the surrounding airflow gradually twisted, forming a vortex. Raise Nan. Boom! The Raise Nan hit Sukuna's back hard, and the irresistible push on his back accompanied by the burning pain made Sukuna even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the better you can please him. Bang! Sukuna's body arched and fell heavily to the ground. A huge dent was created on the concrete floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The violent shock wave swept through like a strong wind, blowing the spectators backwards uncontrollably. Mei Mei and Nanamai's faces changed slightly, and they immediately took Kujisaki and Fushiguro to retreat. Shiko on his body blinked his eyes. His brown hair was messy, and the lollipop in his mouth was gone. With no other options, she had to take out a green apple-flavored lollipop and continue stuffing it into her mouth. What a scary and rude guy, but that move he made just now was pretty cool. Fushiguro and the others stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. The lightning just now was terrifying. What is this huge energy ball? I heard from Xiaolu that it was called something like Raise Nan. Now he understood why the two teachers had said that Xiaolu was better than them. But judging from these two moves, it is enough. Is this guy a spell inventor? Why can he always come up with weird spells? And it's so powerful. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sukuna was no longer visible in the pit. Suddenly, a slashing attack came from behind. Careful! Fushiguro yelled. Xiaolu was well prepared. As a time traveler, he knew the theorem of accidental injuries caused by smoke. The divine power was activated, and the colorless slash passed through the body, cutting a deep gully in the ground. Sukuna frowned. What a trouble, even the slash went straight through. However, he already had a rough guess in his mind. Chapter 31. Oversized Raise Nan to the face. Whether it was the first time I fought with this kid or now, every time he was in this strange virtual state, he would not attack me. Even if he revealed his flaws in front of him, this kid remained indifferent. Therefore, it is very likely that he cannot attack in this state. No. I don't dare to attack. Could it be that once his body actively touches mine, he will be freed from that strange state of emptiness? Thinking of this, Sukuna showed a strange smile. Sure enough, no matter how powerful a warlock is, he cannot be absolutely invincible. In this way, all he needs to do is give up defense and deliver a fatal blow the moment he actively attacks him. In simple terms, it's a damage swap. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been few people who could make him use his brain to fight. Xiaolu hooked his finger at him, signaling, "Come over here." When the two exchanged glances, they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! The earth cracked, the surrounding trees were uprooted by the strong wind, and the air was cut by the sound of a sonic boom. Two powerful men flying in the air shuttled through the open space of the children's palace, and the tug-of-war of chasing each other officially began. The attacks from both sides became more and more fierce, the after-images were blurred, the collisions were fierce, and the punches hit the flesh. Xiaoliu's body cells were boiling with blood, and the pattern of the Sharingan was spinning at the fastest speed ever. The pupil power was opened to the extreme as if it was free, and the shackles of opening the second-level virtual left energy were gradually breaking. On the other hand, Sukuna's eyes were fierce, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his smile became more and more crazy. He is waiting. Waiting for a perfect chance to kill. In just a few seconds, the two sides had fought nearly 100 rounds. Mei Mei and the others had already retreated far away, watching this decisive battle with extremely solemn expressions. This level of battle was difficult for her to intervene even as a first-level sorcerer. Although Xiaolu was in a state of suppression from beginning to end, he beat Sukuna so hard that blood spurted everywhere. However, everyone did not relax at all, but became more nervous. Because, the smile on Sukuna's face became more and more weird, as if he was planning something big. Moreover, Xiaoliu's attack did not cause fatal damage to Sukuna. If this continues, his curse power will surely be the first to fail. They were very confused. Why did the strength of the two fingers Sukunyo increase so greatly? Bang! Xiaoliu's fist hit Sukuna's abdomen. Blood spurted from the corner of Sukuna's mouth, but his face showed an evil smile as if he had succeeded. 8. There are two types of slashing attacks of Ryaman Sukuna, one is G and the other is 8. Solution is a series of normal slashing attacks. And 8 is to apply the power of the spell to cause a fatal blow. The slashing in this state is not only powerful, it can cut through anything. It is also faster, almost imperceptible. By the time the opponent reacts, most of them have already been broken in half. Thousands of years ago, during the heyday of sorcerers, countless so-called geniuses died under this move of his, without exception. As Sukuna shouted, a ray of light flashed by, and the clouds in the sky were instantly split into two. Sukuna crossed his arms and said calmly, "You are very capable, but that's all." In the distance, everyone's breathing stagnated. In their sight, Xiaolu's body was fixed in the air, motionless. Xiaolu didn't dodge. Yes, how could it be possible to dodge such an extremely fast attack? Kujisaki Nobara clenched her fists, tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, gritted her teeth and stared at Xiaolu. Idiot! Don't scare me! Why are you standing there like an idiot? Move! Can't your eyes predict the future? You must have dodged it, right? Shiko's heart twisted, the lollipop in her mouth broke, and she watched in disbelief as Xiaolu's body gradually split into two. Her savior is dead? However, Mei Mei showed a faint smile. Look carefully, there is no blood. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was in grief suddenly looked up at Xiaolu, whose upper body had fallen to the ground. Hey? Really no blood? Could it be that? Sukuna was about to laugh out loud to declare victory in this battle, but suddenly he had a bad feeling. When I looked down, I immediately discovered heresy. Nani? No blood seen? Then, Xiaolu's body, which was split in two, suddenly emitted white smoke and turned into a wooden stake? This scene stunned not only the high school students who were watching the game from a distance, but even Sukuna. What the hell is this? I have been in the world of spells for thousands of years, and I have never encountered such a strange scene. Sukuna immediately put away his victorious attitude, looked solemn, and assumed a fighting stance, while the scene just now kept echoing in his mind. My slashing attack actually hit him, there was no possibility of dodging. But why didn't Xiaolu's body bleed but turned into wood? At this moment, a whisper came into Sukuna's ear. It's a substitution technique, you haven't seen it before, you little jerk. Sukuna's pupils contracted, and he wanted to respond to the attack, but it was too late. Xiaolu's hands were so fast that he grabbed Sukuna and immediately locked him in the Shinwei space. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Xiaolu began to roll the balls on the spot. After a few seconds, a huge raised nan appeared in front of his chest. Xiaolu smiled evilly, opened the divine space, and released Sukuna. Sukuna, who hadn't figured out what was going on, was completely focused on the rapidly rotating blue and white energy ball. Supersized Raise Nan. Boom boom boom. The moment Sukuna was hit, he flew out at a very high speed, breaking countless trees along the way. The huge destructive force tore the earth apart and uprooted the trees. The oversized Raise Nan was launched right at his face, and even Sukuna's head would be buzzing. Wait until the aftermath dissipates. Sukuna was embedded in the ground, coughing up blood in embarrassment, and the clothes on his chest had already been torn to pieces by the explosion. Thinking back to the attack just now, Sukuna couldn't help but sigh. The moment he was hit, if he hadn't subconsciously used his cursed power to block it, he would have probably fainted. That would be a huge loss of face. Ahem. Not bad. Really amazing, every move is eye-opening. As he spoke, he climbed out of the deep pit. The dirt and blood on his face did not make him look more miserable, but instead made the Curse King look even more domineering and crazy. I never expected that two geniuses who fascinated me would appear at the same time 1,000 years later. There is Gojo Satoru, who was hailed as the strongest at the time, and there is the mysterious Xiaolu. The present world is far more interesting than it was 1,000 years ago, ha 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 ha. Ryaman Sukuna spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and laughed wildly. His body couldn't help shaking with excitement. Yes, this is the unique personality charm of the Curse King. If someone else did this, they would probably just be called a middle school boy. But if it's Sukuna instead, there's no sense of incongruity. This kid's spells are too weird, his physical skills are also very powerful, and with my strength of 3 fingers today, I'm afraid I really can't do anything to him. Then only. Sukuna put his hands together and made a seal, his eyes never leaving Xiaolu. Xiaolu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the people behind him. Stand back. He knew that Sukuna was going to have a big opening, and he was looking forward to it. Field expands. The Devil Subduing Chef. Chapter 32. Who can last longer? As the low and hoarse voice fell. With Sukuna as the center, the area of 100 meters spread out instantly, covering Xiaolu. A scream like that of a demon from hell echoed. An endless eerie aura instantly spread out with Sukuna as the center, and countless dry and white skulls emerged. The ground beneath your feet is like a transparent mirror. Under the reflection, a large scarlet Buddhist shrine rose from the ground. Like a gate to hell. The entire area appeared in everyone's sight like a canvas of hell. Although his divine power was weakened, Xiaolu still did not dare to be careless. Is this Sukuna's domain? It's enough to compete with infinite space. It is one of the strongest fields in the entire magic world. Xiaolu, who has read the original novel, naturally has some understanding of it. Enemies in the demon shrine will be constantly subjected to 2 different types of attacks. They are resolution for slashing, and 8 for sure slashing the target depending on the difference in the curse spirit. The most important thing is that Sukuna's field is different from other fields, it can be said to be a unique existence. After his domain is expanded, he restricts people from entering and leaving the domain freely. This will increase the attack range, up to a terrifying radius of 200 meters. It can be said that if one is unfortunately pulled into the field, he may be chopped into pieces by countless attacks in an instant. Xiaolu thought that the only one who could withstand the domain slash might be Mao Duoduo, because he would never be able to make the final blow. Outside the field, Mei Mei and others withdrew from the area in time due to Xiaolu's reminder. Looking at Xiaolu, who was alone in Sukuna territory in the distance, they couldn't help but worry about him. Domain, this is the realm that all sorcerers and above pursue. Once you comprehend a domain, it means you are at the top of the list. Even Mei Mei and Nanamai now have not realized it. However, Xiaolu is now facing the domain of the Curse King Sukuna. Immediately, in their extremely shocked gazes, Sukuna slowly stretched out his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In the area, the overwhelming slashing attacks instantly engulfed Xiaolu at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. The earth, trees, and tall buildings were instantly transformed into countless smooth and neat blocks of tofu. Due to being covered by the slashing blow, Mei Mei and the others could no longer see what Xiaolu's current condition was. They only knew that no one could escape this almost indiscriminate saturation attack. Even if Xiaolu could use the substitution technique infinitely, it would be useless. After all, it takes time to cast a spell, and this gap is enough for countless people to be chopped down. Sukuna maintained the posture of launching a slash, watching his slash pass through Xiaolu's body without exception. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still cursed secretly, cheating. As the Curse King from 1,000 years ago, he actually felt envious at this moment. It would be a great thing if he could learn such a warlock. But he was not in a hurry. I guess it was very hard for him to maintain this state. And he had already seen that Xiaolu was a strange sorcerer from his scarlet eyes. He had noticed this in the previous battle. Under the coverage of his indiscriminate slashing, the strange pattern was spinning faster and faster. Everything has its limits, even him. Sure enough, while thinking, Sukuna noticed that Xiaolu's eyes began to bleed. Sukuna looked at Xiaolu and said, "How long can you sustain such a high-load operation? Just defending will only delay your death. Why not give it a try and show me your true strength to please me?" Feeling the stinging pain in her eyes, Xiaolu couldn't help but admire him. As expected of Sukuna, besides possessing powerful strength, he also possesses a strong combat strategy and extraordinary comprehension. In the later period, he could learn many difficult sorcerers just by looking at them. Now, he actually saw the source of Shenwei's power and analyzed its only weakness. The perfect virtualization time of Shenwei is 5 minutes. Xiaolu is not in a hurry. He wants to take this opportunity to promote Sharingan. Under such high pressure, Xiaolu could clearly feel that the upper limit of the Sharingan was being broken. It is very simple to break Sukuna's domain. Just use illusion and glare at him with all your strength and he will be obedient. After all, Sukuna has many eyes as well as many hands. With so many eyes, if he doesn't fall for the illusion, who will? Thinking of this, Xiaolu couldn't help but smile playfully. Oink oink. Under Sukuna's countless slashes, the surrounding area had been almost razed to the ground, leaving only countless slash marks. A minute and a second passed. Sukuna gradually became impatient. Even though he was the king of curses, it was very tiring for him to release slashes like this non-stop. What's more, he has only just recovered 3 fingers of strength now, and is far from being as strong and durable as he was at his peak. But looking at Xiaolu's eyes that were bleeding, he felt itchy again. Compared to Gojo Satoru, he now thinks Xiaolu is a bigger threat. All kinds of strange abilities kept appearing, and even he found it very difficult to deal with. Moreover, from Itadori's memory, he had only been in school for a few days. If he really grew up, he might cause himself a lot of trouble. Therefore, we should take advantage of this great opportunity when Gojo Satoru is not here to completely eliminate the threat. So, the two men stood opposite each other, and a protracted battle between real men began. 2.5 minutes have passed. Sukuna was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, and the cursed energy in his body was almost depleted. This is damn ability. Sukuna was extremely impatient and depressed. The blood flowing from this kid's eyes is enough to wash his face. How can he still maintain his virtual state? For thousands of years, when fighting against enemies, he almost always ended the battle quickly with a crushing gesture. When did it become a protracted war like today? This was simply torture for him, who was impatient. Outside, Mei Mei and the others were not as nervous as before. Because the scene before my eyes was too weird. Sukuna always maintained the posture of releasing slashing attacks, while Xiaolu was still overwhelmed by the overwhelming slashing attacks and could not see the specific situation. The two of them remained standing like this, motionless. If the atmosphere wasn't serious, Kuchisaki Nobara would have wanted to greet them. "Hey! Are you two playing the game of standing still?" Teacher Mei, since Xiaoliu's ability is to allow any level to pass through his body, he will be invincible. How long can he maintain this abnormal ability? Just now, Mei, who couldn't bear to see everyone so worried, mentioned Xiaoliu's ability. Mei rubbed her brows and said, "I don't know exactly how long it will take. But I believe that Xiaoliu must be a persistent man." Hearing this, everyone was speechless. As expected of teacher Mei, she actually still has the mind to make jokes in this situation. However, only Nobara Kuchisaki secretly looked at Mei with a scrutinizing gaze. Teacher Mei seems to have a special relationship with Xiaoliu. Although she always acts flirtatious and charming, it seems that she only does this to Xiaoliu. When facing other people, he gives people a feeling of mystery and laziness. Moreover, there was something wrong with the way she looked at Xiaoliu, like an older sister looking at a younger brother, but with some strange emotions mixed in. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be that it was from the last time when teacher Nanamai invited everyone to dinner, but Xiaoliu and Mei were the only ones who didn't go? What happened between the two of them that time? Anyway, there's something wrong with these two. Chapter 33, Susanoo. A 40-meter-long sword. 4 minutes passed. Xiaoliu felt that the time was ripe and the second stage of the empty left seemed to be ready to start. He looked at Sukuna and said with a joking smile, "Sure enough, only by maintaining a high intensity of combat can the power of the Sharingan be further stimulated. You have worked so hard, Sukuna." Although the saturation slash made it difficult for him to easily cancel the perfect virtualization mode, he could still unleash the divine power of space distortion and illusion. But the purpose of this time has been achieved. Damn kid! Sukuna was slightly angry, and the continuous high-intensity slashing made him gradually unable to bear it. If I didn't have only 3 fingers of strength, there would be no chance for this kid to speak. But on second thought, I will be the one who has the last laugh, even though both of us have little cursed energy left in our bodies. But, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if he only has 3 fingers, the curse power of the Curse King is greater than that of this kid. But the next second, Sukuna was stunned. Xiaoliu suddenly opened his eyes. The kaleidoscope pattern mixed with blood is even more bizarre. The scarlet blood light is dazzling. Susanoo. Boom! The purple flame instantly covered Xiaoliu's entire body, turning into a skeleton form and wrapping Xiaoliu up in it. The first stage of Susanoo is performed without any pressure. But there is still space under the feet at this stage. Easy to get a pedicure. Xiaoliu showed a crazy smile and looked at Sukuna. It's not over yet. Boom boom boom. I saw that the skeleton body, which was originally wrapped in purple flames, began to be covered with meridians and flesh. The chakra coat wraps around the body surface, further strengthening the defense. At the same time, under the huge body of Susanoo, 2 40-meter chakra-long swords were held in his hands. 5 minutes had just passed, and Xiaoliu removed the perfect blur. Oink oink. Countless slashes hit Susanoo, but they could only cut his outer clothes into pieces and leave marks on his bones. As for Xiaoliu who was inside, she was unharmed. When this form appeared, everyone present, including Sukuna, was completely dumbfounded. Sukuna looked up at the tall purple giant and couldn't help but exclaimed. Actually, there are still some tricks. Boom! Xiaoliu's goal has been achieved. He doesn't want to argue with him anymore and his mind moves slightly. Gonna, goodbye. Susanoo swept across with a 40-meter-long sword in his hand. Before the blade arrived, the fierce gust of wind pierced his entire body, causing pain and flying hair. In a flash, Sukuna barely escaped 39 meters. However, the Xiaoliu knife was 40 meters long and was still hit by one blow. Boom! Sukuna's body flew backwards, his teeth shattered, and blood spurted out. At the same time, the domain of the demon subduer and the chef also collapsed. Even if he used all his strength to activate the reversal warlock, he was unable to withstand this terrifying attack. 100 meters away, Itatari was lying unconscious in a deep pit, covered in wounds. The curse lines on his face have disappeared. Inside Itatari's body, on top of a mountain of skulls, Sukuna slowly opened his eyes and grinned wickedly. Interesting. Outside, the earth cracked, trees broke, buildings collapsed, and the ground was devastated. If you don't know, you might think there was a big earthquake. Everyone in the college opened their mouths as wide as they could, like petrified statues, motionless. They had witnessed everything just now. The sudden appearance of the purple skeleton giant, and the 40-meter-long sword that instantly blew Sukuna away and broke the domain. Kuchisaki Nobara asked tremblingly. Ming. What was that, Teacher Mei just now? How could Xiaolu summon such a terrifying giant? Mei opened her red lips but could not utter a word for a long time. Finally, she smiled, shook her head, and sighed. Maybe it's a sorcerer similar to a Shikigami. After saying this, she stared at Xiaolu's back with her eyes flickering, and sighed in her heart, how many tricks does this kid have? To this, everyone nodded in approval. The purple giant just now has never been seen used by Xiaolu before. It is indeed possible that it is his last trump card, the Shikigami. He is truly a hidden talent. Such strength is enough to rank him among the top-grade sorcerers. Nobara Kuchisaki felt a little lost. We are all newcomers of the same class, but you have suddenly become a top-class sorcerer? Can you please stop being so stressful? Fushiguro Megami lowered his head and muttered to himself, Shikigami. Could it be that the giant just now was really the Shikigami summoned by Xiaolu? This is too exaggerated. Fushiguro Megami looked at the jade dog curled up in fear behind his trouser legs at his feet, and recalled the purple giant summoned by Xiaolu just now. Suddenly, it didn't smell good anymore. Why are their Shikigami so powerful? His jade dog, elephant, gnu, etc., compared to this purple giant, look like cute little animals. Unless one can tame the legendary Mako Luo, there is no chance of defeating this purple giant. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm and he secretly made up his mind. Everyone is working hard to become stronger. I must not fall behind. At this time, Xiaolu came over with some difficulty, carrying the unconscious Itatari. He held back on the attack just now. After all, he couldn't really kill her, right? After all, even if Itatari died, Sukuna would only lose a soul. However, due to his intervention, Itatari's situation was better. In the original novel, he was directly ripped out of his heart by Sukuna. Although this time, he was not much better, all the bones and tendons in his body were broken. But fortunately, with the existence of Shiko, there shouldn't be any major problems. Your eyes. A look of heartache appeared on Kuchisaki Nobara's face. She wanted to reach out and wipe the blood off him, but she was afraid of hurting him, so she pulled back. After she said this, others also noticed Xiaolu's bleeding eyes. What's a little bloodshed for a man? But if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be ABD, Xiaolu said as he took her hand and put it against his face. Well, it's very smooth and moist, and feels good. People say that Nobara Kuchisaki is a rose with thorns, but it feels pretty good when you hold it in your hand. Nobara Kuchisaki's face turned slightly red, but considering that Xiaolu was the main contributor this time, she just turned her head away and did not try to break free. The main reason why the Sharingan was bleeding was due to the 5 minutes of perfect virtualization and the opening of the second-level virtual left energy. After all, it was my first time to activate Susanoo, and I didn't control the release of my pupil power well, and I used too much force all of a sudden. I believe that next time when I open Susanoo, there will be no bloodshed. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Brother? You call this a little blood? Others are crying, but you are bleeding. It really doesn't matter. This time, everyone is very grateful to Xiaolu. If he hadn't stood up, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although this guy always looks careless, he is more reliable than anyone else at critical moments. Don't just stand there like an idiot. We'll have to trouble Dr. Shko to treat Atatari when we get back. Xiaolu felt a little embarrassed about Atatari, as this was the second time he had beaten him. Although his target was Sukuna, the one who was hurt the most was Atatari. I'm so sorry, Atatari bro. But I guess I'll have to beat the tiger again in the future, ahem Sukuna. Shko put her hands in the pockets of her medical robe and said angrily, don't act so relaxed. Aren't you afraid of going blind after losing so much blood in your eyes? Go back and take good care of your injuries. I will personally watch over you and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Hiss. Everyone looked at him strangely. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Forget about Mei teacher, but why is it that even Shko's attitude towards him is a bit subtle? Chapter 34 Yagamasamika's mood is like a roller coaster. Jujutsu High School, inside the principal's office. Ijishi told the whole situation respectfully. At first, Yagamasamichi was relieved after hearing this. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Thanks to him this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. However, he never expected that Xiaolu's strength would grow to this level. Being in the realm of the special grade curse spirit, he not only protected Shko's safety, but also eliminated the special grade curse spirit. Just based on this record, he is enough to be ranked among the top grade sorcerers. After Xiaoju's rebellion, there are only 3 special grade sorcerers left in the high-level sorcerer level besides Gojo Satoru. They are, Okotsu Yuta, Hy Kinji, 99 Yuki. 2 are abroad, 1 was expelled. This also leads to the fact that high-end combat power of the Jujutsu High School is very scarce. At this moment, Yagamasamichi has already begun to think about how to promote Xiaolu to the ranks of special grade sorcerers. It would be best if there was an important factor that could completely tie him up in the Jujutsu High School. After all, how could such a talent be buried? At this time, Ijishi spoke, but seeing him acting timid, Yagamasamichi said impatiently, if you have anything to say, just say it now. The information from the third-year student Atatari is also wrong. The one in the children's palace is not a first-level cursed spirit, but... Yagamasamichi had a bad idea in his mind, but what? Ijishi glanced at Yaga timidly and continued, it is a special grade cursed spirit, and Atatari's consciousness has been taken over by Sukuna. Xiaolu is fighting against Sukuna. After mustering up all the courage to say it all in one breath, he was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, and even his breathing became cautious. Yagamasamicha's expression has become extremely ugly. I only learned about this later news on the way back, and I have no idea what the current situation is over there. In the office, the tense atmosphere reached its peak. Yagamasamichi was furious, but he did not get angry at Ijishi. Because he smelled a conspiracy. If Xiaolu's intelligence error was an accident, then Atatari's is unjustifiable. Moreover, the tasks of the children's palace seemed to be assigned by senior management. How could they not know what was going on inside? The real purpose of sending the third-year freshmen to carry out this mission while Gojo Satoru was away was clear. They might just take this opportunity to kill Atatari. On the surface, he agreed to a reprieve from death due to pressure from Gojo Satoru, but behind the scenes, he was playing dirty tricks. Thinking of this, Yagamasamichi felt disappointed and his expectations of the top management also dropped significantly. Is such a leader really worth their life? Call. That's Ryaman Sukuna. If anything happens to Xiaolu Atatari and the others. He no longer dared to imagine whether Gojo Satoru, who was about to return, would go berserk and kill all those high-ranking officials after learning about this situation. Alas! It is becoming increasingly difficult to be a principal. In just one day, his mood was like riding a roller coaster. I just got the good news and was only a few seconds happy when something even more exciting came. When Masamichi Yaga is worried. Bang! The office door was pushed open. Mei walked in with her long legs and got straight to the point, overtime pay. Yaga Masamichi shook his head, feeling helpless. The debt collector is here again. Ijishi, who was standing by, saw Mei coming back and his eyes lit up. Wait. Didn't teacher Mei and the others go to look for Xiaolu? Could it be that the danger has been resolved? Seeing how sad you two look, I will be merciful and tell you some good news. Then, she recounted what happened in the children's palace. 5 minutes later, Mei took the money and left satisfied. Yaga Masamichi clapped his hands and laughed, and the sadness on his face disappeared instantly. Good. As expected of Xiaolu. First he protected Shiko and expelled the special cursed spirit, then he actually ran over and beat up Sukuna. He resolved the biggest crisis. Xiaolu is simply his lucky star. Now he increasingly felt that the beating was not in vain, as Xiaolu was able to successfully enroll in school. I just don't know why two were missing when we later counted the cursed corpses. This day is more exciting than a roller coaster. After calming down, he let Ijishi leave, lit a cigarette, and lowered his head to think deeply. If Xiaolu hadn't taken action this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, in this way, Xiaolu also indirectly destroyed the plans of the top management. Humph! I hope those corrupt old men don't target Xiaolu, otherwise don't blame him for the rebellion of Yaga Masamichi. Unconsciously, Yaga Masamika's mentality has quietly changed. Infirmary. Xiaolu was forcibly pressed on the hospital bed by Shiko, with her eyes wrapped with several layers of white gauze. And, the one wrapped like a mummy in the bed next to him is a Tatari. Although apart from the eyes, there were no injuries anywhere else. He benefited a lot from the battle with Sukuna, but he also realized his own shortcomings. That is, there is too little chakra, magic power, in the body, not enough. Lack of blue. Especially after opening Susanoo, the chakra consumed was too great, almost draining him out in an instant. Just as Xiaolu was thinking, the door of the infirmary was pushed open. The sound of footsteps came into my ears. The people coming were Shiko and Gojo Satoru, who had just returned. Just as Xiaolu was about to sit up straight, a pair of jade hands pushed him down. Shiko leaned over to Xiaolu's ear and whispered, "My dear benefactor, please don't move. I'll treat you to a drink later." Wow! Shiko, you're really discriminating. I've never seen you be so gentle to anyone before. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru immediately took the opportunity to make a joke. Shiko blushed slightly and glared at him. Gojo Satoru did not dare to continue speaking, but came to Xiaolu and said with a smile. "Classmate Xiaolu, oh no. It's teacher Xiaolu. Are you imitating me by wrapping your eyes like this? Although I know that I am the object of everyone's admiration, please don't be so fanatical. I will be shy." Hee. Xiaolu's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Shiko, who was standing by, picked up a stick and was about to hit Gojo Satoru on the forehead. Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "Ahem. Shiko, can you please go out for a while and give him and me some space to be alone?" Upon hearing this, Shiko also put down the stick in her hand. She knew that Gojo Satoru had already known the whole story after returning, and she should be suppressing her anger at this moment. "Don't bully my wounded soldiers. Don't worry, Xiaolu and I are true love, how could I bear to bully him?" Bang! After Shiko left, Xiaolu took the opportunity to tear off the white cloth wrapped around his eyes. "This thing is really uncomfortable to be tied up. I don't know how you got used to it." Gojo Satoru was shocked by this action. "Brother, don't do it, Shiko will think I picked it for you and you will get beaten." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." My eyes have almost recovered. Bleeding from the eyes is not caused by injury, but by excessive consumption of pupil power. Shiko and the others had misunderstood. After a few seconds of silence, Gojo Satoru looked at Itadori and started to get to the point. Xiaolu, this time it's all thanks to you. Chapter 35 100% Black Flash. I got a rough idea of what happened from Yagalao Denger. If you hadn't intervened, Itadori and the others would have died. Gojo Satoru sat next to Xiaolu and said seriously. Xiaolu was stunned. Having read the original novel, he of course knew that even if he hadn't intervened this time, nothing would have happened to anyone. Itadori, whose heart was ripped out, was also resurrected after reaching an agreement with Sukuna. But, Gojo Satoru certainly didn't know how the matter would end. Of course Xiaolu would not miss the opportunity to improve his favorability. No matter if it is useful or not, just brush it first. Xiaolu, ahem, after all, I am a teacher now. I cannot ignore my students when they are in trouble. That's what I should do. Gojo Satoru was grateful in his heart. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Xiaolu. Although his background and abilities were mysterious, he belonged to the Jujutsu High School. Yagamasamichi was really old and confused. He even sent Mei to investigate him. Then he looked at Xiaolu and said seriously, you also know about Itadori Yuji's matter. This incident was obviously a secret plan by the higher UPS. They just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. They deliberately transferred me away, eliminated Itadori, and even buried Fushiguro Kuchisaki with him, just to give me a warning. Haha, those old guys are simply the devil's den in the world of sorcery. A fool who only cares about self-preservation, a hereditary fool, an arrogant and selfish fool, is simply a basket of rotten oranges. There is no cure. With my ability, it's easy to kill them all, but this is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. It's just a replacement of a group of people. It's meaningless. And no one would follow me if I did that, so I devoted myself to education. Cultivate strong, intelligent, and reliable partners. At this point, Gojo Satoru leaned over and looked at Xiaolu seriously. For example, a reliable partner like Xiaolu-kun. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. I'll treat you to your favorite kikufuku when I have time, hehe. Gojo Satoru stood up and said with a smile, how strong is Nishisakuno? Is he much stronger than the first time? Remember to call me next time. Wouldn't it be nice if we played together as a pair? Xiaolu was slightly stunned. 2 fingers Sunyo? That's right, Itadori hasn't woken up yet, and everyone doesn't know that Sukuna has already swallowed 3 fingers. Seeing Xiaolu pretending to be dumbfounded, Gojo Satoru held up 2 fingers and said with a smile. Don't hide your strength. Last time, in order to test Itadori's strength as a container, I took the initiative to feed a finger to Itadori, so it's 2 fingers. Xiaolu stretched out 3 hands. You misunderstood, I hit 3 fingers. Before the fight, Sukuna killed the special cursed spirit and obtained the fingers from its body. Dust. Gojo Satoru stood there in shock, and it took him a while to recover. I see. No wonder Nanami told me that Sukuna opened his domain. This news is very important. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, Gojo Satoru walked out the door. The number of fingers is very important and must not be wrong. Therefore, he wanted to tell other people such an important thing. After Gojo Satoru left, Xiaolu opened the system page. After the abandoned construction site, I gained a lot of points. That pure love curse spirit alone added a full 50,000 points, plus the small fry killed along the way. Xiaolu now has a total of 80,000 points. From this we can know that the points given by the special grade curse spirit are not fixed at 10,000, but are determined based on strength. Xiaolu couldn't help but think of the 4 natural disasters that were about to appear. Clepsydra, Hanami, Mahito, and Tuliang. These 4 are all heavyweights. If you kill them, wouldn't you become rich instantly? Open shop. Automatic physical training card, Supreme annual card. Price, 10,000 points. Flying Thunder God technique. Price, 50,000 points, yellow flash. Is there anything faster than this? 100% black flash, full level enlightenment 10,000 points, every punch and attack is a critical hit. Spell high precision sniper. Price, 20,000 points. My lord, times have changed. Premium cursed tool. Sharingan eye drops. Price, 500 points, to prevent overuse of eyes and blindness. Double gun Desert Eagle. Ghost. Price, 20,000 points, double gun will give the answer to who I am. Special cursed tool. Xiaolu was very satisfied looking at the newly delivered products. The strongest instant body technique, Flying Thunder God, is here. And there is also 100% black flash. You know, black flash is the strongest normal attack in Jujutsu Kaisen. The general principle is, when the error between the blow and the impact of the curse force is extremely small, a strong spatial distortion will occur, and the power is objective. However, there are only a handful of sorcerers and cursed spirits who can cast black flash, and it is only a coincidence when it is not intentional. Before the Shibuya incident, the highest record of being able to use black flash was 4 times, by Itadori and Nanami. Xiaolu thought, black flash seems to be a good match for his 8 gates, and the price is not very expensive. Order decisively. Suddenly, heat flowed through Xiaolu's mind, and an extremely mysterious light filled his whole body. After a while, he mastered all the elements of black flash and became extremely skilled. Boom! Xiaolu punched the air. Black lightning suddenly appeared like a thunder snake, and the sound of breaking through the air echoed in the infirmary. Then, Xiaolu threw punches continuously without thinking. Boom boom boom! Every punch is wrapped with black lightning. Xiaolu showed a satisfied smile, as expected of a system upgrade. Is 100% black flash okay? I wonder if Sukuna can handle it. Next, there are 70,000 points left. Xiaolu was confused about what to buy. He was really moved by the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it looked so cool. And it was very fast. But I have divine power and can teleport behind the enemy, but it seems that I can't use it at the moment. Damn. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Order now. Rub. Xiaolu's body was instantly filled with golden light, and he instantly mastered the key to the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaolu opened his eyes and took out the 2 daggers seized from the last time he destroyed the Curse Master group from the Divine Power space. He engraved the Flying Thunder God seal on it, and then threw it out of the window. Swish! The next moment, Xiaolu appeared directly on a big tree 100 meters away. At this moment, Xiaolu had only one thought in his mind: how fast? This is the true meaning of teleportation. Whoosh! A vortex appeared, and Xiaolu returned to the bed. I use the Divine Power Shuttle and the Flying Thunder God technique in turn, it's so domineering. But now that I have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, it is necessary to leave my traces everywhere in the high school. Finally, there were 50,000 points left, and Xiaolu chose to buy the Curse High Precision Sniper. He had been eyeing this sniper rifle for a long time, but it had been left unused for so long because of Mr. Ban's ninjutsu scroll. Just imagine, while fighting, he suddenly hides in the divine space, and only a sniper barrel is exposed. Shooting silently. He. On a beautiful beach. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The real people were lying on the golden beach and rolling around. Suguru Geto on the side just shook his head and laughed helplessly. The most twisted love curse was actually destroyed? Even the most powerful first-level sorcerer can't do it. Besides Gojo Satoru and those special-level students, who else in the Jujutsu High School has this ability? Chapter 36 Confession to Meimei? Gatsuyu, please say something. That's top-notch research material, and it was destroyed just like that. I'm so angry. Tired of rolling around, Genrin rushed to Zyuja's side and shook his arm, wanting an explanation. Because he knew that Geto Summer Oil was once a student of the Jujutsu High School and was very familiar with the situation there. Okay, don't be angry. Zyuja touched Genrin's head lovingly and said softly. I haven't been back to Jujutsu High School for a long time. Maybe there's a genius there who's as talented as Okotsu. If that's the case, you'll just have to consider yourself unlucky. Call. Hearing this, the immortal sighed, looked towards the endless ocean in the distance, and complained feebly. Why haven't those two guys from Lohawayu come yet? Did they have old cold legs? They're taking so long. Shuguruji narrowed his eyes and smiled. The latest news is that the two of them are planning to attack Gojo Satoru by surprise. Do you want to join them? The real person looked a little sluggish. Surprise attack on Gojo Satoru? Are you tired of living? You guys go ahead. I want to take this opportunity to transform more powerful man-made cursed spirits before the war. In the infirmary. After testing the reward, Xiaolu lay down contentedly. The only drawback is that I didn't get the item to increase chakra. I don't have many requirements. Not to mention Hashirama's cells, a tailed beast's capacity will be fine too. Looking back on the battle with Sukuna, the most obvious shortcoming was the lack of mana. I have a lot of methods now, but the more methods I have, the more chakra I need. Speaking of which, for such an important event, the system didn't respond? It has disappeared since the last time the task of taking off Maki's black stockings was released. Could it be that I called it something indecent and it got angry? Well, even though I was the one who took off the stockings, I was also the one who took advantage of it. But taking a step back, is there nothing wrong with the system itself? He is a gentleman, but he actually let himself do such a thing, cough cough. Just then, a new life choice has begun. Task Option 1, accept Shiko's invitation to drink. Reward, chakra recovery speed plus 20%. Task Option 2, confess your love to Mei Mei, let her tie her hair into 2 ponytails, and have an in-depth conversation. Reward, illusion. Moon reading. Task Option 3, no woman in mind, draw your sword, natural god, reject everything. Reward, 10,000 points. Mist grass. Tisk tisk. Xiaolu stroked his chin and looked at the 3 options in deep thought. First of all, let's rule out 3, 10,000 points? What about sending away beggars? If he doesn't have a woman in his mind, he will indeed draw his sword faster, but what does it have to do with him? My weapons are round fans and sniper rifles, okay? Times have changed. There are only 1 or 2 options left. Drinking with Shiko can increase chakra recovery speed by 20%, which is really nice. But in terms of cost performance, Tsukuyomi seems to be more attractive, especially when facing someone like Sukuna who has many eyes. Every glare is accurate. The illusion that comes with the Sharingan may lack some killing power. But, Tsukuyomi is different. Even Sukuna, who has a strong will, would be obedient after being hit by a few illusions. So Xiaolu prefers the second option. But is this task too difficult? Let's not talk about whether the confession will be successful. If I really ask Mei Mei to put her hair in a double ponytail, will she agree? Although the other parties seemed to have some interest in her, Xiaolu was not a fool and she had noticed it a little bit. The most outrageous thing is the in-depth communication. Is this in-depth communication a serious communication or... Hello? System, are you here? Is this a serious in-depth discussion? There was no response in my mind. Grass. If you don't answer, I'll do it in an improper way. Just as Xiaolu was struggling with the system's limits, the door opened. Shiko's beautiful eyes widened, with a hint of anger in her expression, and she walked towards Xiaolu with her hands on her hips. Xiaolu secretly said, "Not good." He quickly wrapped the medical gauze around his eyes again and fell asleep. Due to time constraints, Xiaolu was just wrapping the bandage around her eyes randomly, causing the bandage to become twisted. Like a traitor. Puff. Seeing this, Shiko, who was a little angry at first, was also amused. Shiko covered her lips and chuckled, "Well, if it's really uncomfortable, just take it off." After saying that, he picked up the apple on the table and started peeling it skillfully. With her permission, Xiaolu took off the uncomfortable gauze. Then, his mouth was blocked by a fresh, shiny, cleanly peeled apple. He held the apple in his hand and blinked at Shiko. "Well, thank you for saving me this time. Do you want to drink with me tonight? It's my treat." Shiko blushed slightly, and mustered up the courage to look at Xiaolu. It would be fine if the other person is a girl, but for something like drinking with a boy alone, the consequences are self-evident. It is undeniable that after this incident, she developed a liking for Xiaolu. Although the hero saving the beauty sounds cliché, it is effective and simple. Facing Xiaolu's direct gaze, Shiko felt hot all over and turned his eyes away, not daring to meet her gaze. After being single for so long, this is the first time I experience this feeling. So shameful. In fact, she had another question she wanted to ask Xiaolu, but she didn't know how to start. Before, she hid in Xiaolu's divine space and saw stockings and bras. Does Xiaolu have any hobbies in this area? Probably not, right? Anyway, it's better not to ask about this kind of thing. Looking at the other person's expectant eyes, Xiaolu felt a little moved. I have to say, Shiko is so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to agree. Inside the infirmary, the atmosphere gradually became more romantic, until the two of them were left alone. Oh no, there is also a Tatari wrapped like a mummy and unconscious. However, at this moment, bang! The door of the infirmary was pushed open. Shiko saw that the rare atmosphere was broken, and the blush on her face disappeared, replaced by 3 black lines. Just as he was about to turn around and curse, he quickly stopped himself. Because the person who came was none other than Sister Mei Mei, whom she admired. Mei Mei walked over gracefully, with her pigtails in front of her forehead swinging and her long legs in black stockings. "Hey? Looks like I came at the wrong time. Excuse me, I have something important to discuss with Xiaolu." After saying that, Mei Mei shook the card in her hand and looked at Shiko with an apologetic look. Shiko pouted in frustration. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to drink today. Mei Mei naturally knew what was in her hand. It was Xiaolu's teacher's certificate. She must have a lot of things to tell Xiaolu. It's better not to disturb others when they are doing serious things. Then, "Xiaolu, I will definitely treat you some other day, don't refuse." After saying that, Shiko skillfully closed the door of the infirmary. Xiaolu looked at Mei Mei nervously, and Mei Mei also looked at Xiaolu with a half smile. Under normal circumstances, Xiaolu would at most look at her with admiration. But now, he can't stay calm. My brain was working at full speed, searching for the golden love confession sentences I had seen before. At this moment, his brain was operating at a speed of 250 times per second. Chapter 37 Mei Mei's Threat. However, Xiaolu was desperate. In his memory, the golden sentences he could use to confess his love were not applicable to women like Mei Mei. It's okay to coax a simple girl like Maki, but it's obviously not enough to deal with the mature Mei Mei. Just as Xiaolu was thinking hard, a card was handed to him. This is... Xiaolu took the card and looked at it carefully. The content above is full of information about him, and the most eye-catching column is the transformation from student to teacher. Other basic identity information is empty. Why is gender also empty? There is no doubt that you have passed the teacher assessment beyond the syllabus. Please fill in the information above at your own discretion. Mei Mei gave him a knowing look. After this incident, no one cares about Xiaolu's identity anymore. Save Shiko first and then Itatari to break the conspiracy of the top leaders. Even if Xiaolu was a curse master in the past, Yagamasamichi could only pretend that he was blind and didn't see it. Besides, he is not. Mei Mei seemed to have thought of something and then added. The teacher's identity is only valid for teachers and students in Tokyo schools. This is the maximum authority Yaga can have. As for the reason, you know it. Xiaolu nodded. With this identity as a teacher, it would be easier for him to dig and teach students. Then, Mei Mei also used her magical power to quickly peel an apple and stuffed it into Xiaolu's mouth. Xiaolu was speechless, but had no choice but to bite the bullet. For the first time, I ate an apple and felt full. After a brief silence, she looked at Xiaolu. You know, from the moment we decide to become a sorcerer, we are prepared for a bad ending. So, whether it's the teachers or the students at Jujutsu High School, they have never dreamed of love. Principal Yaga also divorced his wife because of this. At this point, she lowered her eyes slightly, was silent for a second, and said in a concentrated voice. But it just so happens that I've recently fallen in love with a little brother. Because of the teacher-student relationship, I didn't have the courage to take action before. I wonder if he would mind that I'm older than him. Mei Mei's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Xiaolu with a smile. Xiaolu's body trembled. What the hell? No way? Why do I feel like she's talking about me? Is this one of the 3 great illusions in life? Xiaolu didn't dare to gamble. If Mei Mei continued talking like this, she might confess her love. She first asked where she was going to confess her feelings. Without this step the task may not be considered complete. Who cares? I'll be socially disgraced. I'm thick-skinned anyway. So Xiaolu gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Mei Mei, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire infirmary froze instantly. Mei Mei. Shiko, who was eavesdropping outside the door, said. Itatari, who just regained consciousness, not my buddy? Ding dong. Warm reminder, the confession stage has been completed, please keep up the good work. Current progress 33.3%/100%. Xiaolu's mouth twitched, quite humane. After a moment of silence, Mei Mei quickly suppressed the excitement in her eyes and pretended to be surprised. What do you like about me? What do you like? Speaking of liking her, we have to start from another world. As early as in the comics, he had developed a strong interest in Mei Mei. Who wouldn't love this mature and powerful lady with a slim figure, hair covering her face? But of course, I can't tell anyone about the time traveler. No one would believe me even if I told them. So he looked at Mei Mei, lowered his gaze slightly, and his mind suddenly became hot. I like your long white legs. Oops. I accidentally said what I really thought. Xiaolu regretted the moment she said it. Mei Mei. Even she couldn't help but blush when she heard such words. Is this brat so direct? No. Is he so superficial? Of all my body parts, only my legs can attract him? Mei Mei was distracted for a moment, and gave him a cold look with a teasing smile on her lips. White legs. If I remember correctly, I seem to have always worn black stockings. How do you know my legs are white? Could it be that you used that mysterious spatial ability to do something improper? Like peeking? Of course she knew Xiaolu would never do such a thing, she just wanted to punish him a little. She had clearly prepared herself mentally this time and wanted to express her feelings to Xiaolu. In the end, this kid actually said it first? Hey! Although I really want to agree, I can't let him get away with it like this. Ahem. At this time, Itatari, who was in the bed next to him, couldn't bear it anymore. I was already so badly injured, and when I woke up, I heard such an explosive conversation. Although he was now wrapped like a dumpling inside and out, he couldn't see what was happening outside. But I knew it was teachers Xiaolu and Mei Mei just by their voices. As expected of Xiaolu, first he did a wallbang to Hammer's sister, Kojaizaki, and now he even doesn't let Mei Mei teacher go. If you want to confess, you should at least find a place where there is no one, right? Do you really think he doesn't exist? They both turned their eyes to Atadori. Xiaolu gave him a grateful look, thanking him for helping him out, otherwise he really wouldn't have known how to answer. Mei Mei frowned unhappily, came to Atadori's bedside, and said with a gloomy smile. Mr. Atadori, you probably didn't hear anything, did you? You don't want to faint again just after waking up, do you? Atadori. Oh, I must have been injured too badly this time. I am hallucinating. I didn't hear anything. After saying this, Itadori's body stiffened and he lay flat on the bed without moving. Xiaolu looked at Itadori with some sympathy. This Itadori brother is so miserable, he just woke up and was forced to shut down again. After doing all this, Mei Mei looked at Xiaolu thoughtfully. I don't accept your confession. Unless. Come back home with me, and we'll have a good discussion about the use of spell power and the creation of sorcerers. Fool! Are you sure this isn't a free gift? He was originally worried about how to proceed, but you just opened the door and invited him home? Have an in-depth discussion on the use of spell power and the creation of sorcerers? He could see the excitement in the other person's eyes that was almost impossible to hide. Even though Mei Mei hid very well, she couldn't escape his eyes. Thinking of this, I felt a chill down my spine. Why does it feel like she is the hunter? Seeing Xiaolu's expression change, Mei Mei thought he was in a dilemma. Humph! I've hinted so clearly and yet you're still pretending to be reserved. You have to go today. Mei Mei smiled with a fake smile. Hee, you don't want everyone to know that you secretly hide black stockings and bras in your space, right? Boom! These words were like thunder exploding from the sky, roaring in his mind. I was careless. If she hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten about this. I just bought the bra casually from the system mall. The reason is simple, just to refresh the items, there is absolutely no other idea. As for the black stockings, there's no need to wash them. I took them off Maki's legs with my own hands. But how did Mei Mei know? So far, only Shiko has entered my Kamui space. Wait. Shiko. Xiaolu slapped his head and suddenly realized. No wonder Shiko has been looking at me with something strange in his eyes since he came out of his divine space. This is completely socially dead. The house collapsed. No. It has become a ruin. It's all because of this crooked system. In this case. He looked at Mei Mei and sneered, go ahead. I'll have a good in-depth discussion with you tonight. But I have a small request, can you put your hair in a double ponytail? Chapter 38 Will you die for me? A beautiful step, a voluptuous figure, a queen from childhood to adulthood. The long silver blue hair covers my face, my left eye is used to forget you, and my right eye is used to remember you. Xiaolu, who was following behind, couldn't help but complain. She and Gojo Satoru together probably couldn't even make up a complete face. I don't know if she agreed. Just now, after Xiaolu suggested that the other party tie her hair into two ponytails, Mei Mei just smiled meaningfully. Means, go home with her first. Tokyo. Mei Mei's home. Yu, have you been studying hard recently? Hearing this, Xiaolu was stunned. I almost forgot, Mei Mei has a younger brother. Although he is also a sorcerer, he is still an elementary school student who cannot escape the fate of going to school. I saw a little boy with short blue hair and a cartoon school bag running out happily. It looks like he is getting ready to go to school. Hey! Sister, who is he? Yu frowned slightly and looked at Xiaolu with a scrutinizing look. My elder sister is almost 30 years old and has never been in a relationship before, but this time she brought a gigolo home? No. There is a fluctuation of cursed energy on his body, he is not just a simple gigolo. I must keep a close eye on my sister. Xiaolu and Yuyu stared at each other. Mei Mei introduced, this is my younger brother Yuyu, he is also a sorcerer. But he is still in school. After a brief introduction, Mei Mei signaled him to go to school quickly and not be late. He gave Xiaolu a look, indicating that he should go into his room. Yuyu didn't dare to disobey her sister's order. She snorted coldly and threatened Xiaolu in a low voice as she passed by him. If you dare to bully my sister, you will be in trouble. After saying that, he waved his fists twice to threaten Xiaolu. Xiaolu couldn't help pinching his cheek and smirked. If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll buy you 10 summer homework books. I'll tear up all the answers and let your sister watch you the whole time you're writing. He he he. These words sounded like the devil's whisper to Yuyu. Yuyu's pupils contracted violently, her breathing stagnated, and her whole body was filled with horror. How could there be such vicious and cruel people in the world? Well, I suddenly feel that you and my sister are a good match, so I won't bother you anymore. I'm honest, please let me go. After saying that, he rushed out of the house like a fly. Looking at Yuyu running away, Xiaolu raised the corner of his mouth. A mere primary school student is nothing to be afraid of, he will behave himself after taking 2 sets of 3-year simulations and 5-year college entrance examinations. There was no light on in the room. A faint light shines through the gap in the curtains, providing some brightness. Apart from a dusty TV, there was no other furniture. Over the years, I usually live in the school dormitory with Yutahim and rarely go home. Xiaolu turned her head and saw Mei Mei sitting in front of the mirror, looking at Xiaolu with a smile through the reflection of the mirror. At this moment, her hair is disheveled. The long silver blue hair is like a galaxy, scattered to the shoulders. Bring it on. Xiaolu, ah. Don't you want to see twin tails? I'll satisfy your fetish, but you have to do it yourself. Mei Mei showed a sly smile on her face. As if to say, I understand you. Xiaolu took a deep breath and walked behind her. The hair is silky and smooth. He picked up his phone and searched for tutorials on how to do twin pigtails without hesitation. As I watched and learned, a pair of energetic, clever, and lively twin ponytails appeared before my eyes. Looking at herself in the mirror, Mei Mei smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I never expected that I would experience such a scene. Xiaolu couldn't take her eyes off it and said, if it was paired with a school uniform, it would be a killer look. His mind got hot and he dazedly stretched out his hands to hold the 2 high ponytails. However, pull back gently. Mei Mei, surprise. How dare he? She was no longer a little girl, so she naturally knew what this action meant. She bit her red lips tightly, feeling ashamed and angry. What's going on in this little BDS head all day long? From the first time they met, she could feel that Xiaolu was very concerned about her hair, and seemed to have a deep obsession. So you have such dirty thoughts? Humph. Call. Forget it, let him get what he wants. It's not easy for me to fall in love with someone. No matter how Xiaolu behaved, she could not feel any blame in her heart. Mei Mei is a woman with a very strong character. If you really want to find a partner, it must be a man with strong abilities who can completely conquer you. And Xiaolu completely meets his own standards. Whether it was the first tracking or the strength he showed in the past few times, it was amazing. She has always been decisive and doesn't like to be dragged out. Once she makes a decision in her mind, she will take action immediately. Ding dong. Warm reminder, the achievement of twin ponytails has been achieved, please keep up the good work. Current progress 66.6%/100%. The system's prompt brought Xiaolu back to reality. Looking at Mei Mei's red ears and angry eyes, he quickly let go. Missed grass. It's all because I read too much study materials before informed muscle memory. Seeing this, Xiaolu immediately apologized with a smile, ahem. I couldn't help it, sorry. Does it feel good? Xiaolu nodded subconsciously, then immediately shook his head violently. Haha. Mei Mei rolled her eyes at him, are you satisfied? Then it's my turn. This time, she also wanted to learn about the sorcerer's insights and physical skills from Xiaolu. After all, he always managed to come up with amazing spells every now and then, and even his physical skills were able to suppress Mishima Sukuna throughout the fight. Perhaps, I can learn something from him, apply it to other situations, and advance to become a top-level sorcerer. Under the night light, bright silver light falls into the room. Xiaolu and Mei Mei were lying on the bed, facing each other. The two were in a somewhat delicate state at the moment, with no clothes on and only a thin quilt covering their bodies. Mei Mei raised her eyebrows and sneered, what? Wasn't your mind full of SESC's thoughts before? Now you are calm. Just now, she wanted to ask Xiaolu some questions about warlocks. But this boy was completely absent-minded, staring at the two ponytails on her head. It's just asking questions and answering questions. Index, then just be honest and invite him to bed to watch enough. But in the end, this kid seemed to be shocked and became obedient. Looking at Mei Mei's vaguely visible little white rabbits, Xiaolu felt hot in the stomach and quickly took a pillow to cover his legs. Now that they are so close, it would be bad to poke her. The gun can no longer be suppressed. There's no way, now he's on auto-aim, he can't move his sights away. Xiaolu sighed helplessly, Mei Mei, it's too dazzling, my brain can't think. Mei Mei's lips curled slightly, really? Xiaolu was about to nod when she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Her whole head was buried directly in a ball of extremely soft dough, and the aroma of milk permeated her heart. Heaven, here we are. Feeling the burning breath on her chest, her face flushed slightly, and she caressed the back of his head lovingly, whispering, Xiaolu, are you willing to die for me? The classic quote from the original novel Mei Mei appeared, but this time the target was herself. Xiaolu sniffed the milk fragrance silently and said in a muffled voice, Gongjingjing, ba. Do your best. Mei Mei patted his head, don't give me that. You are not as simple as you seem. Be serious. Even though the two of them had been honest with each other, she still didn't understand Xiaolu's true thoughts. From the first time we met, I felt that he was like a mysterious whirlpool and quagmire. Once I wanted to explore him, there was no way out. Xiaolu was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, I only live for myself, but I can ensure that you have no worries. After a short silence, Mei Mei showed a satisfied smile, I'm quite satisfied with the answer. Then let's start a deeper conversation. Let's start with the serious stuff first. Chapter 39, The Technical College Welcomes a New Teacher? The next morning, the two of them took a drip and prepared to go back to school. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The illusion. Tsukuyomi is automatically integrated into the Sharingan. Host, please be prepared. If you want to integrate, then integrate. But do you still need to be prepared? However, the next second, a chilling cold current filled his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. Dum. 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 A blood moon was in the sky, crows filled the sky, blocking out the sun. In an enclosed space, a cross stood on the ground, emitting a terrifying abyss-like atmosphere. Is this the same execution platform as Uchiha Itachi? He muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scene before him. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and moved his mind slightly. SSSSSSSSS. Countless huge nails pierced the cross in an instant, and the originally empty cross turned into a hedgehog. Just imagine, what would happen if we dragged the enemy in here and let him enjoy for 3 days and 3 nights? There is no doubt that people with weak wills will collapse directly. What a powerful illusion, the killing power is much stronger than the illusion that the Sharingan has before. As expected of Tsukuyomi. If used well, it can be a killer move. This way, he had one more trump card. Hehe, don't Sukuna and Brain Flower like to engage in intelligence warfare? He has a lot of hidden cards. After a while, his sight returned to the taxi. Mei Mei leaned on my shoulder, her hair disheveled, as if she had just been through a battle, with a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, her face was rosy, radiant, and her whole body exuded alluring charm. Thinking back to the madness of last night, Xiaolu only felt an endless aftertaste. I have to say, Mei Mei is really resilient. After some hesitation, the two of them tried every possible position they could think of. Her charming moan involuntarily echoed in my mind. Later, Yi Masamichi will hold a ceremony for you to be promoted to a teacher. Remember to perform well. Feeling Xiaolu's gaze, Mei Mei said weakly. Jujutsu High School, on the football field. Itadori, Kojisaki, Fushijiro, and the second-year students Maki, Gumaki and Panda all sat obediently in the audience, listening to Masamichi Yi's chatter. Itadori, are you healed now? Xiaolu moved a stool casually and looked at Itadori Yuji in shock. He was still wrapped in bandages yesterday, but he's completely healed today? Even if he has a special physique, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? How can it be so fast? My internal injuries haven't healed yet. It was Gojo-sensei who asked me to come here. He said he would treat me to a AAA movie later. The little deer is running wildly. It is terrified. Its face is red and its heart is beating fast. These are the general information about the movie that Gojo Satoru just revealed to him. It sounds very exciting. Itadori's eyes lit up with anticipation. Xiaolu smiled but said nothing. He knew that Itadori was about to have special training from Gojo Satoru. By watching movies, you can practice the output of cursed power. It seemed that Itadori's strength began to improve greatly from this moment. Then, Itadori rubbed his hands and winked. But speaking of which, Xiaolu, you are really amazing. You must have gone on a date with teacher Mei Mei last night, right? I heard everything. How's it going? Did you hold hands? Did you get your first kiss? I feel like you're really good at it. You actually confessed directly. Can you teach me? I've never been in a relationship since I was a child, hehe. Xiaolu's mouth twitched. So, Itadori woke up early yesterday? After what he said, it seems that there was a girl in the original book who had been secretly in love with Itadori for a long time. Itadori always had a loud voice, and everyone around could hear the conversation between the two. What? Did you hear that right? Xiaolu actually took down teacher Mei Mei? No wonder, the two of them just came back together. For a moment, everyone looked at Mei Mei and Xiaolu with subtle eyes. The panda rubbed his chin, tisk tisk, you know what, teacher Mei Mei seems to have become more beautiful, and seems to have more charm. And Xiaolu, wait. There's still a strawberry mark on his neck that hasn't been wiped off. For a moment, everyone looked at him carefully. Tisk tisk. No way. Did Xiaolu really win? Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared from behind and put his hand on Xiaolu's shoulder. Mr. Xiaolu, I didn't realize that you even got Mei Mei. I thought you were going on a date with Shiko last night. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Judging from Gojo Satoru's tone, it seems that even Shiko is interested in Xiaolu. Wow, he's only been here for a few days and he's already hooked up with two goddesses? The resentful look on Shiko's face in the stands might make him fall victim to Xiaolu's murderous hands soon. Kojisaki Nobara couldn't stand it any longer. Hey! Can you two grown men stop gossiping? Gojo Satoru was startled and said with a smile, why are you reacting so strongly, Nobara? Do you also have feelings for Xiaolu? No, no. Kojisaki Nobara stood up from her seat like a spring. I have absolutely no thoughts about Xiaolu. Quiet. The ultimate silence. Nobara Kojisaki almost yelled. If it were any other time, it might be okay, but now it happens that we are in a meeting and teachers and classmates are present. Then, everyone's eyes turned to her. Wow, this just jumped out by itself? Gojo Satoru was just joking, but why did it cause such a big reaction? Gojo Satoru leaned close to Xiaolu's ear and said admiringly, "You are invincible, Xiaolu, remember to be responsible." Moreover, it is not difficult to see from his 6 eyes that the second-year student Maki also seems to have a strange expression. But he no longer dared to test it, as the hit rate was too high. For a moment, even the principal, Masamichi Yagoshi, stopped speaking. The whispers from the audience had already disturbed his thoughts, and now it just exploded. Do you still take him, the principal, seriously? Kojisaki Nobara. Do you want to rebel? And you teachers, every grievance has its perpetrator, go to Xiaolu to solve it privately. After saying this, he was grinning inwardly. Hehe, I was originally thinking about how to tie Xiaolu up in the Jujutsu high school. Now he finally got his chance. If it is true as they say. Mei, who is obsessed with money, has made a great contribution to Jujutsu high school. Go, find Xiaolu and tie him up tightly. Xiaolu's potential is huge. Off stage, Xiaolu was already sweating profusely. Because Mei was crossing her arms, looking gloomy, and staring at herself with a smile. Looking at the faint smile hidden in the corner of Masamichi Yi's mouth, he understood. Okay. Yei Leadeng, if you want to do this, don't blame me for poaching your talents. I will dig you out and make you a lone commander. No. Then we can just poach him as the principal and abolish the Jujutsu high school. He had this idea a long time ago, which was why he had not taken the initiative to look for the Akatsuki base. Isn't this huge Jujutsu high school the best base? Night Goose Masamichi coughed twice and said loudly. Okay, everyone be quiet. I now announce that Jujutsu high school has a new teacher. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the audience all looked puzzled. New teacher? Public knowledge. To become a teacher, one must at least have the ability of a quasi-first-level teacher, and must also be accompanied by a number of teachers and pass the assessment. Apart from Xiaolu, I haven't seen any new faces these days. Could it be that Juju Yuki, who loves traveling the most, is tired of traveling and has come back to be a teacher? For a while, the uninformed students kept talking about it. Chapter 40, The top management wants to crack down on Xiaolu? Night Goose Masamichi glanced at Xiaolu and said, "Please ask the new teacher to come up to the stage and say hello." Hey! Stupid Xiaolu, where are you going? Seeing Xiaolu stand up, Kojisaki Nobara reminded him in a low voice. She had made a huge fool of herself just now, and Yei's face was still gloomy. At this time, Itadori and others also looked at him with doubtful eyes. Xiaolu responded to everyone with a reassuring smile. Panda, wait. Could this guy be the new teacher? Xiaolu walked onto the stage, first smiled at Mei, then looked at the confused crowd below and said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaolu, a new teacher at the technical college. Please take care of me in the future. There was an uproar in the audience. What? It's really this guy. You just guessed a panda, right? Damn the prophet's knife. Itadori, Fushiguro, stared at Xiaolu in disbelief as she spoke on the stage. Not a buddy? We were fighting the curse spirits together in Roppongi a few days ago, but today you secretly became a teacher? I treat you as a brother, but you treat us as students? When did he complete the teacher assessment? Although Xiaolu's strength is obvious to all. But, is it really okay to let this guy be a teacher? Why do I feel even less reliable than Gojo-sensei? Kojisaki Nobara's eyes were complicated. What a hassle! I actually let this guy become my teacher. How can I make him bow down to me and call me queen? Night Goose Masamichi is so confused. As the first member to join Xiao, she knew very well what Xiaolu wanted to do. Now that you've given him the status of a teacher, wouldn't it be easier for him to take action to poach you? You won't even have time to cry then. The panda opened his mouth and said, "Crazy, crazy, Father Night Goose, is it really okay for you to do this? He was a student 1 second ago and a teacher the next? This damn sense of disparity. Gujuan has white hair and a turtleneck covering his mouth, tuna, tuna." Expressing surprise. Maki's lips curled up slightly. Compared to other expressions of surprise or opposition, she was very much in agreement. The 8 gates of Dunjia that Xiaolu taught her before, she can already skillfully open the second gate. Her strength has improved a lot, and physical training alone is no longer enough for Panda Dogjuan. Now that Xiaolu has become a teacher, wouldn't it be easier to get his guidance? If you want to become stronger quickly, you must find a way to drain him dry. The other teachers already knew the situation and did not show any surprise. Except for Yutahim, who just returned from his mission. With such a strong reaction, it seems that everyone recognizes Xiaolu as a teacher. Then, Xiaolu will be responsible for teaching the first and second grade students together with Gojo Satoru. Night Goose Masamichi showed a dangerous smile and glanced below. He wanted to see who dared to object. Especially the rebellious panda who just spoke the loudest. He had to be careful with Xiaolu's lazy personality, otherwise if he quit, where would he go to cry? No one objects, so let's raise a few questions and adjourn the meeting. Me. Gojo Satoru, who had mixed into the student group, suddenly stood up from his seat and raised his hand. "Teacher Xiaolu, where did you learn those strange sorcerers?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, especially after coming back this time to hear other teachers talk about it. Xiaolu cursed the spirit by spewing fire, releasing water, and even rolling balls. Even though he had never seen it, just hearing it piqued his curiosity. Yes, yes, yes. We also want to know about Xiaolu. Bah! How does the teacher master so many warlocks? For a while, everyone didn't care about Xiaolu being a teacher, but became more curious about Xiaolu's skill package. The one who felt this the most was Itadori. At that time, his consciousness was confused and occupied by Sukuna, and he almost fell into a coma. But who could have imagined that he would suddenly hear a sound of thunder in his ears, followed by an electric current that paralyzed his entire body, which directly awakened him a little. This is probably why he was able to wake up early. Those moves were really hitting him hard. Therefore, he has the most say. Not only the students, Meimeshiko, Nanami Yutahim also cast interested glances. Xiaolu was embarrassed. This question was a bit tricky. Where did you learn this? Don't ask. If you ask, it's given by the system. But he couldn't really tell anyone about the system. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiaolu uttered 4 words. I learned it online. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Xiaolu with eyes that even dogs would not believe. What I said is true. I swear, if you lie to me, I will never eat coriander in my life. Everyone, hey! You don't eat cilantro anyway. At this time, Mei stood up and said, okay, everyone has their own secrets, don't force it. Everyone, tisk, now you're starting to speak up for your own family. The meeting was over and the teachers had all left. On the playground, Panda Dogroll was sparring with Kuchisaki and Itadori. Xiaolu sat on the steps, thinking about what was about to happen next. It seems that Kuchisaki has also mastered some of the essentials of the 8 gates. If I read correctly, the loud shout she gave to send the panda flying was the one that opened the door. Looking at the panda's shocked expression, Xiaolu wanted to laugh. I guess it didn't expect that the newcomers this year would be so powerful, right? Xiaolu. A cold female voice sounded beside my ear. Maki sat down next to him somewhat awkwardly, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, what happened last time is still vivid in our minds. I don't know if he still keeps his stockings. No. I clearly have other things to do. Why do I keep thinking about these things involuntarily? Looking at Maki Xiaolu, who was shaking his head crazily, he was speechless. We are all family, just speak up if you have anything to say. This is not like your character. Maki knew that the family he was referring to was naturally Akatsuki. Well, I came to thank you. Ever since I learned the technique you gave me, the pandas can no longer keep up with my strength. So if you are free recently, I would like to ask for your advice. Then, her face slightly red, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I am wearing black stockings. Hiss. Xiaolu took a breath of cold air. If you say so, then I'm free. As for Masamichi who wants to talk to me, let him wait for now. I am a teacher now. How can I refuse a cute student who asks for advice? Maki, I'm free, and I can give you any advice. High level of spells. The atmosphere in a devil's cave is solemn. Seeing the opportunity, several servants withdrew on their own initiative. At this time, an old voice sounded. Even though Gojo Satoru had been transferred away, Itadori was still allowed to survive. Boom. Inside the room, a cane tapped and 4, issuing a dissatisfied warning. According to the informant, all this is because of a newcomer named Xiaolu. Xiaolu. An old man opened his wrinkled eyelids and said, I have never heard of such a person. According to an informant, he just joined the academy not long ago, and his recommender was Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru. When these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of several old men, and at the same time they secretly said that it was troublesome. As the son of God, Gojo Satoru has the power to easily destroy an entire country. To truly achieve, there is no one like me in the world. That's why they felt troubled. Itadori must have been aware of it this time. Therefore, they dare not take any action regarding Xiaolu for the time being. If Gojo Satoru is pushed to the limit, the consequences will be disastrous. In that case, call these two over and give them a good beating. I agree. Chapter 41, Angry at the Top Management. Hashirama Cells. A black sports car was speeding on the winding mountain road. Xiaolu looked at the scenery outside the window in a trance. Don't be nervous, Xiaolu-jun. Those senior old-timers are just taking off their pants and farting to show their presence. If they dare to embarrass you later, I will treat them to a meal. Gojo Satoru crossed his long legs and made a gesture as if he was performing a virtual style. Hearing this, Ijishi, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat, and his hands holding the steering wheel were shaking slightly. Xiaolu's mouth twitched and he thought. Virtual form. Z? Are you serious? How can those old men do that? If it really goes off, I'm afraid the ashes will be scattered along the way, and half the city might even be paralyzed. As for why the top leaders wanted to meet with him this time, it was very clear. Wasn't it this time that their plot to kill Itadori with a borrowed knife was ruined? He was thinking of giving himself a warning. After all, in their hearts, he is not Gojo Satoru. Maybe he just thinks he's easy to control. As for why I was in a trance just now, it was because the road I was on looked too familiar. Winding Mountain Road. Isn't this the place where Gojo Satoru was attacked by Loho at night? According to the timeline, it should be evening. In other words, you will definitely be attacked by coral reefs when you come back. It can also be regarded as a famous check-in scene. Poor leaky coral baby, he is obviously the strongest among the 4 natural disasters, but he just likes to play high-end games. After being beaten by Gojo Satoru, the Shibuya incident was instantly turned into ashes by Sukuna. Just as he was thinking whether to listen to those old-fashioned people's nonsense or just say I don't eat beef and kill them all. Ding! A new life choice has begun. Task Option 1, face the attack from the corrupt high-ranking officials and directly fight back. Reward, Uchiha clan swordsmanship. Task Option 2, beat Lahu into a chamber pot. And use the true meaning of water escape, add spit to water escape. Reward, 1 card of chakra. Task Option 3, young fish and rebellious punishment. Hard to accept, save Yoshino Junpei's tragic life. Reward, 1000 years of death, Kakashi's original creation. Task Selection 4, only children make choices, adults want all. Take on all 3 tasks above. Reward, Hashirama cells. Use with caution. System, urine. Xiaolu is an adult, so all the 4th options are locked in seconds. My biggest flaw right now is that I don't have enough chakra. If I can transplant Hashirama's cells, I won't have to worry about this embarrassing problem anymore. If you're lucky, you might even be able to master wood release. Ban Yi's ninjutsu scroll records many wood-style ninjutsu, but he himself cannot perform it. I thought these powerful wood release ninjutsu would just be left in my mind and gather dust. In this way, maybe the wood release, which is known as the strongest escape technique in Naruto, can appear in the world of curse techniques. By then, when Susanoo sets the Buddha, how exciting will the scene be? Moreover, even if the previous 3 options did not appear, he would probably choose to do this. So he didn't think it was troublesome to complete 3 tasks at the same time. After all, it was just a side thing as the plot developed. Yoshino Junpei is a good kid. Is it okay to accept him into Akatsuki? In the original work, he thought that Junpei Yoshino would be redeemed and join the high school to become a sorcerer. In the end, he was killed by the real person and became a cyborg. And his poor single mother had a tragic ending, being brutally killed by a cursed spirit. With him here this time, tragedy will not happen again. But this system is getting more and more sinister. Not only does it turn the clepsydra into a chamber pot, but it also requires adding spit to the water escape technique. What a talent! Why didn't he think of this before? In this way, Jiatan's water escape must be listed as an S-level forbidden technique. After all, there is no defense. Xiaolu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and began to silently plan what would happen next. Gojo Satoru, Xiaolu-kun, why are you grinning? Ahem, nothing. Gojo Satoru was increasingly unable to guess what he was thinking, so he simply handed him a pair of noise-cancelling headphones. Bring this with you when you go in to meet those old fogies. I guess after 3 songs, they'll have finished farting, hehe. Apparently, Gojo Satoru had been naggled by the higher UPS a lot. Director Department. The atmosphere in the room was so solemn that you could hear a pin drop. Xiaolu and Gojo Satoru stood in the center of the empty room with their hands in their pockets, looking as cool as they could be. There are several large doors covering the surroundings, and the top executives are hiding behind the doors, as if they cannot stand being seen by others. Looking at the 2 people who showed no respect for their elders, a few cold snorts came from the room. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of Gojo Satoru and Xiaolu. Even if their principal, Masamichi Yi, came, they would have to bow respectfully and listen attentively. But now these 2 people have their chins raised high and are looking down on others? They don't take those superiors seriously at all. Gojo Satoru, this is the student you taught? He doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. Perhaps it was because of the related spell formations arranged in the room, or maybe it was because of these doors. The room was filled with the old scolding voice, and it was difficult to tell which door the voice came from. Xiaolu sneered, these old guys are really annoying, and they love to play tricks. Every time they say something, the sound will echo endlessly, so that they appear mysterious. Or it is convenient for bluffing people. As for this arrogant, second-year posture, it was Gojo Satoru who recommended it to me. I would say that if I can PS them off a little bit, then that's fine. It would be best if I could PS them off to death. As expected, he is the crazy Gojo Satoru. Facing the doubts of the senior management, Gojo Satoru sneered, "Really? I think Xiaolu is quite polite." At this point, he pulled down his black eye mask, revealing a pale blue six eyes, and said meaningfully, "And he's very capable. Thanks to him, Itadori's life was saved this time. Better than some old guys who talk a lot but get even the most basic intelligence wrong." Xiaolu raised his eyebrows. Was this a direct attack? Come on, you've already criticized everything you can, how can I complete the task? Are you complaining about the slippery floor and the bad air here? Who cares? Just ignore it. Are you questioning our top brass for deliberately giving us wrong information? A majestic voice echoed in the room. Okay, this time it was indeed an oversight in intelligence, but no one can guarantee the absolute accuracy of intelligence. But you have to believe that everyone is working for the peace of the magic world and will never harm their own people. This is where the top brass is shameless, even though both parties already knew it. Yet they can still say these things in a high-sounding manner, even though they themselves do not believe them. Haha. Gojo Satoru's face was extremely cold. If you do it again, I will kill you all. At this moment, as one of the big three sorcerer families, the head of the Gojo family, and the most powerful person in the contemporary world, his aura instantly burst out. He was too lazy to go around beating around the bush with these rotten oranges. You. Faced with the blatant danger posed by Gojo Satoru, the people in higher UPS dared not speak out. After all, power cannot restrict him. The room fell into dead silence. At this time, Xiaolu found the right opportunity to speak. One sings black and the other sings red. I have to say, you old antiques have already become very thick-skinned. I wonder if such a thick skin can withstand the attack of Sukuna. How about next time, I let you guys fight Sukuna? As soon as these words came out, murderous intent instantly enveloped him. Even Gojo Satoru beside him looked at Xiaolu with some surprise. But what surprised him was that Xiaolu was so good at scolding people. Presumptuous. Chapter 42. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Presumptuous. If you lift the door curtain, you can see that these senior executives are all furious and their faces are red. Judging from the look in his eyes, he seemed to want to tear Xiaolu into pieces. Gojo Satoru has a distinguished status, so it's okay for him to dare to speak like this. But how dare you, a mere civilian with no background? Even if you have demonstrated exceptional level of strength this time, you are still not qualified. After all, besides Gojo Satoru, it is not impossible for them to kill a special level person by calling on the power behind them. That's right, in order to avoid trouble, Yei deliberately forged a civilian identity for Xiaolu in front of the higher UPS. Because these high-ranking officials like this kind of sorcerer, puppet, who has no background and is easy to control. Xiaolu secretly rejoiced, I am anxious. Although he didn't know how far he would go, he would naturally not miss any opportunity to do so. Okay, let's put this matter behind us, but Xiaolu, please recognize your own identity. An old woman spoke up to smooth things over. This time, they specifically called two people over. In addition to knocking, there was another important matter. That is, to test what kind of person Xiaolu is. As high-ranking officials, their primary concern is obedience. For example, Masamichi Yagoji and Lian Temple are obedient people. For a strong person like Gojo Satoru who cannot be controlled, just one is enough. They had already discussed it long before. If Xiaolu is obedient, he can be reused or even take over the position of Principal Yei in the future. After all, the potential is there. But if he is unruly, he will be transferred directly to Kyoto Prefectural College to help Lian Temple. As a senior executive, he naturally knows how to wield power. An institution cannot have too many talents, otherwise it will be difficult to control. But judging from the conversation just now, Xiaolu is obviously not an easy person to deal with. So, several senior executives looked at each other and nodded. Xiaolu is very capable, and Kyoto Prefecture is in need of teachers. Besides, Lian Temple is already old and can no longer teach students, so we decided to transfer Xiaolu to a sister school. What do you think? After that, a paper certificate fell into Xiaolu's hands. He glanced at it briefly and saw that it was the transfer procedure. Even the seal is already sealed? Xiaolu directly responded, I've already stamped it, and you're still asking me what I think. Tisk tisk, I underestimated the thickness of your skin. High-ranking people. Is this guy still getting excited? He keeps picking on the word face? Gojo Satoru. Look at the qualities of the students you teach. Previously, the bad youth Cheng Jinxi made trouble among the top management, and now there is Xiaolu who speaks a lot of interjections. They have been in high positions for so long, when have they ever suffered such injustice? However, due to Gojo Satoru's murderous eyes, they didn't dare to say it out loud at this moment. They suppressed their anger and said, the Jujutsu High School is divided into 2 schools. They are all one family. Isn't it the same no matter where we go? And we are not far away. I hope you can consider the overall situation. Shut up, old deng. In a word, I won't go. The higher UPS saw his tough attitude and said, Xiaolu. This is an order from the higher UPS. Order. Xiaolu sneered, a blazing flame ignited in his palm, turning the paper certificate into ashes. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. I said. He would naturally go to Lian Temple, but not now. And it's not the old guy's turn to give pointers. He is not Gojo Satoru. After all, Gojo Satoru was from the Gojo family after all, and although he looked careless, his qualities were very good. But it's hard to imagine that he was a cool and handsome guy when he was young. But Xiaolu has a lot of beautiful Hyuxia cultural treasures in his mind, and he can curse for 5 minutes without repeating himself. He doesn't care what level you are, he just greets your mother first. Hearing Xiaolu's reply, Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why there was no immediate rebuttal was that the matter involved Xiaolu's own decision. He couldn't make a decision on his own. Fortunately, Xiaolu decisively refused, worthy of being someone he valued. Senior management, how dare you? You actually burned it down. However, before they finished speaking, they immediately shut their mouths. Because a faint voice sounded in the room, Sushi. Zi. In Gojo Satoru's hand, a small energy ball with extremely powerful force has been condensed, ready to go. They have been in high positions for so long that they naturally know what this is. At this moment, I am already honest. Gojo Satoru played with the energy ball in his hand, raised his chin, and poked people with his nose. Humph, my student, no one can force him to do anything. The room suddenly became quiet, and no one in the upper echelons dared to say a word. At this moment, Gojo Satoru felt unprecedented joy. Through Xiaolu's actions, he understood a truth. When facing these high-level officials, it is impossible to reason with them at all. To put it bluntly, it means lowering one's quality. When I think about it this way, I realize that my quality was too high before. These arrogant, self-righteous old guys only know fists. 5 minutes later, Xiaolu and Gojo Satoru left. The room was silent again, with the faint sound of teeth grinding being heard. This child must not be allowed to stay. Under the moonlight, a black car was driving slowly on the winding mountain road. Ijishi looked at the 2 people behind him through the rearview mirror and asked curiously. This time, it seems that you had a very happy conversation with the top executives. In the past, he always drove Gojo Satoru to meet with the top management, but the results were always the same. After Gojo Satoru left the house, he had a gloomy face, as if he was very angry. But this time, he was smiling all the way? Did he reach a consensus with the top management? Or did the top management compromise? It can't be because of Xiaolu, right? Gojo Satoru burst into laughter. Ah, this is really a great relief. Those old guys in the upper echelons must be furious, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, we were not able to get them into the ICU. I didn't expect Xiaolu to be so decisive and burn the contract directly. Well done. Especially the sentence that even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work. It just made them speechless. As soon as these words came out, Ijishi, who was driving, suddenly contracted his pupils and almost shifted from fifth gear to first gear. His pupils widened as he looked in disbelief at the two people high-fiving each other behind him. Did you hear that correctly? Xiaolu actually dared to burn the contract given by the top management? No, how dare he? But why do I feel so comfortable? As an assistant supervisor, he was instilled with the belief of obeying orders from his superiors since childhood. Therefore, he was extremely respectful to Ye and the senior management, and did not dare to disobey in any way. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any complaints in his heart. Xiaolu's actions were something he had only dared to do in his dreams. He is indeed a man who dares to beat up the principal. I must never mess with him in the future. Xiaolu, who had confronted the senior management, was in a very good mood at the moment. But Gojo Satoru's actions seemed a little unexpected. He actually released a virtual style directly to scare the higher UPS? It seems that he wasn't so powerful in the original novel? Otherwise, what would those old guys at the top have to do? Once the virtual move came out, the top executives didn't even dare to fart for the next 5 minutes. He didn't even have the chance to say anything. Fortunately, it can be seen from the system panel that news mission to the top management has been completed. Then the next step is to turn the clepsydra into a chamber pot. Also, remember to add phlegm to the water escape. Judging from the time, the clepsydra baby should be coming out soon. Chapter 43 You Dare to Call Me a Chamber Pot. Soon after, the car reached the hillside above the winding mountain road. Xiaolu and Gojo Satoru looked at each other, as if they had sensed something. Gojo Satoru patted Ijishi on the shoulder and said, Ijishi, just leave us here and go back to the technical high school first. Teacher Gojo Satoru, are you going to buy Kikufuku? I can drive you a little further. 3 black lines appeared on Gojo Satoru's face, but he still smiled patiently and said, Don't bother. If we really use our magical powers to speed up, we won't be slower than a car. The moon is bright tonight, there's no chance of getting lost. Well, don't play too late. The principal is still waiting for news. After all, now that things have come to this, there is no need for him to continue asking. I just think these 2 guys are getting weirder and weirder. Are all the special grade ones like this? Whoosh! The departing car kicked up a few scattered leaves. The breeze blew on my face and the leaves on the roadside rustled. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, Come out. Under the moonlight, a figure fell from the sky, making strange noises and seeming very excited. Xiaolu and Gojo Satoru retreated at the same time. It's not big in size, but it falls from the sky like a car weighing several tons. Boom! The entire road shook violently, forming a huge deep pit. Spiderweb cracks quickly spread outward, and sparks flew in the sky. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Lu Hu, who was choked by the ash, walked out of the deep pit coughing, looking at the 2 people with a teasing look. A trace of doubt flashed across Gojo Satoru's eyes. What a strange shape. One-eyed volcano pot mouth monster? Looking at this aura, is it a special grade cursed spirit that has never been recorded? Xiaolu on the side raised his eyebrows and looked at the mouth of the clepsydra with interest. Looking at it this way, we can't really blame people for making jokes and comparing the coral reef to a chamber pot. After all, at first glance, it does look a bit like a chamber pot. As expected of being the strongest of the four natural disasters, just by standing still, one can feel the overwhelming cursed power pressing towards him. Moreover, these cursed powers are much stronger than the special grade cursed spirits that he had fought before. Even the 3 Sukuna that he had fought against before did not have as much cursed energy as it did. Luhu, who was a bit hunched, took out a pipe, took a deep puff, and smiled with great enjoyment. "Which of you two is Gojo Satoru?" "I'm looking for you, teacher Gojo Satoru." Xiaolu smiled and stepped aside. "The system task will naturally be completed, but for now, let's just watch an exciting battle." "It's just right, I can step aside and think about it." Although he was very conflicted, he had no choice but to do it with tears in his eyes for the sake of the system reward. "Did you come to me specially to enjoy the moon together?" Gojo Satoru smiled and pointed at the full moon in the sky that was like a mirror. However, what responded to him was Luhu's swift attack that was as fast as an afterimage. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets, dodged the attack from the leaky pot. The strongest person of the current generation can only hide. After saying this, Luhu raised his hand slightly. A turret device similar to a volcanic crater suddenly protruded from the wall beside Gojo Satoru. Boom! The blazing flames instantly burst out, accompanied by billowing white smoke that completely engulfed Gojo Satoru. The flames swept across like a dragon, turning the large forest below the road into scorched earth. Under the light of the fire, the night is as bright as day. Luhu, haha, that's it. Just now, it saw with its own eyes that Gojo Satoru was unable to dodge the attack. As one of the 4 great calamities, it was extremely confident. Even a top-class sorcerer cannot resist this unexpected move of mine. Isn't the rumor too exaggerated? Gojo Satoru is nothing special. Don't you know one thing? The higher you praise someone, the more miserable their death will be. Luhu put one hand behind his back, took a puff of his pipe, and spoke with disdain. It looked at Xiaolu again and gave a hoarse smile, "Then I'll kill you as well." Xiaolu pointed to where Gojo Satoru was and said, "Don't you understand the principle of smoke without injury? Smoking without harm?" Luhu's face changed and he turned his head away suddenly. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and a tall black figure stood there unharmed. Gojo Satoru used one hand to disperse the remaining smoke and said calmly, "Set fire to the mountain and destroy the prison base." Luhu's eyes became more serious, and he raised his hand to touch the smoking mouth of the pot above his head. "Interesting. The purpose of its coming this time is to see what the strength of Gojo Satoru, who is said by Suguru Geto to be the strongest of the contemporary times and whose strength is at a disadvantage, is." The plan that made Suzuki so fearful that he chose to collect Sukuna's fingers. In its view, why is it so troublesome? Just push forward all the way, kill all humans, and reshuffle the cards. Create a world without humans. But now, things get interesting. Looking at Gojo Satoru who was doing warm-up exercises, Luhu grinned. "In that case, let me verify you." Fireworm. Oink oink. Suddenly, a dense swarm of strange-looking insects appeared in the sky, flapping their wings at high speed and flying towards Gojo Satoru. Its speed is like a bullet shooting out. Gojo Satoru was not panicked at all. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised 2 fingers calmly. The next moment, something strange happened. The dense swarm of insects stopped in front of Gojo Satoru, as if separated by invisible energy. It's hard to make any further progress. The swarm of insects let out a piercing scream, and passed by Gojo Satoru on both sides, smashing the road into pieces. There's actually a second stage attack? Pretty clever. Gojo Satoru dodged to the side of the road and commented with interest. When he looked forward, he found that Luhu's figure had disappeared long ago. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Luhu turned into a residual image and flashed to the side of Gojo Satoru. A blazing flame appeared on his palm and pressed towards Gojo Satoru's head. Raging. Gojo Satoru's head was instantly ignited, and the invincible Captain Onto was on the verge of collapse. It's not over yet, the strongest. Then, Luhu aimed at Gojo Satoru's body and attacked him crazily, directly igniting his entire body and turning him into a fireman. Boom! The huge impact force shattered the roads on both sides and scattered smoke and dust. True curse spirits never look back at explosions. After doing all this, Luhu smiled confidently, the strongest? That's all. It seems that Geto is too cautious. These so-called special grades are just in name only. It only needs to make a slight move to reach the limit of the special grade. Hey, you scum over there, your strongest one is dead, don't be sad, I will send you to reunite with him right now. Xiaolu was speechless. How come you, the cursed spirit with a chamber pot on your head, don't learn your lesson? Didn't I tell you the theorem of smoke without harm? Chamber pot. Upon hearing this, fire spewed out from 3 holes on Luhu's head and ears at the same time. Apparently, this name made it extremely angry. How dare this damned kid call it a chamber pot? He must be crushed to ashes. Gojo Satoru appeared again intact in the place where the smoke and dust had dissipated. Chamber pot? Good metaphor, Xiaolu, you are really talented. Chamber pot, right? I'll call you that for now. I've reminded you once, but why don't you learn your lesson? Luhu's body trembled, and he slowly turned his head, his eyes full of doubts. What's going on? Chapter 44 Luhu, I want to fight that kid. Luhu looked at his palm in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This time, he actually hit the opponent, and the feeling of his palm pressing on his head has not yet dissipated. But how come this eye patch man is still unharmed? You must be confused, right? Looking at the confused Luhu, Gojo Satoru smiled and said, to put it simply, you didn't hit it at all. Impossible. The Mount Fuji above Luhu's head emitted smoke rings and almost spewed out flames, the touch will never lie. Unlike the first time, it actually touched Gojo Satoru just now, and every strike landed firmly on him. As for the kid next to him who called himself a chamber pot, his words of smoke without harm were even more nonsense. It's not an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, how could it be easily deceived? What you encountered was the infinity between you and me. This is one of my abilities. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru opened his 5 fingers, bent over and shook them towards Luhu. Come here, my ability is a bit complicated, you may not understand if I just tell you, but put your hand over it and you will understand. Come on, why are 2 men being shy? Luhu looked at Gojo Satoru calmly, thinking. If you don't sense any murderous intent, you might as well give it a try and get more information. Thinking about it, it walked forward and slowly raised its hand. Xiaolu, who was standing by, was speechless. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. It can also be seen from here that Gojo Satoru never regarded Rohu as an opponent from the beginning to the end. Always keep a playful attitude and test its strength. Just when the palms of the 2 hands were about to touch, an invisible repulsive force separated them. Luhu's expression suddenly trembled, and his heart was extremely shocked. So close, yet so out of reach. So, doesn't that mean all my attacks can't cause any damage to it? Tisk. Is this the most powerful ability in the contemporary world? Somewhat unsolvable. No wonder Suguru Geto said Gojo Satoru can only be sealed but not killed. Even a sneak attack is not allowed. Thinking of this, Luhu quickly took a few steps back and suppressed the shock in his heart. At this moment, it completely understood why Xiaoyu was so afraid of him. At least, I have no means to defeat him. The chance of winning is 0, we must evacuate. Fortunately, Huayu was hiding far away, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape safely. But before leaving, there is one thing left to do. That is to give that little devil who dares to say he is a chamber pot a good beating. Thinking of this, Luhu's aura surged, and flames erupted from his head. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru became interested. Mr. Juling, are you going to use all your strength to deal with me? I'm at your service anytime. No. I don't want to fight with you. I want to have a good discussion with him. Luhu pointed to the melon-eating Xiaolu, especially the word discuss, which he emphasized very much. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at Xiaolu, whose Adam's apple was throbbing, and then looked at Luhu, who was furious, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Then let's leave it to Xiaolu. After saying that, Gojo Satoru squatted on the side of the road, opened a bottle of fragrant kikufuku, and slowly tasted it. This is a good opportunity to see how much ability Xiaolu has hidden. The power of this cursed spirit called Chamber Pot far exceeds that of the special grade spirits that have been eliminated before, and it should be able to force him to use many tricks. Last time at the conference, Mei Mei protected her husband and let this guy get away with it. Let's see how you can hide this time, hehe. Xiaolu smiled inwardly. The word chamber pot worked. The reason why the coral is mocked as a chamber pot is because of its explosive temper. This will also allow the other party to take the initiative to trouble you, so as to complete the task. Luhu's face turned red with anger, and he said fiercely. In 2.5 minutes, I will tear your head off, hit it like a basketball, and then put it next to your bed as a chamber pot. Xiaolu just smiled and hooked her finger at Luhu without saying anything. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru felt a little strange. As the one being looked down upon and provoked, Xiaolu didn't respond with his personality. This is completely different from Xiaolu when he was angry at the top management, right? Is he planning something and can't talk? A truly strange guy. UBD. Don't even think about leaving behind your ashes, except for your head. Luhu clapped his hands, and 2 huge Mount Fuji rose from the ground instantly, sandwiching Xiaolu in the middle. Boom! The flames that were powerful enough to burn everything instantly engulfed Xiaolu. With Xiaolu's location as the center, the surrounding mountains and forests instantly turned to ashes, and the heat wave soared to the sky. Gojo Satoru's heart skipped a beat. He was beating him harder than before. It seemed there was a lot of personal grudge involved. Haha, I didn't dodge it. Luhu raised his lips with a disdainful smile. Not everyone is Gojo Satoru, and there will never be another person in the world with such a perverted ability as Infinity. Smoking without any harm? Humph. That's not allowed. A gust of night wind blew by, blowing away the billowing smoke. I saw Xiaolu standing there intact, pinching his nose with his hand to disperse the thick smoke in front of him. Gojo Satoru swallowed a piece of cake. It's okay to smoke. He naturally knew Xiaolu's ability to become virtual. It is an ability that allows any attack to pass through the body. If you think about it this way, isn't it even more powerful than his lack of bottom line? Luhu widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. What a hell today, another one with no bottom line. No. Absolutely not. Ghetto Summer Oil once said, there is only one 6 eyes in this world. And the unlimited launch is inseparable from 6 eyes. This guy must have used some strange method. Or does the theorem that there is smoke but no harm really exist? At this moment, Luhu's heart began to waver. After all, there were too many strange things that happened today. Looking at Xiaolu, who never spoke, Luhu had a bad feeling. Wasn't this guy quite mean before? Why is he silent now? Damn it! Stop playing tricks on me! Luhu shouted angrily and threw out 2 huge fireballs from his hands. Suddenly, a dagger flew to my ear, piercing the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, Luhu's eyes changed from vigilance to disdain. Because this is just the lowest level cursed tool. However, it immediately regretted it. And saw Xiaolu's figure disappeared out of thin air. That's right, it disappeared in an instant, without any trace left, not even a residual image. Suddenly, the hairs on my back stood up. This was the instinct of the four great natural disasters to recognize danger. Bang! An extremely strong feeling of being pushed back came, accompanied by a violent hurricane, and its face and even the night were illuminated by the white-blue light. Just like that, Luhu maintained an extremely surprised expression as he flew backwards at a very high speed, knocking down a row of large trees along the way. At the same time, the ground was also rubbed by Luhu's uncontrolled body, sparks flew out, and deep gullies were left behind. Gojo Satoru covered his neck with both hands, almost choking to death on the cake, and pulled down his blindfold and said in surprise, "Is this what Mei Mei and the others call rolled meatballs? You call this a meatball? This meatball is too big." Through 6 eyes, he could roughly see the principle of this move. The principle is to concentrate the magic power in the hands, and then flow and compress it in irregular directions. It seemed very simple, but he knew that it was extremely difficult to perform this move. Not to mention concentrating the magic power in the hands, just compressing the magic power in such a short time is something that few people can do. What a genius! No. I must pester Xiaolu to teach him this trick later. Also, what happened to Xiaolu's teleportation just now? Even his 6 eyes couldn't capture its movement trajectory. Could it be that Xiaolu is a man who is even faster than him? Chapter 45 Luhu, why is the water so sticky? Boom! The mountains and forests were in a mess. I don't know how many trees were broken along the way. Xiaolu flashed and instantly arrived above the still gliding Luhu. Bang! A pair of big hands held Luhu's head tightly. Just like that, Xiaolu stepped on it, using it as a human skateboard and slid along. Luhu's pupils widened, and he was extremely shocked. What's wrong with this man? Such a terrifying speed cannot be explained by common sense. Even a special grade cursed spirit like it would feel so powerless. Chamber pot, work harder. Xiaolu's words instantly ignited it like a fuse. Chamber pot. How dare you call it a chamber pot? Die. The curse power in Luhu's body surged, forcibly pushing away Xiaolu who was stepping on him, and a terrifying aura spread. It floats in the air, posing as if drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Call out. A huge firebird spread its wings and flew towards Xiaolu. Xiaolu calmly took out the round fan from the divine power space and made a blocking gesture. The moment before the firebird touched Xiaolu, Uchiha bounced back. Plan. Something unexpected happened. The moment the huge firebird approached the fan, it not only did not explode, but was bounced back by an irresistible force. Boom! The mountains along the way were directly broken by the rebounding firebirds, which shows its terrifying power. Gojo Satoru? Is this a special grade cursed tool? Why has he never seen it in the high school? But he didn't care and continued to look at the 2 people in the distance. Xiaolu looked forward, but saw that Luhu had disappeared. The next moment, die. Luhu, who was at the side, clapped his hands together, and the flame compressed to the extreme pierced Xiaolu's heart like a sharp sword. Hey, that's all. Luhu took out his pipe from his waist and took a deep breath. It was caught off guard by this kid and almost doubted its own strength. Fortunately, he didn't control Wuxia. Hey! What? Xiaolu, whose heart was pierced, suddenly turned into a wooden stake with a bang. At the same time, the pipe in his hand was broken, and the wind whistled in his ears, mixed with black snake-shaped lightning. Bang bang bang! Xiaolu opened the life gate very quickly. There are no fancy techniques, only extreme speed and power, and every punch is wrapped in black lightning. In the darkness of the night, 2 figures collided at high speed, separated at high speed, and collided again. Ga! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. A punch hit Luhu right in the cheek, distorting his face, breaking several teeth, and sending him flying backwards again. Gojo Satoru stood up suddenly and stared at Xiaolu in disbelief. What shocked him was not Xiaolu's physical suppression, but the black flash. Just now, Xiaolu used his fists and feet together, and all the attacks he launched were accompanied by black flashes. There is no doubt that every strike is a black flash. The highest probability is Nanami's 4-hit combo. Then how many combos did Xiaolu perform just now? Dozens? Hundreds? The more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. This is serious. I wanted to use this opportunity to see how many tricks Xiaolu has. As a result, his punches flashed black. When did black flash become so easy to trigger? Wow, poof. Luhu spat out a mouthful of blood. And then he walked across the mountain with his body like a rolling gourd. The moonlight fell, illuminating its bruised face. Black flash. Still punching black flash. Where on earth did this kid come from? What was that wooden stake just now? Was it a trick? When was it performed? I didn't even notice it. We must face this kid squarely. He is different and stronger than Gojo Satoru. Calling himself a chamber pot would be fine, but he even broke the pipe that had been with him for so long. Unforgivable. Boom. The Mount Fuji above the clepsydra erupted completely. Let's see how you can handle this move. It attached its hands to the ground and smiled madly. Suddenly, magma slowly flowed out from the cracks in the entire mountain, and Xiaolu could feel the temperature of the ground beneath his feet constantly rising. A little hot on my feet. He knew that as one of the 4 great natural disasters and the one who was most adept at playing with fire, the leaky pot must have many tricks up its sleeve. Extreme Band. Meteorite is one of its most powerful moves. But looking at the posture, it doesn't seem like that move. Boom! Thick pillars of fire shot up into the sky, turning into a sea of fire, dyeing the night red. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru suddenly had an idea and disappeared on the spot. After a while, he reappeared, but he was still holding Itadori, who looked confused. What's going on? Is the volcano going to erupt? Itadori felt a little dizzy, as the movie he had just watched was about to reach its climax. Then Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and said something like there was no time to explain and that this was a rare opportunity. Then the scene in front of me changed rapidly and I came here. Wait. Isn't that Xiaolu? Dangerous. Ugh. Gojo Satoru stuffed a piece of cake into Itadori's mouth. SHH. Watch carefully, this is a rare scene where Xiaolu goes all out. The power of this move is not small, even he has to take it seriously. What tactics will Xiaolu use to deal with it? No matter what, this is a rare learning opportunity that will be of great help to Itadori in the future. Raging. The sea of fire surged into the sky, rushing towards Xiaolu. Xiaolu's lips curled up slightly. It's finally here. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He tapped the ground with one foot and leaped high into the air, the chakra in his body quickly gathering towards his throat. Water escape. Who will repair the dam? Extra content version. Water escape. Heaven's Cry. Extra edition. Water escape. The Great Shark Bullet Technique. Extra edition. In order to be safe and increase his hit rate, Xiaolu used 3 different water escape techniques in succession. After all, the idea that has been brewing for so long cannot be in vain, otherwise the system task will be difficult to complete. As Xiaolu clapped 3 times. First, an extremely turbulent waterfall emerged from under my feet, one layer after another, and the range continued to expand. Then, countless high-speed spinning rain needles spewed out from its mouth. Finally, several huge shark-shaped water bombs were condensed. As Xiaolu waved his hand, 3 different water escape techniques formed a triangle and attacked Luhu at the same time. Idiot! Water and fire restraints don't work on me. Luhu kicked the ground hard and increased his power again. I will evaporate all your water. Sizzle! The moment water and fire collided, a large amount of white mist rose up. The reason why Luhu was so confident was that the flame it cast was not an ordinary flame, but a karmic fire. So even though the scope and number are not as large as Xiaoliu's, he is still extremely confident. But it didn't expect that Xiaoliu's water escape technique was not ordinary water either. In the distance, Itadori couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is Xiaolu really okay?" Even from a distance, he could feel the horrible temperature, burning his face with pain. Gojo Satoru was not worried at all. "Itadori, this is also your first time seeing Xiaoliu's water escape technique, right? I've heard them say before that both the power and the momentum are enormous, and now I see that they are indeed powerful. Is Xiaolu a great inventor? He can change water into different shapes at the same time and make them look lifelike. I am somewhat envious of his abilities." Sure enough, the saying that there must be a teacher among three people is true. It just so happens that he has become a teacher, so it shouldn't be too much for him to teach students, right? As for whether they can learn it, it depends on the understanding of Itadori and others. Hey! Teacher Gojo Satoru, you should be concerned about Xiaoliu's safety instead of this problem. Gojo Satoru nodded in his heart. Itadori's gentleness is no less than that of his former best friend. He waved his hand. "Don't worry, Xiaolu won the battle between water and fire. Wait until the two huge impacts dissipate. The devastated mountains and forests have become bare." Ahem. The coral was washed onto the surface of a lake by the tide. Its bruised face can be reflected on the surface of the lake. Since its birth, it has never been so embarrassed. It raised its hand to wipe the water-stained clothes. Luhu frowned. Why does the water feel sticky? Chapter 46, the first time of Tsukuyomi was given to Luhu. Luhu evaporated all the water stains on his body, frowned and looked at Xiaolu who was grinning in front of him. Why does this boy look like he has done something bad? Could it be that the water just now was unusual? Ahem. Xiaolu coughed twice, and now he just felt his throat was extremely comfortable. This trick is a bit harmful, so it is better to use it less in the future. However, all his actions at this moment were seen by Luhu, triggering his associations. Luhu's pupils widened and his breathing stagnated. Etc. If I'm not mistaken, all the water just now came out of his mouth. Combined with Xiaoliu's cough just now and the sticky stuff that was stained on his clothes just now. Luhu's heart was shocked. Could it be that it already has the answer in its heart? Luhu was so angry that his face became increasingly ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead. If looks could kill, Xiaolu would have died 100 times already. Hateful. He actually resorted to such a despicable trick. Since its birth, it has encountered countless sorcerers, many of whom can spray water. But in front of its evil fire, they are vulnerable and can be evaporated in an instant. But not only did this kid suppress his own karmic fire, but there was also such filthy stuff mixed in the water. It's such a shame. How could there be people of such low quality in the Spellcaster College? Luhu was getting angrier and angrier. If he didn't take his head off and use it as a chamber pot today, his thoughts would not make sense. Feel the wrath of the scourge. Spray. The Mount Fuji above the head erupted like a volcano, and hot flames shot out from the ear holes on both sides. The lake beneath your feet suddenly boiled, rolling up layers of waves. The fish and shrimp in the lake were instantly cooked, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Field exhibition. Hashido made, wait, Mr. Curse Spirit. Gojo Satoru, holding Itadori with messy hair, fell from the sky and landed on the lake. This really opens my eyes, Xiaolu. Gojo Satoru put Itadori down and said with a smile. The container of Ryaman Sukuna. Luhu, who was originally extremely angry, was stunned when he saw Itadori. As a cursed spirit, it can more keenly sense the terrifying aura within Itadori's body. It's as if he was born with blood suppression. Geto Suguru once said that, at best, his strength was probably as strong as 8 or 9 fingers of Sukuna. But feeling this breath right now, I'm afraid it's a little risky. Gojo Satoru, okay, you can continue fighting. We have specially invited an audience this time. Let me make it clear first, I support the blue team. Xiaolu, what about you Itadori? Itadori, hey? Oh. I support the blue side too. Oh, it seems that Mr. Curse Spirit is not very popular. Show yourself with your most powerful move. After saying that, Gojo Satoru took Itadori and retreated behind Xiaolu. Xiaolu was speechless. Why are you betting on the winner? Do you think it's an octagonal cage fight? However, these words coming from Gojo Satoru's mouth are not so strange. Boundless anger rose in Luhu's heart again. What? How dare you use it for fun? Natural disasters cannot be insulted, followed by an angry shout. It put its hands together and made a seal. Field expands. The coffin is surrounded by the Iron Mountains. The violent and surging curse power spread out instantly, and soon surrounded Xiaolu and the other two. The unfolding area was like the interior of a volcano, with magma spurting out from cracks in the rocks. Xiaolu looked at the scene inside the domain, and general information about the leaky coral domain emerged in his mind. First of all, there is the guaranteed hit effect within the field, but there is no time for such a powerful field to launch an attack. An ordinary sorcerer would probably be reduced to ashes the moment he stepped in. It is an extremely dangerous space, and can also be pursued according to the wishes of the caster. If you get a high fever, your ashes might be scattered all over the place. With Gojo Satoru's protection, Itadori was naturally fine. He looked around like a curious baby. Wow! This is the realm. His tone was full of yearning and envy. Gojo Satoru patiently explained, a domain is a unique ability of powerful sorcerers and special grade cursed spirits, which is constructed by using their own cursed power. What you encountered in the children's palace before was just an ordinary biological domain. This cursed spirit is much more powerful. By the way, having no domain and having a domain are two different levels. Basically, once the party that has it starts to open it, it is highly likely that the overall situation has been established. So, the best way to fight against a domain is for us to also open our own domain to confront it. Whoever has the stronger domain will win. I see. Itadori nodded thoughtfully, then seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise. Does Xiaolu have a domain? If not, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Xiaolu is different, so he doesn't count. Gojo Satoru had no choice but to answer this way. After all, from beginning to end, Xiaolu seemed to have never displayed his domain. But thinking of the big meatball before, he thought Xiaolu must have his own field. After all, such a terrifying ability to control the power of spells is completely enough to open up one's own realm of life. However, if there is, it should be activated the moment it is covered by the field. After all, this is the safest way. But Xiaolu has too many skill packages and he can't judge them. As a master of spell invention, how will he break through this realm? Come on, Yahoo! Force Xiaolu to reveal all his hidden cards. Boom! The scorching air blew in his face, and Itadori felt it was difficult to breathe. So strong. This is the most powerful cursed spirit he has encountered so far. Compared with the special cursed spirit that had put him in a desperate situation at the children's palace last time, the two were completely not on the same level. Even the three-fingered Sakuro in his body was no match for the cursed spirit in front of him. Looking at Itadori who looked worried, Gojo said, "Don't worry, we will win. After all, that volcano cursed spirit is very weak." Itadori, hey? You call this weak? Gojo Satoru brought him to watch this high-level game. Wasn't he really afraid of getting into trouble? Just because of the aftermath of the fight, I might have to go see my grandfather early. Luhu was furious. Understand your situation. This is my territory. Looking at the people opposite, talking and laughing, with a relaxed and comfortable expression, they didn't take their own field seriously at all. Damn human! Arrogant sorcerer! Today I will show you the consequences of angering natural disasters. The words fell. The surrounding rock walls collapsed, and a large amount of magma gushed out. The flames under the feet boiled and condensed into a huge red and hot sword. Lu Hu didn't hesitate at all and controlled the giant sword to lock onto Xiaolu. First, in its mind, even though it was suppressed all the way, Xiaolu always gave it the feeling that it could kill him unexpectedly. Compared to Gojo Satoru's unlimited potential, it knew it was impossible the moment it came into contact. It can only be sealed, there is no possibility of killing. Second, Xiaolu not only repeatedly called it a chamber pot, but also used such a despicable trick. No matter what, it is unforgivable. The moment when the giant sword locked its target firmly on Xiaolu, Xiaolu only felt that the heat waves of the entire space were all coming towards him. However, he was not panicked at all. He raised his hand slowly to cover his left eye, leaving only the scarlet and strange right eye. Since I acquired Tsukuyomi, I have never found a suitable subject to experiment with. Forget it, let's give Tsukuyomi's precious first time to Lu Hu. Chapter 47, Illusion Shattered Domain. Looking at Xiaolu's leisurely back, Gojo Satoru's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaolu, aren't you going to use your domain yet? Could it be that he was going to use the purple giant Shikigami that Mei and the others mentioned to withstand this attack? Anyway, no matter which way you go, it must be amazing, right? Thinking of these 5 points, Satoru's heart moved. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and tagged all the members in a group chat called Spell Family. Group Leader, Night Goose Masamichi Wu. What the hell are you doing wrong again? Tagging all the members in the middle of the night. Jujuyuki, no need to worry, I'm overseas and it's daytime. My favorite is Kikufuku, Gojo Satoru who in my family understands? We were attacked by an unknown volcano-shaped special cursed spirit in the middle of the night. It was really frustrating. Picture. Then, he released a video of Xiaolu confronting the clepsydra. Mei, where are you guys? Why is there magma everywhere? Is this the inside of a volcano? Why is there a giant flaming sword hanging above Xiaolu's head? Nanami, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the realm of the cursed spirit. I can almost feel the heat wave through the screen. Yuta him, hey! Are you crazy? Why did you bring a Tatari with you? Don't you think he's not dying fast enough? Favorite Kikufuku, Gojo Satoru. Yes, this is the area of the cursed spirits, and its name seems to be Gagwantiwei Mountain. It is a special grade cursed spirit that has not been included, so let's temporarily name it Night Pot, given by Xiaolu. Kujisaki Nobara, go help Xiaolu. He's fighting a cursed spirit, and you're filming a video and posting it to a group chat. Shkozzzz. Group Leader, Night Goose Masamichi, what are you still standing there for? Woo. Go help Xiaolu, idiot. Gojo Satoru, as a sorcerer, one must abide by martial ethics. Mr. Yehu specifically asked to fight Xiaolu in a duel. It seems that there is some deep hatred between them. And it will be fine. Don't you know Xiaolu's strength? It's simply a bottomless pit. Don't you want to see how Xiaolu will deal with it and break the cursed spirit's domain? So, you should thank me. Finally, please mute Yuta him, thank you. Yuta him. Everyone. That's right. After Gojo Satoru said this, everyone's curiosity was indeed aroused. Xiaolu was a mysterious guy, and from time to time he would cast a spell they had never seen before, shocking their hearts. They also want to see how many unrevealed techniques Xiaolu has hidden. Just like that, Gojo Satoru turned on the video, and everyone in the college lost their sleepiness. They held their breath and stared at the screen to watch. It's like watching the climax of a AAA masterpiece, pay full attention. In order to get a better viewing angle, the thoughtful Gojo Satoru even went to the side of Xiaolu and Luhu to take pictures. Itadori was left alone, trembling in fear. Then the next second, everyone, including Gojo Satoru, was shocked. Xiaolu's lips curled up into a faint smile. He raised his hand and gently stroked his eyes, and as if his gaze was fixed, a scarlet and strange light shot out from his eyes. Two huge Sharingan appeared out of thin air behind Luhu, and gorgeous scarlet and sad patterns slowly rotated. Base. The next second, a dazzling blood-red light emanated. While watching Nobara Kuchisaki, Shiko accidentally fell into a trance, her eyes rolled back, and she fell into bed in a daze, unconscious. Luhu showed a ferocious smile, raised his hand and swung it vigorously, and the flaming giant sword burst out. This is its territory, any attack will hit it. Apart from Gojo Satoru's unbridled ability, it couldn't think of how Xiaolu could avoid this move. Brush! The flaming giant sword fell, and Xiaolu was killed without any resistance, leaving only his head rolling on the ground. However, from the perspective of the college students, it is completely different. The flaming giant sword summoned by Luhu actually turned around automatically and was aimed at itself. As expected, Luhu's head was separated from his body. The head that rolled to the ground showed a happy smile of revenge. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of angering the natural disaster. You'd better take a look at yourself. Xiaolu's extremely calm voice came into my ears. Then, with a crackling sound, Luhu's domain shattered into pieces like shattered glass. Luhu frowned, extremely puzzled. How can you speak with only one head left? Etc. After looking into Xiaolu's scarlet eyes, Luhu instinctively felt fear and wanted to retreat. But he found that his body was gone. Only his head was left. The realm was broken. This is, when. As Xiaolu lifted the Tsukuyomi illusion, Luhu's pupils couldn't stop trembling, and everything that had happened before flooded into his mind. Eyes. Everything starts with looking into those eyes. At first, it didn't take the red light to heart. After all, this is its territory. If Gojo Satoru doesn't take action, the opponent won't be able to cause any trouble. But now when I think back, it was at that moment that I lost my mind and everything I saw was an illusion. In other words, in his own eyes, the flaming giant sword slashed Xiaolu. But the truth is, it was me who was doomed. If it weren't for the other party's reminder, I'm afraid I would never see the truth until I die. What kind of eyes are those? I have never heard of them before. Now, do you understand? Xiaolu's words echoed in my ears like a god. Luhu subconsciously looked up and saw a figure wearing a fire cloud robe, bathed in the sacred and dazzling golden light. Those enchanting eyes emitted a red glow. Luhu sighed. Good, so beautiful. What kind of eyes are these? They are simply perfect works of art. Hey, it's ridiculous that I would be fascinated by other people's abilities. What's going on? Mr. Curse Spirit actually swung his sword at me. Gojo Satoru stepped on Luhu's head, pointed his phone at it, and said with a smile. Mr. Zhuling, is there something you are worried about? Come, let everyone see what you look like. Then, Gojo Satoru moved closer and looked carefully into Xiaolu's eyes. He stroked his chin and frowned. Hey? The color of your eyes has returned to black again. He is not a fool, so he naturally noticed something was wrong. After the red light flashed, Luhu became the same as Shilazi. While controlling the giant sword to chop himself, he laughed crazily and said things like Xiaolu deserved it and this was the consequence of angering natural scourge. His body had been destroyed, leaving only his head, but he was unaware of it. Could it be that the root of all this was caused by his eyes? It can't be that perverted, right? Xiaolu must have used other sorcerers without anyone noticing. And avoided everyone's eyes. Mr. Xiaolu. Tell the truth, is all this because of your eyes? Don't try to get away with it. Everyone on the phone is watching you. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru turned on the flashlight function and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Xiaolu at a fatal angle. Xiaolu's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, I underestimated Gojo Satoru's neurosis after all. He was fighting with Luhu in the front. He was actually in the back, secretly recording the video. Does Itadori not care anymore? At this moment, Itadori was standing there stupidly, his eyes were dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Apparently, it was because he stared too seriously into Xiaolu's eyes when he performed the magic. Received some impact. At the same time, on the cliff in the distance, Xiaoluja hid his hands in his sleeves and spoke slowly, Luhu has been defeated, do you want to save him? Let me make it clear first, I cannot be seen by anyone from the technical high school, especially my former best friend, Gojo Satoru. Huayu said nothing, and a white flower bloomed at his fingertips. Xiaoluja smiled knowingly, already understanding what he meant, go ahead, to some extent, you and Luhu are also close friends. Whoosh! Huayu's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chapter 48 American IAI, Times Have Changed. Kyugeto looked at Hanami's disappearing back, stopped where he was, and looked solemn. Ever since Luhu opened his domain, he has been unable to observe what is happening inside. Soon after, a cracking sound was heard, and the territory was violently broken open. Could it be that Gojo Satoru took action? Although Luhu's domain is very strong, it is useless in the face of the infinite space. In this way, the destruction of the domain is within a reasonable range. I hope Luhu's brain hasn't been dumbed down by the garbage information in the infinite space. But he was very confused about one thing. Why did Luhu suddenly go crazy and point the finger at another person? Moreover, they were beaten all the way. Could it be that this guy is the sorcerer who destroyed the real person's plan and killed the love curse spirit? It seems that the Jujutsu High School has welcomed a genius comparable to Okotsuyuta. But it's no big deal. He smiled and took out a box wrapped with sealed cloth strips, prison gate. Woo, I will have to inconvenience you to stay in the prison for a while. If you are not sealed, how can I dare to come out into the world? At the foot of the mountain. After Xiaolu explained to the phone, Gojo Satoru opened the group chat with half belief and half doubt. Favorite Kukifuku, Gojo Satoru no, you all heard it, his trick is called illusion. Mei, that's right, my Xiaolu once controlled a group of curse masters to kill each other with just a glance, proud, ... You taught him, hiss. Taking a breath, isn't this too perverted? It can actually directly confuse the mind of a special grade cursed spirit. Nanami, but the backlash from overusing your eyes is also huge. When I fought Sukuna, it's not an exaggeration to say that my face was covered in blood. Jujuyuki, oh, what a bummer. I thought we could see a wonderful duel, but it ended with just a glare from this little brother. I don't know what kind of woman he likes. Everyone. Looking at the Luhu with only a head left, Xiaolu nodded with satisfaction. It was my first time using Tsukuyomi and the effect was very good, far exceeding ordinary illusions. Moreover, he had a trick up his sleeve, using only illusion to make Luhu see a false impression. The truly torturous and horrific side of Tsukuyomi has not yet been revealed, such as the cross-execution platform. It's better to keep a trick. If he shows too much abnormality, what will Xiaoluja do if he leaves the prison gate to him? Whether Shinwei can escape from Yumenjiang is still a question mark. After all, the setting of Yumenjiang is also very perverted. He would not take the risk to bet on which of the two settings was better. And this is different from comics, it is a living reality, full of variables. If you give out too much information in a spoiler-like manner, you may avoid some things from happening, but doing so will also lead to many unknown variables. As a time traveler, you may not forget the butterfly effect. It is better to have the general direction of the story in your own hands, so that it will be easier to do things. At this moment, Luhu, with only his head left, was still staring at Xiaolu's eyes. The previous anger towards Xiaolu had long since dissipated, replaced by fear. Fear his eyes. Gojo Satoru stepped on Luhu's head and swung it back and forth like a football. Tell me. Who instructed you to ambush me? What is your purpose? He did not forget that this guy had specifically asked for him at the beginning. Therefore, there must be someone behind the scenes, or someone must be its ally. If such a powerful special-grade cursed spirit has allies, it should not be underestimated. Gojo Satoru stepped harder, causing Luhu's head to deform and his eyes to bulge. He said impatiently. Tell me quickly, or I'll kill you. Luhu said with difficulty, a hole. I won't tell you. Itadori regained consciousness and didn't know what happened, but he saw that the powerful cursed spirit was only left with a head. Wow! Is the vitality so strong that a head can actually speak fluently? Itadori had just finished speaking. Boom! A strangely shaped white flower sticks straight into the ground. Why? Itadori and Gojo Satoru both looked at the flower stuck in the ground in confusion. The next moment, a beautiful and warm atmosphere enveloped the place, making people feel happy, as if they were falling into the warm embrace of their mother. As the flowers suddenly bloomed, a sea of flowers spread out all over the mountains and fields in an instant. The painting styles of Gojo Satoru and Itadori suddenly changed. They both narrowed their eyes and looked extremely enjoying themselves. The two of them held hands and laughed foolishly, spinning in circles happily. Wow, the flowers are blooming, hee hee. So beautiful. Little did they know that Luhu's head had disappeared from the spot. Xiaolu quickly reacted and sighed in his heart. This move of Huayu should also be considered an illusion, right? Bang! Gojo Satoru slapped himself back to reality. This aura, is it a curse? A spell that can make people fall into a warm embrace and unable to extricate themselves? Looking at Hanamikaze's escaping figure, Gojo Satoru decisively used a hollow style. However, just as he was about to make his move, Itadori's ankles were suddenly entangled by vines that broke out of the ground, half hanging in the air, and smashing against the sharp spikes on the ground. Tisk! Gojo Satoru cut the vines without hesitation and saved Itadori. Looking at the figure going away, his expression froze. Another unrecorded special grade? It should be its accomplice. Moreover, the aura of cursed energy on his body is equally powerful. It looks like the world of sorcery is about to fall into turmoil. Forget it, let's go back and let Yei investigate it thoroughly. Let's go back, Xiaolu. Gojo Satoru and Itadori turned back to look at Xiaolu at the same time, then widened their eyes. You brought stuff with you when you went out. The two of them stood there in shock, looking at the sniper rifle in Xiaolu's hand in disbelief. Xiaolu's lips curved slightly. Times have changed, and as a sorcerer, we must keep up with the times. After saying this, he half crouched down and made a sniper posture. The direction is naturally the direction in which Huayu escaped. At the same time, in the mountains and forests, Huayu was holding Luhu's head in his hands and trying his best to run away. Huayu, I owe you a favor. Can you use your wood spirit to make me another pipe later? The loss this time was quite big. The pipe that had been with him for many years was actually broken by that boy. Hanami, shut up. You just burned a lot of lovely vegetation in the battle. As the Minister of Horticulture, he is a little angry at the moment. Sensing that there was no one chasing after it, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, compared to Luhu's life, Sukuna's container is obviously more important. At this moment, Luhu suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" The two men's breathing stagnated and they looked shocked. They seemed to have sensed something. Huayu felt a chill on his back, and he subconsciously cast a spell, with countless vines interweaving to form a shield. Bang! Eardrums explode. A bullet with cursed power spinning at high speed pierced through the wooden shield. At the same time, half of Huayu's body was directly blown to pieces. Purple blood sprayed out. The large caliber cursed bullets were deeply embedded in the rock wall. Fortunately, it protected Luhu's head in a flash. Otherwise, given Luhu's current condition, he would have died instantly from this shot. Huayu reluctantly suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to run away. It's a cursed spirit of natural disaster level. As long as its head doesn't explode, these injuries can be repaired quickly. Just now, was that a gun made by humans? Is this fake? I have experienced this before. Ordinary guns can't break its defense at all. With the strength of the 4 natural disasters, they can survive even if missiles come. But this shot actually shot off half of his body. If the head is shot, the consequences will be disastrous. The Jujutsu High School actually has this kind of weapon hidden? This important information must be told to Xiaoyu and Genren. Chapter 49. Is there a second one in Yumenjiang? I want to arrange one for Xiaolu as well. Call. Xiaolu exhaled to blow away the white smoke from the muzzle of the gun. As expected of a special cursed tool version of Barrett, one shot actually destroyed half of Hanamiya's body. And there is no need to worry about bullets because they are all generated by cursed power. The only drawback is that the recoil is quite strong. An ordinary person would probably be blown away by the recoil. But to be honest, through observation through the sniper scope, he found that Hanami, Mako Luo, and the cursed Queen Rika all looked a bit similar. Is it a distant relative? Itadori blinked. Hit. Xiaolu, well, it's a pity that the opponent used his ability to protect his vitals, but half of his body was gone. Half of his body is gone? Is it that powerful? The opponent is a special grade cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not just me. I'm afraid the escaping cursed spirit never dreamed that Xiaolu would actually pull out a sniper rifle, right? It's really hard to see through this kid. He brought Itadori here specifically to broaden his horizons. But who knew that Xiaolu would not play by the rules at all? With just a glare, he inexplicably broke through the opponent's territory. Itadori learned nothing, and the exciting duel he expected did not happen. Now it's even more outrageous, he actually took out a sniper rifle. Looking at Itadori's eyes shining with gold, he was obviously fascinated by the sniper rifle. What's so fun about the sniper rifle? Is it as powerful as its virtual form? The next second, it smells really good. Gojo Satoru placed his hand on Xiaolu's shoulder and whispered, Ahem, Xiaolu-kun, this sniper rifle should be a special grade cursed tool, right? Can you lend it to me to play with? As for the source of this gun? He was too lazy to care. Since Xiaolu didn't say anything on his own initiative, he naturally wouldn't ask too much. On a golden beach, the sea breeze blows on your face. Torgen Field. The real person was leisurely looking at a notebook, which was filled with densely packed names and their information. These people were all artificial cursed spirits that he had created through transformation through inaction in recent years. As if realizing something, he closed the book and glanced sideways. You're back? Luhu looks very embarrassed. It seems that this time, it was the forest, Hana, that protected the earth, Luhu. Xiaoliuja looked at Luhu and smiled, facing Gojo Satoru, it's already pretty good to be able to save a head. How do you feel? In front of him, the areas you are so proud of have become vulnerable, but there is no need to lose hope, after all, he is Gojo Satoru. Luhu, who was held in Huayu's palm, sighed, Xiaoyu, is there a second one in Yumenjiang? I want to arrange one for Xiaolu as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them looked at Luhu in confusion at the same time. Even the octopus head, Torgen, suddenly emerged from the sea, and looked at the people on the shore curiously with his big round eyes. Xiaoyuja, Luhu, do you want to look at what you are saying? Luhu's face was extremely ugly. In the area, Gojo Satoru did not make a move. I am like this because of that look from Xiaolu. What did you say? Hearing this, the usually calm and composed Suguruji could no longer sit still, and the real person ran over unbelievably. Then, Luhu recounted everything that had happened in the area. That's how it happened. I thought it was Xiaolu who had only a head left, but the truth is it was me. Until now, I still feel a little scared. Luhu looked dazed, with that pair of strange eyes all he could think of. The scene suddenly became quiet. Is it really as scary as Luhu said? Can a glance change one's mind? That's too unfair. After a long while, Xiaoyuja touched Luhu's head and said, So, who do you think is a bigger threat, him or Gojo Satoru? Luhu looked hesitant and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Judging from reputation, Gojo Satoru is indeed more dangerous. At least they couldn't think of a way to break the limit. But this time it was really scared by Xiaolu. Let the chamber pot be the chamber pot. In the future, it would rather fight Gojo Satoru than face Xiaolu. At least it can die with peace of mind. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyuja and the others' calm appearance, that's because they haven't experienced it themselves. If I were in their shoes at that time and was stared at by those eyes, I probably wouldn't have asked this question. Only those who have experienced it personally know the horror of it. It even made it doubt for a moment, is Six Eyes really the strongest in the world? Forget it. You decide for yourselves. Luhu looked confused. The real person was surprised. The always hot-tempered Luhu actually showed such an attitude. It seems that this Xiaolu is not simple. Xiaoyuja took out the prison gate in his hand and introduced it. This thing is the prison gate that the monk Genshin transformed into after his death. There is only one eminent monk, Yuan Xin, so there is only one human Jiang. So I prefer to use it on Gojo Satoru. After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wanted to take this opportunity to let Luhu and the others have a deeper understanding of Gojo Satoru's strength. As a result, Xiaolu was accidentally revealed. The calculations that he had been planning for thousands of years seemed to be starting to go astray. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, only the unknown can bring fun to people. The real person suddenly had an idea. Well, actually there is a solution. The only difficult thing about Xiaolu is his eyes, and it seems that his only function is illusion. We, the four calamities, are different from others. Even if we lose an eye, it won't have a big impact on the battle. Just like Hanamiya, who has no eyes at all and has always relied on magical powers to sense and fight, right? Luhu's eyes lit up. You mean if I meet Xiaolu in the future, I will fight him with my eyes closed? Don't you dare say that. If I was in the area at that time, I would have known the information in advance and avoided looking into his eyes. Will the result be reversed? Thinking of this, Luhu suddenly felt that he was fine again. Xiaoyuja said with satisfaction, well, this is a good idea. The real person is getting smarter. When we face him again, we don't need to close our eyes. We just need to be careful not to look him in the eye. Let Huayu hold Xiaolu back from now on. It happens to have no eyes, so we don't need to worry about his illusion. Genren sighed. Before, Xiaoyu said that intelligence is particularly important, but we didn't take it seriously. This time we have completely realized its importance. Hearing this, Xiaoyuja smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let's leave the prison gate to Gojo Satoru. The premise is that we have to take advantage of the right time and place and make reasonable use of all advantages to have a chance to seal it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. The location is set in Shibuya, and the time is at night. College dormitory. Xiaolu, lost in thought. Judging from Luhu's expression before, he must have been scared into silence by the illusion. After returning, I will definitely discuss countermeasures with Suguru Geto and others so that I can pay more attention to myself. Your own trump cards will continue to increase as you complete tasks. So, what if we give them some illusion information? Moreover, considering how much importance Suguru Geto attaches to Gojo Satoru, the prison gate border should not fall on his head. Open the system panel. The tasks of angrily criticizing the top management and regarding Luho have been completed. The next step is to deal with the matter of Yoshino Junpei. Hashirama's cells are about to be obtained, and Junpei can also be persuaded to join the Akatsuki organization. By then, both the Eternal Mangekyo and Hashirama cells will be available. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The Shibuya incident will also begin after the sister exchange meeting ends. At that time, I will have nothing to worry about with Hashirama's cells and the Eternal Mangekyo. In this regard, Xiaolu wants to say to Naohwa and the others, Shibuya big stage, come if you are lucky enough. Chapter 50. What type of woman do you like? A small forest in a college. Three bad boys in school uniforms pushed a thin boy with long hair covering his eyes into a corner. That's him. He kept staring at my breasts with his obscene eyes. So disgusting. Three brothers, please teach him a lesson. Bang. Yoshino Junpei was knocked to the ground by a punch and his left eye was bruised. Ha ha ha. Yusha's pet bear is really impressive. It's very dazzling when it walks. But it's not something you, a kid, can watch. The three bad boys rolled up their sleeves and started punching and kicking him again. Junpei Yoshino did not resist, nor did he have the ability to resist. At school, this kind of bullying has long been commonplace for him, but that doesn't mean he has no resentment in his heart. It was already very hard for his mother to raise him alone, and Shunping didn't want to make her worry anymore, so he didn't tell his parents. A coward, a poor guy without a father, a disgusting guy. Shunping curled up on the ground, protecting his head with his hands, and his ears were filled with venomous words. The scar on his right eye, covered by his long hair, was left after a classmate burned him with a cigarette butt. Growing up in a single-parent family, he has an introverted and cold personality. He is an invisible person in school and is the target of bullying by school bullies. Fortunately, the three people who beat him did not insult his mother, otherwise Shunping would have fought them without hesitation. Unconsciously, he no longer felt the pain, and instead his eyes were bloodshot. After years of repression, he now has an immense desire for power in his heart. After a while, the perpetrator had left and Shunping sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. Tonight, let's go watch Earthworm 3. In the early morning of the next day, the weather gradually became hot. Inside the training ground. Plan. An iron nail with blue cursed power instantly pierced into the body of the puppet's cursed skeleton in front. Hairpin. With a loud shout, the cursed corpse exploded instantly. Kuchisaki Nobara looks happy. Awesome. Why didn't I think of this method of compressing the magic power? In the past, she simply attached the cursed power to the surface of the nails to increase their speed and power as much as possible. But the nail is too small, resulting in a very small area for the magic force to attach. Now, after learning Xiaolu's method of compressing mana, the power has been greatly improved. She suppressed the joy in her heart and cast a grateful look at Xiaolu who was lying under the tree. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be quite reliable after becoming a teacher. Fushiguro, who was learning how to compress his cursed energy, was itching to do so. Although his main means of attack is to summon Shikigami, if he can become stronger, why not learn it? I don't know what's in Xiaolu's head. He actually developed a training method to compress magical power. I really admire you. Come on, Fushiguro-san. Xiaolu said something encouraging and then closed her eyes again. Ever since he came back, Gojo Satoru has been pestering him, hoping to teach his students how to make meatballs. However, he believes that the compressed cursed power in the Raise Nan can be learned, but rolling balls is not suitable for everyone. For example, there is no need for Nobara Kuchisaki, who possesses the grass spirit spell, to roll balls. Wouldn't it be nice to compress the spell power to further increase the damage of the nails? In this way, the upper limit of the hairpin is infinitely raised. How strong it can be depends on how much she can compress the cursed power in a short period of time. Sister Hammer, you should just use the hammer honestly. Judging from the time, Yoshino Junpei should be arriving soon, but the exact time cannot be confirmed. Fortunately, the shadow clone he sent out has found Junpei, and once Leza Genren appeared, he began to brainwash Junpei. The shadow clone will automatically disappear and leave coordinates, and can also share memories with the original body. At that time, he would directly transmit his divine power and teach the real person how to behave. While Xiaolu was thinking, a man and a woman walked in at the door, looking aggressive and with a hint of contempt in their eyes. The man was Dong Tang, who was tall and strong, and every inch of his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. The woman was wearing a black cheongsam and had a slim figure, somewhat similar to Maki. Xiaolu immediately remembered that this girl was the sister of Zen Temple Mai. Maki. If I remember correctly, a fight was about to break out, which could be considered a test before the exchange meeting. However, the two's actions were beyond Xiaolu's expectations. Dong and the other man just looked at Kuchisaki and Fushijiro with disdain and walked straight towards him. Fuan secretly said, "Not good." Given the personalities of these two seniors, they must have heard about Xiaolu's deeds. The belligerent senior Dongtang is probably here to spar with Xiaolu. What he was worried about was not Xiaolu, but these two seniors. Fighting with Xiaolu is just asking for a beating, right? Fushijiro Megami reminded, "My senior, I advise you not to provoke him." Nobara Kuchisaki crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she was enjoying the show. "Okay Fushijiro, I've heard about his deeds. You actually said that his talent might surpass that of Okotsu back then. I want to see what this person is capable of." Dongtang walked in front of Xiaolu and looked down at her condescendingly. "Hello, you must be Xiaolu. What type of women do you like?" As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere was instantly broken. "Why?" Fushijiro, Kuchisaki, and Maki all twitched their lips, with 3 big question marks above their heads. "No, buddy, you are so aggressive, and this is what you say? What to play?" Dongtang was extremely serious and urged, "Answer quickly. This question is very important to me. Men are fine too." Oh my god, the classic quote of curse has appeared, and it has fallen on my head. What type of women do you like? That's too much. He looked at Dongtang's expectant eyes and said seriously, "Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect the peace of the magic world." At this point, Xiaolu paused, causing everyone to look at him. Dongtang clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, "So, what type do you like?" Xiaolu said seriously, "Black silk royal sister, white silk lowly, mature young woman. It is not convenient to give examples later." When these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Does this guy like such a wide range of genres? It's fine if it's just a mature lady or a little girl, but they even don't let go of young ladies? There are so many people here, can't you be more restrained? Shut up. Dongtang, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly started to yell and hold his head like a madman, tears streaming down his resolute face. He stared at Xiaolu with extremely disappointed eyes. A tough guy crying? Xiaolu was speechless. Didn't he just mention a few types of people he liked? Why did he react so strongly? Your hobbies are surprisingly not exclusive. After saying that, Dongtang suddenly stepped forward and punched Xiaolu in the face with his sandbag-sized fist. Bang! Xiaolu easily blocked his fist and locked it in his hand. Just as Dongtang was about to launch another attack, Xiaolu's eyes narrowed slightly, with a red light flashing. Dongtang's body instantly stiffened, his eyes became unfocused, and his pupils trembled. After a few seconds, he suddenly pulled back. Gasping for breath, he looked at Xiaolu in horror. you. In just a few seconds, the suffocating feeling of drowning and the feeling of being gnawing by countless ants swept over his body and almost destroyed his will. I never want to experience this feeling again in my life. Did he show mercy just now? Xiaolu came to his side and said calmly, "Go ask Itatari, maybe his answer will satisfy you." Dongtang swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Chan Yuanmai was dumbfounded. What happened? She must have seen it right. Dongtang, who had always looked down upon the principal of Lian Temple, could be so obedient. Chan Yuanmai came forward with a puzzled look in his eyes. Dongtang, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so cowardly? Hush! Stop talking. Go. He turned and left, not caring whether Chan Yuanmai followed him or not. Chan Yuanmai frowned slightly, looked at Xiaolu deeply, and left with Dongtang. As for Fushijiro Megami and Kuchisaki Nobara, they were not too surprised. After all, they knew the horror in Xiaolu's eyes. Kuchisaki, by the way, Xiaolu, how do you know that Itatari's answer will satisfy that big guy? The two looked at Xiaolu with puzzlement. Guess. After saying that, I secretly added in my heart, that's strange. As for the reason, it must be Itatari's territory, all people in the world are brothers. Tudu will soon become his brother, and there is also his future Unii-chan accountant, and even Sukuna is somewhat related to him. The most outrageous thing is that the villain brain is actually Itatari's mother. So, Itatari's father was a fool. In one word, absolutely. So, in Jujutsu Kaisen, is there anyone with a stronger relationship than Itatari? Suddenly, Xiaolu's expression changed. You guys continue practicing, I have something to do. After he finished speaking, a space vortex appeared behind him and disappeared in an instant. Just now, the shadow clone that was sent out was automatically disbanded, leaving behind the coordinates and related memories. Yoshino Junpei is about to meet Rakuko Masato. Looking at the place where Xiaolu disappeared, the two couldn't help but complain. Mysterious guy.